the black convention movement and black Sonetta, this your king? This your king? Let me quote a movie since this nigga throwing up the rock. This your king, nigga? Black convention movement in black politics in 19th century America. It says, first organized by free African Americans, the 1830 conventions met periodically throughout the 19th century. The early meetings focused primarily on the abolition of slavery. However, unlike white abolitionists, black abolitionists knew the ending of slavery was one thing, but for African Americans, negotiating in a new world without slavery was quite another. As such, these early conventions also argued for equal educational opportunities, land reform, and in the 1850s, the merits of immigration out of the United States. This is all, now what I want everybody to pay attention to, this is all during the time of segregation that they're doing these things. And that's what's important, because even in today's time, when the Zephaniah says, gather yourselves together, O nation desired, not desired, it's about us being segregated from everybody else so that we can come up. I'm gonna go to the next slide. I'm gonna skip Black Wall Street just for us. No, I'm gonna skip. So Black Wall Street, everybody kind of knows about Black Wall Street. O.W. Gurley established a church. Hold on. So, Garfield, if you could pause real fast, I just hit a button by mistake. So I
got you, brother. I got you.
It just messed it up, so I'm just going to do it real fast. I apologize for that. But Shaka been messing up the whole time. They established a church and businesses. And how did they do that? If I go to Acts 2, it says, and they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine. So what doctrine was they under in Wall Street? Under that doctrine of being segregated and being under God and being under that Bible. Even if he tried to say the whole copy thing, he'll never show anything that they built from Kemet at all. He just gonna talk about them old ass pyramids. Don't nobody give a fuck about them pyramids at all today. It's a tourist attraction. They rob y'all niggas. That's why Jabari and all them charging $3,000, $5,000 to go see some pyramids. Niggas stay saving up their hard-earned money to go see a pyramid, come back home broke. So Acts 2:43, and the fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. Verse 45. Verse 44, and they all that believed were together and had all things in common. That's what Wall Street had. They had all things in common. So Gurley had his businesses and he would loan money to others for them to get their businesses. That's why we ain't had a city built like that. But as we get later on with the MLKs and when we start segregating, integrating, that's when we lost a lot of that. I'm gonna go to the next slide. The black church and the key to black well, I'm gonna skip this one for now because I want to get to a couple of living examples. On Staten Island, one of New York's oldest African-American enclaves is presented. This is what they built on the strength of that Bible. One of the community's greatest assets was the Roseville AME Zion Church, founded in 1850. Remember, the church or the spirituality of any nation is the cornerstone because that's what they use. It's almost like a constitution. So black people don't have a constitution. They don't have a morality to follow. They don't have an economic to follow. They don't have none of that to follow. But they established churches, and that became the foundation. That church was under the Bible, under that God. It says, and later housed a plain wooden structure that erected in 1854 on Crabtree Avenue. It was one of several AME Zion churches in the city. Members of its various congregations included Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth. Y'all notice I keep naming the same revolutionaries because they were all committed to being under God, being under that Bible, establishing the church, and fixing the people. That's what he would have to show. Because what do we do today? In the Israelite School of UPK, we're under God, under that Bible. We go into cities, build them, and establish schools everywhere. I'm in my school right now. When I got here, this school wasn't built. I built this school. That's what you're supposed to do. It says, I'm going to skip to the next one so I can get to it. Archives and artifacts, the rediscovery and research of Seneca Village, the settlement of Seneca Village in 1825, another village. Let's see how that was established. The Whiteheads owned farmland in the West in the 80s and 90s, but decided to divide up their land into individual lots for sale. Epiphany Davis, a store clerk, was the second person to purchase land, 12 lots out of the church. From there, that whole entire community was born. For all that pyramid crap, all he talk about, he cannot show that they used any of that to build nothing, but I have shown it. This theology by James H. Cohen, which is Black Theology and Black Power. So I can get to the elements of culture. I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of this. James H. Cohen was an American theologian, and this is what he wrote about Black theology and Black power. He's a Christian too. It says the term Black power was first used in the civil rights movement in the spring of 1966 by Stokely Carmichael to designate the only appropriate response to white racism. Since that time, many critics has observed there is no common agreement regarding its definition. The complexity of this problem is evident in the development of Marvel analytical philosophy. We are still in the process of defining such terms as democracy, good, evil, and many others. In fact, the ability to probe for deeper meanings of words as they relate to various manifestations of reality is what makes the intellectual pursuit interesting. I'm gonna go to the next slide. It says the same is true with the words of Black power. To what object does it point to? What does it mean when it is used by advocates? It means complete emancipation of Black people from white oppression by whatever means Black people deem necessary. That's what he's saying about Black power. The methods may include selective buying, boycotting, marching, or even rebellion. Black power means freedom. Page 35, on the American scene today, as yesterday, one problem stands out, the enslavement of Black Americans. But as we examine what contemporary theologians are saying, we find that they are silent about the enslaved condition of Black people. Evidently, they don't see no relationship between Black slavery and the Christian gospel. Unfortunately, Christianity came to the Black man through white oppressors who demanded that he reject his concern for the world and affirm his Blackness to whiteness. That's how they used to give us Christianity. The last page. Therefore, is it appropriate to ask, is it possible for men to really be Black and still feel any identity with the biblical tradition expressed in the Old and New Testament? Is it possible to strip the gospel as it has been interpreted of its whiteness so that the real message will become a live option for radical advocates of Black consciousness? Is there any relationship at all between the work of God and the activity of the ghetto? Must Black people be forced to deny their identity in order to embrace Christianity? Finally, Black power as described in chapter 1, compatible with Christian faith, or are we dealing with two utterly different perspectives? One more slide and I'm gonna go show y'all something else. It says, page 44, if the gospel is the gospel of liberation for the oppressed, when Jesus is where the oppressed are and continues his work of liberation there, Jesus is not safely confined in the first century. He is our contemporary, proclaiming release to the captives and rebelling against all who silently accept the structure of injustice. If he is not in the ghetto, if he is not where men are living at the brink of existence, but is rather in the easy life of the suburbs, then his gospel is a lie. The opposite, however, is the case. Christianity is not alien to Black power. It is Black power. Now, let's go to elements of culture. You have 7 elements: social organization and society, customs and tradition, language, arts and literature, moral code, government. How do I go? Salakia, Garfield, can you pause 1 second? I got it. Never mind, Salakia. So elements of culture, social organization, a kinship structure of culture or society, especially as constituted and stabilized network of rules and descent and residence, the system of relationship between persons, among groups, with regard to the division of activity and functional arrangement of mutual obligations. Deuteronomy 4:6 says, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear your statutes. What we lack is the law, statutes, and commandments. That's the wisdom and understanding that God gave us. In 1 Corinthians 3:19, it says, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness. We follow the wisdom of this world. We will not ascertain anything Black, anything Hispanic, anything Native Indian. When you go to Jeremiah 29:4, it says, the Lord said, when you are carried away into captivity, you go build houses, you dwell in them, you plant gardens, you take ye wives. That's why I showed you what them slaves did. I showed you what them slaves did because them slaves lived Jeremiah the 29th chapter. They went out and built houses. You know what we did? We forgot about that Bible that would instruct us on how to live. If I go further, what do you need to have an organizational structure? You need a chief of tribes, wise men. You make them heads over you. You make them captains over thousands, captains over hundreds. You give them charge. When they do judgment, you make sure that they don't have respect of persons in judgment. Even a king, as Deuteronomy the 17th chapter says, even a king can't rebel against the laws of God. When David committed adultery and murdered that man, there was a prophet that came and held him accountable. That's how you have a social organization. In the Black community, you don't have that. If you followed the Bible, we would have that social structure. If I go further, no, I'm gonna skip this for time's sake. Let's skip that for time's sake. Now we go into customs and traditions. Y'all, the one thing I'll give Shaka credit for, Shaka will carry that Egyptian culture. He'll wear that weave in his head. He'll put the eyeliner on when he's like, and I'm gonna show you. He sing that shit. He sung the shit out of that. Kadazai said he gonna make drill music out of that shit. And I'm gonna show you the blood black land. So now in the elements of culture, y'all can make fun of what we wear, but whereas everybody else was out there celebrating Good Friday and they preparing to celebrate the Easter Bunny, we was keeping our customs and culture. We had the Passover right in North Carolina last week, where brothers and sisters under the guise of that social economic structure of the Bible converged on North Carolina. We met, we had brother, let me show, y'all see the pictures here. Let me show the brother, because they're gonna say we ain't got no sisters. Y'all see the sisters here? Now, I like this picture because they say if you handicapped or something, you can't come to our feast days or nothing like that. You can't come to the Passover. But we got our kids, we got our family, all living under the guise of that Bible. That's what we lived under. Now we're going, the video is not here though, Salakia, the video, yeah. Now we're going to get into another element of culture is men need to have discipline. So we have what's called Hebrew Academy, where Psalms 18 and 34, it says, he teaches my hands to war so that the bow of steel is broken in my arms. I would like to play the video that I have, but unfortunately I couldn't get it in here. Wait, will it play? Nope, Salakia. Can y'all, hey, Garfield, can you see my screen? When I clicked that link, it might have took me out of the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I could see your screen, brother.
You see the, I'm sorry, do you see a video about to play?
Hold on, let me pause this time.
Okay.
I see like some brothers are they training, karate training or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can you hear that?
Psalms 1834.
Okay, but you don't see the video. Okay, so I'm gonna stop this share real fast. I'm gonna share just so I can show the brothers the audience this video. I'm about to.
We got 2.5 minutes left.
God damn. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna play the video. So like, let me stop. I'm gonna skip it. I want to.
I told you to do 20 minutes, Cat. You was scared.
Listen, if we'd have did 20 minutes, it would have been more Shaka bullshit. Please don't. You shouldn't do an after party. No, this is the first time you should not do an after party, brother. Don't do no after party whatsoever.
Right after this, we're doing one. Right after
It ain't gonna be for Shaka. Hey, you can start. You can start my time again. You can start my time. I will go to. Let me make sure. Wait. All right. So I'm gonna skip this. I'm gonna skip that. Even in the language. For the same, we teach our language and culture. That metal net, I guarantee you, whatever that metal net he read, I guarantee you somebody gonna say that shit was wrong. We teach our culture, and these are all elements of a society that you need. And that's what I'm showing here. I guarantee you he won't show that. These are different Hebrew words that we would have. I want to get to something else. I'm kind of skipping some of this stuff that I have here. That's the best selling. That's more culture. Moral code. Deuteronomy 28:1 says, and it shall come to pass that thou wilt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God to keep his commandments. He would set us above. We leave the commandments, we won't. So when you talk about a moral authority, if it's talking about murder, we can go to Exodus 21:12-14, Leviticus the 24th chapter. If it's talking about striking or cursing a parent, like y'all see them videos where these little boys is hitting their parents, we got something to deal with that. Kidnapping, with all our sisters getting kidnapped, we got something to protect them from that. Sorcery and witchcraft, them drugs y'all love to smoke, all that weed y'all like to do, and cocaine and heroin, we can deal with that. Bestiality, I wouldn't put bestiality on blacks and Hispanics. That's more like white folk shit. Or technically, African shit. Like incest, we ain't into no incest, but I will say King Tut, mother and father was related. They was brother and sister. Rebellion against parents, refusal to obey a decision or judge, perjury in cases, homosexuality. Is that not plaguing us today? Homosexuality, human sacrifice, adultery. So when it talks about a moral code, we have the laws in place. We live the laws in place. In 2005, Black people accounted for 13% of the U.S. total population, but were victims 49%. If we follow our moral authority, we wouldn't be that way, but we would rather be under the curses. When I read Deuteronomy 28:4, it says, so that the tender man among you, his eyes shall be evil towards his brother. What did Christ come and bring? He came and gave us the greatest commandments. Matthew 22:36. Which is the greatest commandment? Yahweh said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, thy soul, thy might, and thy strength. And if that's the first and greatest commandment. The second is, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. When y'all see me with my brothers, I don't know none of them without following these scriptures. None of them. I ain't met them a day in my life. I ain't crossed paths with them. I ain't did business with them. I only know them because we came together under that Bible. What I know about that conscious community, they ain't together no more. Under Kemet. Ain't none of them together. Y'all go look at that picture of Sinetta when he got all them blackity black niggas lined up together. If Sinetta was to take that picture today, it'd be him, Jabari, and Garfield. And Jabari and Garfield probably say, let me take a separate picture. They would not be together at all.
Time. We gotta stop you right here. Time.
Captain is my man.
All right, let me mute my mic.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the third and final round by Shaka Amos. Then I don't know, do you guys want to do question and answers? We talk about it after Shaka is finished. And then if not, we'll just go to the final part.
Now we got to give them the question and answers, man. The people got to get money's worth. Let's give it to them.
All right, cool. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being consistent and not coming off the mic. I appreciate it. I don't want to speak too soon. And for those who came in late, shoot me an email at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com and I will send you the whole debate in the morning. All right. And remember that. askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. And I'll send you the entire debate from the beginning. All right. Shaka Amos, when you are ready, beloved, I will start the clock. You can share your screen when you're ready. Get the ball rolling, and we good to go.
All right, awesome. Could you just give me a second? Hello?
Go ahead, my brother.
All right, you can give me a second, right?
Yes, sir.
All
All
right,
right.
thank you very much. Give me 1 second. All right, I'll be right with you.
Sonetta, after the debate, are you doing an after show live on Sonetta Studios?
He might have to take Tazaryach. I got to drink for feeling bad for getting his butt beat.
And he's still coming in. Again, if you're late to the debate, you want to see the entire debate, shoot me an email at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com.
Don't nobody believe that shit, Shaka.
Oh, everybody know you got beat bad. They know you got beat bad. They know it. They know you got beat really bad. And you playing it off good. I like that. That's some soldier shit.
Yeah, stay on mute, please, brother.
Playing it off like you didn't
bad,
get your well rocked tonight. Yeah, people are not stupid, but you're depending on everybody's ignorance. Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you. Okay. All right. So you know what? I'll do it like this. I ain't gonna even do it because this thing won't let me. Yes. All right, no big deal. All right, I'll just start from here. All right, here we go. We did that. Hold on a second. I'll be right with you. I'm just getting it right back to where we left off. Okay, this is fine right here. Okay. So I guess I can start here. I don't mind. Come here. Then go to play from current slide. Okay, and now I'm going to share my screen. And in fact, here we go. All right. So.
All right. While we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, if you received or came into the debate late and you want to see it from the beginning, please email me at brothergarfield@gmail.com. There goes my brother. Calling me. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir.
All right.
Hey, Shaka,
Yes,
are you ready, beloved?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead. I'll start the time.
Okay. So getting the language right, that's what this is all about, character and apogee. I showed you. Now, how many of you before tonight did not know that when you're looking at the pyramids, that that's what they represent? The highest development of a person's mental and moral capacity, their mental and moral nature. You didn't know that. How many of you before tonight did not know that mental also designates your psyche, your intellect, your mind, not just your moral situation or your value system, but your mind, your intelligence. This is why white people write books about black people having low IQs, right? It's really an attack on our character. It's to besmirch our character and our reputation, because character and reputation go together, all right? If you look at the word ked, and I just showed you that, hold on one second. Come on, baby. We ain't got time to be stolen, right? Right here, ked, reputation, character. They had one word because they figured out how all of these things are connected. These idiots don't know how they're all connected. They need 1,000 different words to say one thing. We had one word that said everything. It's showing you the slope. It's the same word for society. It's the same word for building up a person. It's the same word for the character of a people. It also means, here's the root word, kedef. It means to gather sayings, to collect sayings. This is how so-called biblical literature, and I'm not even talking about the Bible, I'm talking about scripture. Let's just use the word scripture. This is how scripture got created on planet Earth. It got created through this. Kedef, the original commandment, came from our language. Kedef, to gather sayings, collect. It's the same word, the same root word that's used for the slope of the pyramid. The same word that's used for blueprint. It's the same word for use drawing and sketch. Kedut, the same word. They're not teaching you this because they can't teach you what they don't know. If you want to keep learning from stupid people, listen to them, right? Right. So it says to gather sayings right here. Kedef, to gather sayings, collect. But if sayings only remain as sayings, they're just oral. So once you gather them, there's only one way that you can gather them. You have to do the one thing that Egypt created, writing. You have to write it down. So then you have a sebayit. The sebayit, written teachings, instructions. This is the origin of all scripture. There wasn't no stupid, I don't even want to talk about that dumb book, right? And as far as him, let me stop sharing for a second. You can keep my time going. I want to stop sharing for a second so I can share something else. Share screen, right? Where's that? Ooh. All right, I'm gonna take a chance to do this. Share, right? Let me show you something. Oh, darn. Okay, that's all right. I'll eat up my time doing it. Where the fuck? Here we go. Eagle. That's what I want. Okay. So I'm not going in the Bible, but he talked about teaching their language in their school. I got no problem with that, right? Hold on one second. Where is my thing to share? This stuff is all over the place, man. I freaking hate this stuff. Zoom. Here we go. Zoom. All right. Share screen, right? So here we go, right? Right here. Can you see my screen? Garfield, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. I could see you.
Okay. Oldest Hebrew inscriptions. I'm not in the Bible. Oldest Hebrew inscriptions, because the Hebrew deals with more than just the Bible, right? Oldest Hebrew inscriptions. Numerous older tablets have been found in the region with similar scripts written in other Semitic languages, for example, Proto-Semitic. It is believed that the original shapes of the script go back to Egyptian hieroglyphs. So we don't care that you're teaching your language in your fake school. It comes from our stuff. You're a copy. Everything about you is like, we had a name for you, pleather. Back in the day, you're not real leather, you're pleather. Okay, so I mean, let's just keep it 100, right? Share screen. Let me get back to the real deal. Here we go. Right? So the Sebaites, That's what this word means, kedef, to gather the sayings. Gathering the sayings, the collection, you end up with the Seba'it, written teaching and instructions. Now, what they're depending on, they know we all know the Bible. How are you bragging about black people that were colonized, had their names taken, their memories wiped clean, and just used the only thing that they had? So they were supposed to fail because they were in that position? No, they made the best out of a bad situation and they used what they had. That's more about their own intelligence than it is about the Bible. And even if it is the Bible, you can't prove they weren't looking at Kemetic literature in the Bible because it's documented as being in there. Either way, you lose this debate by virtue of logic, okay? But you're not logical, so it doesn't really matter, right? So here we go, blueprint, okay? They know that you don't know the literature. They don't know the literature, right? This is the Seba'it, the first and oldest testament. When they collected the sayings, they put them down in writing. This is the first scripture on planet Earth. You're looking at it. And remember, it's the same word. Kedet, kedut, keds, the ked, slope of a pyramid. It's about character. I showed it to you. Go back and look. That's why it says surud, strengthen, maintain, perpetuate, restore buildings. When you talk about restoring buildings, and the same word for this slope means character, and the same word ked or kedut means building up the character of a person. I showed you, it said build me up. I documented it for you. It's all integrated. Theirs is not integrated because it's all a copy, period. Oh, I'm not talking about it. Guidance. Seba'it also means guidance. Guidance is a synonym for guard, okay? In fact, if you look at the word guidance, it comes from the word guard. Look it up. So that means without guidance, you are vulnerable. That's what Seba'it means. You are vulnerable. They know that since we were stripped of our Seba'it, we have been vulnerable as a people. So they take advantage of that by shoving the Bible in front of your face. Okay, here we go. What is it about? Right thinking and right action, the opposite of mental illness, which is the #1 thing plaguing our community. Okay, death and salvation in ancient Egypt. It talks about the purpose of the Seba'it. Listen and pay attention. I'm gonna try to make it through. This is very important because it shows you the role of the Father and the Son and how the ancient Egyptians understood, the Kemetic people understood this. Introduction. For the Egyptians, integration into society was the most important and the most effective way of enhancing their life and denying their subjection to death. They had a saying, one lives if another guides him. One thus lived in the full sense of the word when another gave him guidance. As the Egyptians conceded, there was a crucial aspect of human personality that did not develop from the inside to the outside, but in the opposite direction, from the outside to the inside. This is why society matters. Society comes first, not the community. The society can either make a community successful or it can destroy a community. So he's not prioritizing, right? Because the Bible can't teach you that. They made the essential distinction within the totality of a person, not that between the body and the soul, but that between the individual self and the social self. The souls of the individual are bodily substituted the body and the shadow, while the social self was comprised of the ka and the name. The intactness and the vividness of the social self was as important to life as the intactness and health of the individual self. At birth, life was just a possibility, one that was actualized only when the social self was developed through a process of socialization, hence the root word for society, social. Life was thus more a matter of culture than of nature. It was in this respect that the Egyptians viewed the possibility of prolonging life beyond its biological limitations through cultural effort. The setting of these instructions in this literature, it was always a father who was the teacher instructing his son in the rules of what? Living with others. This is what the Black community does not have, okay? This instruction because the father's out of the home, right? This instruction had an unmistakably what? Testamentary character. This is where you get your term Old Testament, New Testament from. It comes from the Seba'it. Idiots. It was a bequest of the father to the son, who was supposed to take his place amongst the living and see the continued existence of the father. In the previous chapter, we cited the description of old age from instructions of Ptah as an example of the physical experience of morality. Here we wish to consider it in its context where it serves as the motive for the instruction of the son. Ptah's reference to his old age leads to his request for the king's permission to instruct his son. May this servant be a command to make himself a staff of old age. Then shall I tell him the words of the hearers, the thoughts of the predecessors who once heeded the gods, or who once served the ancestor kings. Then the majesty of this God spoke. If you instruct him in the words of the past, he will be a model for the sons of high officials. What is heard will enter him, along with all of the reliability of one who speaks to him, for no one is born wise. Reliability, that's what Kemet was about producing and engineering. Reliable men. That's why it was called the father-son constellation. On the threshold of death, an old man passes the summary of his knowledge along to his son. This was the typical situation in which Egyptian wisdom was handed down. It had both an initiatory and a testamentary character. That's where the Hebrews and the Christians got all of that shit from, being initiated and having testaments. For the mortuary cult and the wisdom had the same root, the father-son constellation. The point of the father-son constellation was mutual. See, this repairs the father-son relationship in the Black community. And they know that by taking this is what destroyed us. The Bible does not give you this back. The son endowed his deceased father with life by pronouncing his name, intervening on his behalf, restoring and maintaining his place and status in society. So the father is still effective in society even after he's gone. The father endowed his son with life first by introducing him into society, by raising him into a life in society, and thereby socializing him. You cannot be raised into life in the community, and that requires a society. This slave mentality man talking to you does not know any of this. This is the meaning of the maxim, one lives if another guides him. Here we are dealing with the connectivity during life. Just as the deceased person lives again if his name is mentioned, so a living person is alive only in the full sense of the word, only if another is there to give him guidance. True life requires at least two persons. Obviously, the conditions the Egyptians called life in its full sense did not begin with birth, but only with someone else was there to provide guidance. That's why you have people walking around like the living dead on 125th Street and all these other Black communities, because they had no guidance. Not a goddamn Bible. They had no guidance. A man was alive by virtue of his entering into a constellative community that included his friends, family, superiors, and subordinates. Egyptian ethics was connective because it arose from an image as death as disconnectedness. That's what death it is, the ultimate form of isolation, and thus of death as isolation and the collapse of connection. When someone dies, they are eternally beyond your reach. Isolation. So they built a society on the opposite, which is life, true connectedness, true life. See, the Bible can't give you this, doesn't know anything about this. Its goal was to make a person live through integration. A pupil who was unable to hear was thus incapable of being guided by others. Like Tazaryach, he was like one of the living dead. That is what you are. You are a zombie. You are a living dead zombie. You want to know what our scriptures teach and what subjects we master? Here you go. The Bible cannot touch this. They know that you don't know about our literature. Nobody has taught you. Nobody's introduced you. It deals with accusation, defamation, gossip, rumor, slander, acknowledgement, credit, reward, action, age, anger, burning, evil, animals, arrogance, boasting, bragging, pride, caution, character, cleanliness, community. Community, all right? Our stuff teaches you about community. Conflict and resolve, consequences, law, punishment, conservation and expenditure, correction, instruction, listening, teaching, courage, coveting, death, decay, deception, despair, discouragement, worry, destiny, fate, fortune, discretion, modesty, reserve, discernment, eating, effectiveness, ineffectiveness, evil, faith, fidelity, falsehood, family, fathership, fear, females, focus. You won't even find that word fathership in the Bible. Females, focus, food, fools, friendship, generosity, giving, gluttony, greed, overeagerness, God, goodwill, hate. All of our stuff teaches all of this. The Bible comes nowhere close. Health, heart, hierarchy, home, ignorance, intergenerational transmission, inebriation, substance abuse, judgment, justice, killing, knowledge, leadership, listening, love, males, marriage, maturity, measured, money, business, wealth, mothers, numbers, order, patience, peace, piety, planning, preparation, politics, poverty, power, preparation, power, protection, safety, protocol, race, real estate, reciprocity, relationship, reputation, resources, respect, responsibility, revenge, retribution, retaliation, rude, ruin, science, self-control, service. You want to talk about building the Bible? They used the Bible to build Black Wall Street. How long did Black Wall Street last? How long did it last? How long did Kemet last? 5,000 years more. You want to compare something that people that built a Bible, that used the Bible to build something, none of them built anything that lasted 5,000 years. You'll sound stupid. You'll sound mentally ill because you are. Revenge, rude, ruin, science, self-control, service, sex, shame, social sonship, speech, stability, success, theft, time, timing, travel, trust, violence, war, waste, wise work, worthiness, writing, extras. Oh, those are things to remember. I went into extras. Now watch this. Hold on 1 second. How much time I got left? Talk to me. How much time do I have left?
You have 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes, brother.
I have 2.5 minutes. Thank you very much. All right. Here we go. Okay, cool. Let me come right here. All right, matter of fact, come here. Here we go. There. Okay, here we go. Right. So, no. Let's do this right. Let me see. How do I get this back up? Here we go.
You got 2.5 minutes left, brother.
I know. I'm doing my best. Here we go. Play from current slide. Here we go. All right, now I got to share my screen. Let me share my screen.
I paused it.
All right, let me share my screen. Thank you. I appreciate that. Share my screen. Okay, I'm ready to start again. Let's go. Right? In matter, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Martin Bernal.
Okay. In matters of sexual circumscription, Black Athena, the Afro-Asiatic roots classical civilization, Dr. Martin Bernal, PhD, Cambridge University. It says right here, Orpheus talking about Greek culture. Now remember, the original Bible is not written in Hebrew. It's written in Greek. It's written in Greek. Freaks, homosexuals. It's written in the language of homosexuals. It's not written in Hebrew. Septuagint was not written in Hebrew originally. It was written in Greek. They created the letter of Aristaeus to pretend it was originally written in Hebrew. It's a lie. It was written in Greek. So was the New Testament, originally in Greek. Homosexual languages. What does it say? It talks about the Greeks. Orpheus and Dionysus seemed in many ways to duplicate each other similarly, but with some hostility between them. Egyptian society appears to have been rather intolerant of homosexuality. That's a fact. Here you go. Oxford Dictionary. What does intolerant mean? Not tolerant of views, beliefs, or behaviors that differ from one's own. That means that they were not into homosexuality, not only not into it, but strongly against it. That's documented. Okay? So you want to talk about what we teach? Go into the Bible. Here's the original text right here, primary source, number 19. O-M-M-T, snake who came forth from the place of execution. I have not committed homosexuality. Oh, you whose faith is behind him, who came forth from the cavern of wrong. I have neither misconducted myself or copulated with a boy. So they're against homosexuality and pedophilia. Hold on. Penises shall travel into ready vaginas and vulvas in the position. That's from the pyramid text. The first one was from the Book of the Dead. Our writings. We don't need your Bible. We know what our morals are. You never heard this. This is from, what you call it? A minimo, right? You really need to read that. If you are a man of worth, or Tahotep, if you are a man of worth and produce a son by the grace of God, if he is straight, do you see the word, you retard? If he is straight and takes after you, takes good care of your possessions, do for him all that is good. He is your son, your Kabi got him. Don't withdraw your heart from him. Straight. They actually use the word straight. What is straight? Look at the dictionary. Right here, adjective, informal, heterosexual. You want to talk about what we teach? The only way you can convince Hebrew Israelites that something is wrong with Kemet is for you to lie, misrepresent, cheat, and steal. And that's how you represent your God? You ain't even representing your God. You're misrepresenting our God. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Okay? Say his name right.
Time, my brother. Time.
Okay.
All right. That's the third and final round from are you guys get off mic, Captain? Do you guys want to do a question and answer period?
Yes, they do.
All right.
Hey, you can't answer for us, man.
Yes, I could.
It's 7 minutes. And listen. The problem is this now, right? We got to be under real control in this segment.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give y'all 1 minute, right, just to compose y'all questions.
Hey,
or whatever
I can go first.
do.
I don't have no questions.
Okay, I'll go first. But Tazaryach, I gotta say something to you. I have a lot of respect for you, bro. The fact that you even took this debate, because a lot of cats would have been scared, and you stepped up. I think you did a piss poor job, but you certainly made an effort to prove your point. But it's a dead point, especially when compared to the facts and the document. But
hold on, Shaka.
yeah.
Can I say
It's like
something?
a closing argument. Hold on.
Okay. All
Let's
right.
not even do that right now.
Oh, so what are we doing now? So what are we doing now?
Wait, Garfield, can I just say something back? I won't even take that long.
Yeah, go ahead, beloved.
Appreciate it. Doc, I have no respect for you.
Okay, that's fine. I know you wanted to upstage me. That's fine.
I ain't interrupt you.
That was good. That was good.
I appreciate it. But I have none.
That's cool.
The way you...
I don't expect you to.
I could tell because you can't say I don't respect you after you said I got respect for you. Unless you a liar.
I didn't say I didn't respect you. I didn't say I didn't respect you.
Okay.
I said I don't expect you to have respect.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So now, with that said,
although you're lying because you told Sanetta that you did.
I
So
can't even talk.
Because you're
hold on,
lying.
hold on,
now.
hold on, hold
Again.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
But
Let's do this. This is not a good idea right now.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Only
Let's
from
do
his
this.
side because he interrupted me.
Yeah, but hold on, Captain. Hold on 1 second.
You
Captain,
gotta let Captain finish. Let him finish.
Let him
go ahead,
finish.
Captain. Finish your point.
So the
Go
reason
ahead.
why I say that is because before this debate, I did. I would say I always give you the position of being like the best Kemet guy, and you came in here, and I felt like I was debating the other Shaka that Sinetta brought on here that interviewed him. This is horrible. It's a horrible debate. That's why I ain't got no questions. But that's all I got. That's it. That's
You're
all.
supposed to say that.
No,
That's called
Shaka,
frontal.
you gotta let him finish. It's one
No, I
night.
was done.
Hell, I
done.
didn't go on for 20 minutes. The hell, I heard we had to say
Hold on, guys. We getting out of control right now. Let's do it. Now, Captain, do you have any questions for Shaka?
No, that's why I asked if Shaka would go first, and I think Shaka said he would.
All right, Shaka, do you have any questions for Captain?
Yes, I do.
All right, so I'm gonna put the clock on for 7 minutes, and we're gonna do 5 questions. What's up, Cap?
I was just gonna say I just wanted Shaka to go first, and then maybe I have some questions after that. So
That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna give you the opportunity, brother. I wouldn't leave you to drive like that. All right. And listen, once Shaka asks you the question, you're gonna have to answer. Shaka, you can't interrupt him while he's answering the question because both mics are open. So we got to be under control. All right,
but let me say this real quick, because if Shaka is in the point of asking his questions for the 5 minutes, once Shaka say I'm good with that, you gotta let him be good, because it's Shaka's time. The same way with Captain Tazaryach. When Tazaryach say I'm good with it, then you got to move on because he's wasting Tazaryach.
So he could stop me, right? So he could stop me when he feels he's satisfied. That's what you're saying.
And you can stop him when you feel he's satisfied.
I'm just making sure I understand.
Yes, because you know how people draw it out, and then that's your time going.
Right. I got it.
So once y'all both feel that you're satisfied with the answer, you can move on and stop them.
All right. I'm gonna put the clock. It's 7 minutes. I'm gonna start the clock right now. Shaka Amos, are you ready with your first question, brother?
Yeah, I'm ready with the first question.
I remember. Hold on 1 second. Shaka, can you read the flyer? I don't have. Hold on. Do I have the flyer here? Let me see if I got the flyer on my computer. It says, "Whose ancient writings can fix the Black community? Whose records are stronger?" This is the early flyer I have. I don't have the.
All right. The proper title for this joint is "Whose ancient writings can fix the Black community? Whose records are stronger?" Captain can only use the Bible. Shaka can only use the Kemetic records.
All right. So let's start the questions. Let's start the questions. And Shaka, I'm gonna start the time in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead, my brother.
All right. So, Tazaryach, you are continually bringing the Bible front and center, and you make the claim that because the slaves used it, it is therefore the best thing for us to use because it worked for the slaves. So those same slaves who fought to get free during the Civil War, they used muskets to defend themselves. Are you therefore saying that because muskets were the best thing at the time, that we should still use muskets in warfare in modern age in an advanced period? Is that what you're saying?
No, I would never say we should use muskets because technology changes. So guns changed. Even the formation of guns, where you had to make the gunpowder, stick the gunpowder, jam it down with the little rod, then you shoot it one at a time. Now they got semi-automatics. They got automatics. So that wouldn't make sense. But from a Bible perspective, love thy brother as thyself, thou shalt not commit adultery. The dietary law, what foods we can eat, what foods we cannot eat, that's eternal. Right. Like, for example, fins and scales. There ain't a fish that has fins.
Okay, I'm good. You answered my question. All right, so you're saying because technology has advanced, therefore we don't need to use muskets. So what I submit to you is that the Sebaites that I showed, all of that deals with technology as well. It deals with human technology, the building up of people. You saw in the word Ked, it said build me up. That's what it literally means, build me up, character-wise. And character responds to both intellect and morality. This is the point I'm making. This is the point that this is what the documentation showed, right? So what I'm saying is that being that the Kemetic literature was far more advanced than the biblical literature. It only makes sense if we're going to use advanced technology. It only makes sense to go with the Kemetic technology because it's far more advanced.
Shaka, you support. Hold on, Shaka.
All right, so I got another question.
Yeah,
all right, let me ask another question. All right, so let me see what other question I have here. I'm gonna have to make something up. Okay, so let me ask you this. Them saved slaves, because you keep hopping on the slaves using the Bible, right? So those same slaves that use the Bible to do this, that, and the third, which I commend them for. I commend the slaves, right? And I commend the Kemetic literature inside the Bible that may have played a role in inspiring them. Most likely did play a role in inspiring them. So my question to you is this: those same slaves who fought in the Civil War to get free, they also used the horse and buggy, right? So are you saying that because the horse and buggy worked best for us at that time, that we should use the horse and buggy today in order to get around?
Again, no, I'm not. The title of the debate was which records can fix the Black community.
No, I know that, but I'm asking.
I'm addressing
your logic.
Shaka, hold on. You gotta let him answer, bro.
All right, I'm letting him answer. I'm letting him answer.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So asking me about a horse and buggy, we would be behind times,
right? Because
everybody else would be driving vehicles. Right. But using that Bible as inspiration, we would never be behind times. Those slaves, the reason why I applaud those type of slaves or those type of Christians, because the scriptures that said, be amongst yourselves, don't be integrated, that's what those slaves did to become great. In today's times, we're so worried about being integrated, we won't segregate like the Bible said. And even though they segregated, they still built amongst themselves and dealt with other nations economically. We could learn a lot from that. So that's how you follow. Hope I answered the question.
Okay, so you also made a statement. You said Christianity is Black power, right? So you read that when you were reading your literature and talking about how Christianity is Black power. So my question to you is, how can a book that was written by Greeks in the Greek language, right? How can that book be Black power if it's Greeks that wrote it? And in many respects, it was written for a Greek audience. Most of the places that Paul purportedly spoke at, like Corinth and places like that, were to Greek-speaking people. How can that represent Black power in its essence? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm just trying to make it equate. I'm trying to integrate the two things.
It was an American that wrote that book, Black Power.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But he was Black.
Yeah.
Just like they could be, like Paul was a Roman citizen, but he was an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin specifically. So there's a such thing as having a citizenship and then who you are ethnically. So when y'all say Greeks wrote this and Greeks wrote that and Paul was this and Paul was that, Paul was an Israelite, but he was also a Roman. So you can have citizenship in anywhere. If I go to London, like I'm going to London in September, I'm gonna be over there as London. I'm gonna be an American citizen, but I'm Black. Your citizenship and your ethnicity are two different things. So the New Testament was not written by Greeks, like as in white people. It was written by people that were called Greeks. Last thing, Maccabees, the second Maccabees 6 and 6 said they made it illegal to profess yourself to be a Jew. So you were forced to take on Greek and Roman citizenship or Greek and Roman identity, but that doesn't make you those people. The Greeks conquered everywhere. The Ptolemies, for example.
All right, I don't want to eat up the rest of my time. Thank you for your answer. This is another question that I have, and this one I'm not even writing down. It's really just coming genuinely from me. Being that it's been so heavily documented that there's so much Kemetic literature in the Bible, there's just so much of it in there, and it's constantly being documented. My question to you is, why does that disturb you so much? Why does that fact bother you so much when it's just a matter of fact? And then a question I would attach to that is, what are the implications of that? Like what should we take from that? And this is a genuine question, right? Mm-hmm. So Sanetta told me I shouldn't be. He said, "See, I told you, Shaka, if you try to be respectful, whatever. I don't care. The fact that you have no respect for me doesn't mean much. You don't respect
No,
Go to
only
church,
in debates,
facts.
not as a person, Shaka. Not as a person. Like if I see
Right.
you.
You talking about debate wise? Okay,
I'm
no
talking
problem. I
about- I'm not
respect that.
talking about it as a person. Like
Right.
I remember when I seen you in the gym in front of the school that time, and we chopped it up for a second. I'm just talking about from a
Okay.
debate.
All right, I respect that. Okay, I respect that.
All right, time,
Okay.
time's
The
up.
fact, look, the
Time's
fact
up.
that you lost
Time's
this
up.
debate, the
Time's
fact
up.
that you
Time's
lost this
up.
debate,
Hold on,
don't hold
Shaka.
it against me.
Shaka, time's up.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Can I
Time's
answer
up.
this question though?
Yeah, go ahead, answer. Go ahead. Mhm.
So the question, excuse me, the thing you brought out with the Amina Pope and Proverbs didn't bother me, the subject matter outside of violating the rules of the debate. And I just wanted to point out that you did it. And I did it on purpose. If you ask Sinetta, he'll tell you, I texted him and said, I'm about to F this up because I just wanted the people to know that you was getting off subject. The Proverbs versus Amina Pope, I already have it in my slide. If I was to share my screen, I had it in my slide with Jabari. The argument is a historical timeline one. An Egyptologist by the name of Patrick Clark already broke this down. If you want the article, you send me your email, I'll send it to you. When you adjust the timeline, you'll see that Proverbs comes before Amina Pope. So the argument, because they're basing it off a 3 timeline, I think CEC, hold on, I'm just pulling it up here. The conventional timelines are the CEC, the 3-age system, the stone, bronze, and Manethos timeline. And there's problems with all 3 of them. Those 3 timelines don't even agree. If you do someone that do the
I have a question for you about your source. How old is your source? This Egyptologist that you're talking about.
I would say it's in.
Don't say it should be out there. It should be on there because you're probably reading an outdated source.
No, it's in my PowerPoint. It's in the 2000s.
But no, we're saying it's in the 2000s. Okay,
yeah, I'll pull it. Yeah, if you send
Right.
me your joint, I'll send it to you. The guy's name.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, the guy's name is Patrick Clark. Instructions. I'm sorry, it's written by Patrick Clark, who is an Egyptologist.
Mhm.
And so they point out the flaws in the timeline, which even when you and I first debated on the street,
Right.
and I told you about the timeline, you agree with me that the timeline was not in agreements with each other. Because you can have the king's list, but you have pharaohs in Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt ruling at the same time. So that's not accurate. And when the timeline is adjusted, the Amina Pope the Proverbs takes precedence over Amina Pope. So
Hey, I'm gonna stop. Hold on. I'm gonna stop this right here. Stop.
All right.
Stop. Now it's Captain Tazaryach. If you want to question Shaka, I'll put you on the clock for 7 minutes. Do you have any questions for Shaka, my brother?
I probably won't need the whole time. I probably only got like 2 questions. All right.
All right. Tell me when you want to start.
I'm gonna start now.
All right, go ahead.
In your second and third round, you was bringing up the pyramid and how it reads and stuff like that. How would you make what you presented today applicable in real time in society? Like, how would you do that?
It's pretty easy for the most part. The first thing that you have to do is it's very important to get the language right. When the language is not right, you end up running in circles trying to solve a problem that you're not equipped to solve, because language and psychology go together, right? So the first thing you have to do is get the language right. And the reason I pointed to the pyramid was because I wanted people to see that, I wanted people to understand what it represents and how it relates to mental health. There's a direct connection. You cannot build a stable, and the key word is stable. You cannot build a stable civilization that outlasts and lives longer than all other civilizations in recorded history. You can't do that with mentally ill people. You can only do that with people who have a sound mind and who have stability inside. That is what is missing from the Black community. Stability, psychological stability, moral stability. And white people know this. They're not stupid. The only people who don't know it is our community. That's why we're the laughing stocks of the world. That's why you walk into our communities and we look crazy, because we're not psychologically stable, right? Just look at the way we behave in the streets, the things that we do to each other. We're not stable. And so I showed that pyramid so that people could understand the correlation. The fact that they use the same word for character and for building up people and for engineering societies is the same word they use for the slope of the pyramid. So that if you look at the name of the pyramid, which is shining.
I'm good right there.
Right. Okay.
So now, with that said, can you demonstrate who from the Kemetic side, whether it's you or someone else, like we as the Israelites, we actively go out to push what we believe in.
Right.
Can you show who actively goes out and push the things that you said, like in the streets, in the communities? Are you doing that?
I must be, because all the people in the streets of communities come up to me when I'm in the street. So somehow I'm reaching them. So I mean, I personally don't think that the fact that you are standing on the street corner, I mean, there are people that sell bean pies on the street corner. I think the average person who is selling something on the corner would much rather be selling something in a store or selling it online, brick and mortar, or one or the other, than being out on the street corner. Street corner speaking has always been considered bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? I'm not saying our greatest didn't do it. 9 times out of 10, they did it for whatever reasons. But the place where a lot of this is taking place, is it in the street? Yeah, it's in the street. You know, we were famous for being on 125th Street. We know House of Conscience was out there for years. You know, we got you and me on video in the street.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Garfield, I don't have no more questions. I'm good.
All righty. So at this moment, hold on, let me stop this, reset it.
All right, I have a question for both of them. If we up to that, Garfield.
Yeah, go ahead. You can ask your question.
I would like to ask Shaka. First thing I want to say, when you first opened up in your first round, I was a little confused. But now I understand when you was talking about the psychology. I was like, damn, Shaka, get on point, get on topic. And then you tied it all together when you got to part 3. Talk about how important that was when you was talking about the mental health and all these other things. And then you showed it in part 3, right, in ancient Kemet, dealing with the pyramid. How important was that, brother?
Well, actually, I showed it before that when I referenced the introduction to Amenemop and Miriam Lichtheim, when she spoke about right thinking and right action. That's the reason I referenced that so early. Really, I shouldn't have had to go any further than that. The debate was actually won at that moment. For anybody who has any intelligence, the debate was over. It really was. Everything else was superfluous. And I just went through the machinations. But the reality of it is that it's really what you call an umbrella problem. If you can't ground zero your problem, you're going to be confusing symptoms with the actual problem. And you're going to miss it.
I'm good. I just wanted to ask that because a lot of people would think you was off topic like me, but come to find out, you was right on point. So Captain Tazaryach, I have a question for you, brother. Shaka talked about the horse and the buggy. And does that mean that you can use that today? Does that mean it was successful? Your response was no, because technology changes and we got to catch up to date with the technology. So would that be a flaw in your Bible? Because you teach and the Bible teach that the sky is going to crack open and horses and chariots is going to come from the sky. So are there literally horses and chariots?
Horses and buggies.
Because you can't say, oh no, because we got cars now, but the Bible says horses and chariots. So is it going to be horses and chariots, brother? Or we can't use the word horses no more because we in a new time period. But that's not what the Bible said. It said horses and chariots. Talk to me.
I see Sarnetta drunk the same shit Shaka did today. He had to have drunk the same shit. When you read the Bible also says, if I read Acts 1:9, it says, and when he looked up and spoke these things while they beheld, he was taken up in the cloud, received him out of their sight. So as it says a cloud, am I looking for a cloud to come back? No, I'm not, because I understand the metaphor. Chariot is a metaphor. When they tell you to go get a sword, it's not talk about a literal sword, it's talk about getting something to fight, because it's a metaphor for defending yourself. It's a metaphor for fighting. So the chariots and horses that you see in the scriptures in Revelation, the 6th chapter, it talks about a black horse, a red horse, and a pale horse. All of them are metaphors. It's visions, it's dreams. It's to be interpreted to something that happens. So
how do you determine between what's a metaphor?
No. Stop right there. I got a question for both of you guys, and then we're going to go to closing arguments. This is a simple question, and it's the same question for both of you guys.
Okay.
What is one thing within the Kemetic writings that you would apply right now to this society, right now to our community, that would benefit us the most? That's to Shaka Amos first.
That's to Shaka Amos first?
Yes.
The very first thing that I would do is I would reintroduce the Black community to the original scripture from which the Bible came, right? So it's kind of like I was talking to someone yesterday. I don't remember who it was, But my thing is that if they went into the Kemetic literature to take things out, that means they're editing, right? How do you know they took out the best stuff? Maybe they left the best stuff in the original corpus. So if there are things in the original corpus that can solve all of our problems, it only makes sense to leave the copy alone and go back into the original corpus. And when you go back into the original corpus, it's going to blow your mind, because that's where you're going to see all the answers that will solve your problem. All of the answers that will solve our problems are in the original text. But if you don't notice that, because my last question, I'm going to say the last thing. My last question to Tazaryach, which I wanted to ask and never got to, was
no. I just wanted you to answer that question. There's no more questions after this one. So
who's that person, man?
Who is that? Hold on there. Hold on 1 second. All right.
It's a question to me, right, Garfield?
Yeah, the question to you, Tazaryach, what is the one thing in the Bible that you would use out of scriptures today that would help the entire Black community?
No sweat. Unlike Shaka, that's going to send y'all to go do research, I'll just read it. This is Matthew 22:38. I'm going to read to verse 40, 3 verses. I'm sorry, verse 37 to 40, 4 verses. Yahweh said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, with all thy mind. Verse 38. This is the first and great commandment. Verse 39. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Verse 40. On these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Why are those 2 laws important? What is plaguing the Black community is the hatred that we have, the selfishness, the murder, the killing, the robbing. We don't know, the lack of compassion, the lack of empathy to feel for somebody when they're in pain. And we don't have that, but we do want people to feel for us. So if we learn to love our brother and sister like we loved ourselves, that would be the start. And that requires action. So as I tell that to people, and I do to them what I would want somebody to do to me, I'm not robbing them no more. I'm not selling drugs no more. I'm not sleeping with their woman no more. There's so much. And then in doing that, you keep in every single law that's in the Bible. So to answer your question directly, those 4 verses are what I would read to them.
Hey, thank you so much, brothers. We're going to have closing arguments for 5 minutes. I'm going to set the clock. I'm going to start with Shaka Amos with his 5 minutes closing regarding this topic, this beautiful debate that we just had.
Hey, Garfield, before that, real quick, I want everybody to know Sarnetta Studios will be doing the after debate. And so this is the first time. After this, it will not be any more videos made. So I welcome Tazaryach to come in and drop it. Shaka come in and drop it. Y'all ain't got to stay because, you know, we don't do debates after the debate. So it will be a after debate on Sarnetta Studios right after this. Go ahead.
All right. So Shaka, hold on. Just let me know once you start speaking, I'm going to start the clock. All right, you got 5 minutes to closing argument. Let me mute my mic. Go ahead, my brother. Yeah, unmute your mic, Shaka. Hold on, Shaka, before you speak, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Shaka is going to speak for 5 minutes, his closing argument, and then Tazaryach, and then the debate is completely over. But before
Shouldn't
you
Tazaryach close out first? He always closed out last. He closed out last on the other one.
Hold on, beloved, because he started the debate. He was first.
Yeah, I didn't close out last.
He's gonna close out tonight. All right. So hold on. Before they close out or anything, I want to say to everybody that participated in this debate, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and following the rules. If you came in late, shoot me an email tomorrow at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and I will send you a full copy of this debate. All right. I'm gonna say that again. If you came in late and you want to see the entire debate, shoot me an email and I will send you the entire debate. It's askbrothergarfield@gmail.com.
And one more thing, we got Sanchez going up against Unk coming up. And then we got Pastor Bennett versus Chris Harris. So that's coming up as well.
All right, cool. All right. I was going to tell you I wanted to debate Chris Harris Memorial Day weekend that Sunday, but since you're going to have him with Pastor Bennett, because I need to put that work in. But anyway, Shaka Amos, you got 5 minutes, beloved. I'll start the clock whenever you're ready, and we going. Let's go.
Okay, give me 1 second. Slideshow.
Hey, Brandon, Ashley, you're late. So since you just came in, just send me an email at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and I will send you a copy of the entire debate. Anyone who just came in late, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com.
Okay. Are you ready?
All right.
Are you ready?
Go ahead, beloved. Mhm.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So what I'm going to do, since he wanted to read from inside his text, I'm going to read from the Sebayet so they can hear the literature and see what it says. Okay? This is chapter 30 from Aminamo. It's the final chapter. It's a very, very long chapter. Okay? In fact, I'll just give you a quick, all of this is Aminamo. People only ever hear about the few that ended up in Proverbs. It's very long. Okay? But I want to read the last part too so you can see what it says, how important these Sebayets are. It says, mark for yourself these 30 chapters. They please, they instruct. They are the foremost of all books. The text is telling you they are the foremost of all books. They teach the ignorant, like Tazaryach. If they are read to an ignorant man, he will be purified through them. Seize them. This is why he laughed at me about telling the people to do research. What do you think is the main thing missing from the Black community? Guidance without research equals what? There's a shitload of ignorance. If they are read to an ignorant man, he will be purified through them. Seize them. Put them in your mind. And have men interpret them, explaining as a teacher. As to a scribe who is experienced in his position, he will find himself worthy of being a courtier. That's what this whole thing was about. It was about training men to be courtiers, making each of us worthy of operating within the court of a king. That means you have to be a highly capable human being. And your behavior and your self-control has to be at a high level. That's what it was teaching us, how to be men. But if you don't read the Sebayets, most of you have never heard that before. But there's so much more in it. There's so much more in it that tells you how to behave. Do not expose a widow if you have caught her in the fields, nor fail to give her away if she is accused, right? Do not turn a stranger away from your oil jar, right? Do not let yourself be reported to God when he rises with the words, another young man has reproached an elder. In other words, don't disrespect an elder. That's what it tells you. Do not reproach someone older than you, for he has seen the sun before you. Okay? This whole thing is about character. The whole entire thing. Okay? So, and it says right here, and give a hand to an old man filled with beer. Respect him as his children would. It's telling you about your character. It's raising you up in right behavior so that you don't get caught out there with bad mistakes because of your character. Okay? It says what else? It gives you specific rules. Do not stay in a tavern and join someone greater than you. So it's telling you that the mode of behavior, things you should not do in life. If you go to a party, don't try to commiserate too much with people that are greater than you did, because you might end up doing yourself more harm than good, right? How fortunate is he? A perfect example. Tazaryach went and hooked up with this dude, Whack 100, and look what ended up happening. Whack 100 ended up eating him a new asshole all over the internet, making him look bad. That's what this, if he would have read that Sebayet, he would have known not to do that. This is what I'm talking, it's little things. It's the little things that undo a person, right? Do not jeer at a blind man or tease a dwarf, neither interfere with the condition of a cripple. It's telling you how to be as a human being. And there's tons of this stuff. That's why they went in there and took it. They took a few little pieces and left all of the best stuff behind. You idiots want to stay with the copy? Stay with the copy. I don't care. I know where the best stuff is. I'm not going to tell somebody not to eat at a fast food restaurant just because I eat at a 5-star restaurant. If I can eat at a 5-star restaurant, I'm going to eat at a 5-star restaurant. If you want to stay with the poor stuff, stay with the poor stuff. And the reason it tells you why you do not tease a cripple or a blind person or a dwarf, it says, do not taunt a man who is in the hand of God, nor scowl at him if he errs. All right? You don't know why God put that misfortune on that person. So it's telling you, don't do that.
30 seconds.
Okay, not a problem, right? Do not allow your discussions to be brought outside so that your heart will not be grieved. Okay, the heart of a man is the beak of God. So take care not to slide it. That means when God speaks to you, he speaks to his heart. He speaks to your heart. Okay. What else? If you are satisfied with false words, enjoy yourself with your spittle. In other words, don't speak too much. If you're like Tazaryach is constantly saying things that are untrue, right? It's telling you, hey, if that's what you enjoy doing, and enjoy the saliva with which you do it, because you're gonna have to reap the rewards.
Time.
Okay.
You went over like 5 seconds.
Okay, no problem.
I'll do the same for you. Thank you, Brother Shaka Amos. Beautiful job tonight. I appreciate your presence. Peace and love to you. Captain Tazaryach, you're up, beloved. You have your 5-minute closing remarks. And then Sarnetta, you could start the show now. And by the time he's done, we could get everybody to go over there so we could talk about this in the after debate show. All right. So Captain, as soon as you start speaking, I will start the clock.
I appreciate Shaka. You should have did that shit in the first round. That shit you just said. You did your closing. He's definitely retarded. Because he did the stuff in the closeout what he should have did in the first round. Brother, if y'all go back and watch this debate, this brother had about 10 slides. 10 slides. He was repeating shit. He spent the first 5 minutes on mental health, but didn't show how Kemet actively does the work for mental health, where we can go out and show active work for mental health within the Bible. I'm convinced this nigga's retarded. But in his own mind, he gonna show you. I ain't gonna get over that.
You stupid, man. Go ahead, man.
It's all right. This is me, Shaka. You funny, dude. I ain't mad at you.
Even bringing up, but what you did in that closeout is what you really should have did in the beginning. I think that, a lot of people make it seem like this debate was a trick bag because the title was, you can't talk about the Bible. And then forgetting the title was also, I can't talk about Kemet. The point was to just put on the table your information that benefits Black people, whether it be history, scripture, or otherwise. And I do the same exact thing without the bashing. I knew that if I left this debate the normal way without putting that stipulation, you could say I upped the scholarship, because it would have just been a typical, if you go back into the years of the ISUPK and look at every time an Israelite and a Kemet cat integrated or battled anybody, it always just came down to, you copied us, this didn't exist, this was gay, that was this, that was this. So I wanted to do something a little bit more different, where it forced us to just speak in a different fashion. And for even the people that say like they want their money or it wasn't a good debate, it shows maybe the mental capacity to where you just want to be entertained in a shit show instead of receiving the information. You might want to update your palette of intelligence, because I guarantee you the people that I brought out, you never heard of. You never heard of the George Bryant. You never heard of the men and women that I mentioned that was integral in giving us a blueprint for how we can live today. Everything I brought out was before integration. Those were the real Christians, or the real Israelites, or those that were inspired by God, those that knew they was in captivity, but we still had each other. And the Bible was their foundation. So in 2023, we're still in captivity, but we do have each other, and the Bible is our inspiration, and it should have been that simple. This brother didn't show anything. I showed everything. I appreciate everybody coming to this debate platform. Shaka, again, from a personal perspective, I have respect for you, but from a debate perspective, you're gonna have to listen. If you need some classes, I taught Polite how to debate too. So if you need some classes on how to debate, just hit me up, man. I will coach you.
Hey, you can go have a good cry.
The first rule of debating.
Hold on, Shaka. You gotta let him finish.
First rules of debating. Well, technically, I interrupted you first because you didn't stick to the rules. So I'm gonna give you a pass on that. I'm not even gonna say that. See, that's how professional I am.
Okay.
So with that,
professional loser, yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Sarnetta is gonna start a live stream now, so we could do an after party. Captain Tazaryach and Brother Shaka Amos is encouraged to join the after show. We're not gonna do another debate, but people are gonna pick sides and whatever. I personally would have to watch it over as a moderator, I'm more concerned about people getting off mic and interrupting the debate.
That's wise.
So,
that's wise, Garfield.
Yeah, so I'm gonna watch the debate over so I could get into what people are saying and looking at the slides and look. I gotta look at the flyer and get the topic in my brain properly and make sure it resonates. And then I'm watching each round. But peace and love to everybody, man. Sarnetta, where you at?
Okay, you don't need to watch this over again. Stop lying. Come on, man.
Garfield, I'm going live right now. People over there waiting like a bug.
Oh man.
You
Hey,
want to come in?
Sarnetta. Hey, Sarnetta.
Hold on.
Sarnetta, send that
Captain,
right now, Pop.
Captain,
now.
you want to come in and let the people know how you won? You ain't got to stay. Shaka, you could do the same thing. Now, after this stream tonight, there's no videos going to be made on our side. I hope not, Shaka. We do not make debates after the debate. Because
Right.
that's when hold on, lost.
Hold on, Sarnetta, 1 second. For everybody who came in late, shoot me an email and probably like in an hour or two, if not early in the morning, 7 o'clock Eastern, I'll shoot you a copy of the entire debate.
Yes, and we're going to say that on my channel as well.
Yeah. So anybody who didn't see it, email me at Ask Brother.
Put the poll in the chat. Put the poll in the chat.
No, everybody
Put the
left
poll here.
Hey,
Everybody-
I'm not going to call you again, Sarnetta.
Everybody, you're not allowed to come off mic though, beloved.
Sarnetta.
Who is
Yes,
that? Is
yes,
that Shaka?
Shaka.
Oh,
Sarnetta,
Shaka.
call me. Sarnetta, call me immediately, like right now, before you do anything else. Call me.
All
Yes,
right.
boss.
Hey, he
I'm
need
telling
a
you,
Shy, he need a shoulder. He need a
Nah,
shoulder.
I want to ask him. No, I
Hold
gotta
on,
ask him a question.
hold on. Let me
Little
close. Let me
man
close.
kid.
Let me close out the debate. Let me close out the stream.
Okay.
Y'all could keep talking. I want to close out the recording by say thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. And if you want a copy of the debate, ask Brother Garfield at gmail.com. And if you came in late, you could watch a replay of the debate. Peace and love. Thank you.
And sorry I had to do that to you, Tazaryach.
For supporting Sarnetta and the House of Consciousness. And for the record, please, I'm asking everybody, do not unmute your microphone. Do not unmute your microphone, and also keep your camera off. The only cameras we need to see is Brother Tazaryach and Brother Chris MVP Harris. So again, those are the rules. It's a simple rule. Keep your camera off and keep your mic muted. There's no questioning the debaters. There's none of that. They are the debaters. If you want to debate, go email Sarnetta at sar.netta@yahoo.com. All right? And you'll get on the stage and do your own thing. All right. So I want to say, first of all, thank you for both debaters for actually showing up. And let me just read out the debate timing and structure now. Now, earlier, me and Captain had a text message about the whole introduction stuff. Each debater, what I'm gonna do, Cap, is that each debater has an introduction. And I hope that's not the debate, it's just to lay out what you plan to do tonight. All right. And after that, we're gonna have each debater is gonna have 10-minute rounds. We're gonna have 2-minute rebuttals for 3 rounds. And then after that, the final part is a question and answer round. Each debater gets to ask the other debater 5 questions in a 7-minute period. And then after that is done, we're going to have closing remarks by Chris Harris first, and then Tazaryach will close out. Then the debate will be over. If the brothers want to stay on and have a dialogue with the audience after, that's when the audience could come up and they could ask questions. That's if the debaters choose to stay on. We usually do it, or we do an after show on Sarnetta or wherever. All right?
Hold on
So-
real quick. Excuse me, Garfield. Our opening statement is still 5 minutes, am I correct?
Yes, it's 5 minutes on record, but it's not sometimes, I mean, you know, it shouldn't be a long thing because you're basically introducing yourself and whatever you're doing. It's not to actually show your slides. So it's basically you just,
I'm not showing any, it's not me, it's a 5-minute opening, am I correct? That's the house rule. That's what was sent to me by Senator, am I correct?
all right, yes.
Thank you.
I don't think you won't take that long anyway. Personally, I don't think you won't take that, but you can if you want to. That's okay.
Yeah. If he wants to concede after, you know, I like to use all my time wisely. That's all.
Hey, real quick, and there's no slides. It's just the introduction of talking. Is that what
Yeah, that's an introduction of talking. That's all it is.
Okay, no sweat.
Just laying out what you're doing.
Okay.
All right. Now let me situate my timing, my clock. And hold on 1 second, family. Let me get this together. My timer. so that I could keep the time properly. And the reason why I'm wasting time because I'm trying to get some people here in who have not come yet. They're just getting the link. And all right, cool. So all right, so here we go. All right, let me just get my clock together.
Hey, I don't know if this is a house rule or not, but shouldn't the cameras remain on for both combatants, not shutting them off? Is that a house rule or no?
It's not really a house rule. It's just
Yeah. Cameras supposed to remain on because you're supposed to see the other person's face.
That's right.
Yeah.
Put that camera back on, man. It's time to rock and roll.
all right.
Stop turning the damn camera off, man. Let's go.
All right, cool. Hold on 1 second.
Since y'all want it, man, you fuck with the Bulls.
All right, talking.
Let's rock and roll.
Talk.
We don't see you yet, Chris. Come on, Chris.
And by the way, only Chris and Tazaryach's camera should be
You're the
on.
only one. Listen, the light-skinned nigga's about to take over for the next couple hours. You know what I'm saying? 2 light-skinned cats. We bringing it back. You know what I mean?
Captain is first.
Yeah. That what y'all say.
All right, give me a second, family. Let me just sort this all right here.
Y'all know all phones are on mute, right? Just make sure that all phones are on mute.
Hey, real quick, so I can't use my slides to frame my argument in my opening?
No, that's just a verbalization. Here we go. I found it. All right, here we go.
I'm not understanding that.
Start point. Sure.
No problem.
All right. All right.
Chris, that's why I was saying I didn't think we needed 5 minutes. But we'll see how it goes. Let's rock and roll. You ready? You ready yet?
All right. Everybody turn off your camera. Byron Coleman, turn off your cameras, turn off your microphone. And I want to welcome Pastor Bennett in the building. And we're going to start immediately. The first person that's going to introduce themselves, ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Tazaryach from ISUPK, represent New York, Harlem in the building. Peace and love to the brother. And you can begin. This is your introduction. There you go.
I appreciate it. I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUPK. I'm the Commander General, the leader of this nation on the face of planet Earth. The topic of this debate, I believe, is called, does the biblical Jesus copy, plagiarize from Kemet? And I think it's an important debate. I think it's a stupid debate. I'm going to be extremely ignorant in this debate, not against Chris Harris, but against this dumb information that they're trying to make be applied to the Bible. This is not about bringing up no dumbass picture of Mary, that the Madonna, the Black Madonna. That's not in the Bible. This is not about anything that's not in the Bible. If there's not a book, chapter, verse for it, I don't want it. And then the second thing, if it's coming from a pyramid text or coffin text, I hope he has the source of who had access to said pyramid text or coffin text when the New Testament was written. You're not battling a Christian, you're battling an Israelite. So that whole immaculate conception don't work here. Whatever you think you're gonna bring with Osiris ain't gonna work here. If speaking of Osiris, this nigga got a daddy. So if you make it Osiris and Horus and Jesus and it's almost like mixing and matching all of this together is gonna force me to bring up Geb, because that's Osiris' father. I don't know about y'all, but I don't know nobody that want their father that's known as either homosexual putting a penis at his mouth. Now, y'all forced me to talk about that because y'all want to talk about Osiris and Horus and Kemet. So I have to talk about what's in there. So if we're saying that it's copy and you're just taking particular words and saying, because he said this word here, like if you think about it, there's so many different verses, chapters, and books in the Bible. And to search out, it says water here. It says amen here. It says Mary here. So because it says Mary here, and this person is Marie too, or Mary too, then they copied it. That makes no sense whatsoever when there was other people named Mary around Mary. There's other people named Jesus around Jesus. It's not a unpopular name. It's a popular name. So what we have to make sure we do is keep this focused on the biblical side. So I hope this brother is prepared. That's what I plan to do, to be prepared, and we'll see what goes on from there. So that's really all I got. I'm ready to rock and roll.
All right, thank you, Brother Tazaryach. All right, let me reset this clock. Chris Harris, MVP Harris, you are up, my brother. Let me know when you're ready, and I will start the clock.
That's dope, 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 dope. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right, my name is Chris MVP Harris. I think everybody knows who I am. I'm somebody that teach against the proponents of the Bible. I teach what we call comparative mythology. I teach history, and I teach anthropology. And my argument today is simply this, that the stories found in Kemet predate the Christian narrative by some thousands of years.
Okay, gotcha.
Are we serious?
Hold on, Captain. You got to mute up, Captain.
Hey, you can give him his time back. That wasn't at you, Chris. I thought I was muted. I was talking to the camera guy. I apologize for that.
All right, I'm gonna start you over, Chris, from the beginning. And mute up, Captain. Mute up. So that error don't happen again. So let's mute up. Chris, I'm gonna start you from 0. I'm gonna give you all your time back, beloved. All right? Whenever you're ready, jump on. Let's go.
Okay, so as I was sitting up there saying before, when we see the stories inside of ancient Kemet, we know that these stories predate the biblical narrative by some 3,000 years, right? And you have many temples that teach many different things. You have the temple of Karnak, you have the temple of Heliopolis, you also have the priesthood of Ptah, you have the priesthood of Amun-Ra. So you have different cosmologies and different cosmologies that teach different things at different times. And this is what most people that follow the biblical narrative tend to fall for. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put things in their proper perspective today and show you that the characters found in Egypt or the characters found in the Bible are no different than the characters found in Egypt. And the Bible is simply a story. Mainly the New Testament Gospels are simply a story told symbolically. Symbolically, listen to what I'm saying, family, that they are symbolic of a much older story. His entire stance is God gave the New Testament. God ordained the New Testament. Therefore, the New Testament stands as the original. See, the name of the debate is not, I believe, plagiarism. Plagiarism is nowhere in this discussion. Plagiarism is nowhere in the title. It is called, is Jesus a copy of ancient Egypt? That is the name of the debate. That is the fact, not a belief. So that's what I'm here to discuss with Captain Tazaryach today. And I think at the end of this debate, I'll prove my point while he'll just do a lot of filibustering, gish galloping, red herring arguments, slippery slope arguments, and no true Scotsman arguments, and a lot of ad hoc fallacies. As he said, he's going to be acting very ignorant today, showing me that he's not really prepared for this debate. We must master the English language first before we begin to master religions, and I'm going to prove my point in my opening round. Thank you, Garfield HOK. I don't run to it, I run from, I don't run from it, I run to it. So morning coffee is in the house, man. Let's get it done.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. You do have more time if you want to, just to let you know. But if you say you're done, you're done. All right. So now it's the first round, and this is Captain Tazaryach, and he has 10 minutes. This is the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Again, keep your cameras off. If your camera is on, I'm going to move you to the waiting area, and you're not going to be able to hear the debate. All right? If your camera is on and your name is not Chris MVP Harris or Captain Tazaryach, this is simple instructions. Simple. All right? All right, so Tazaryach, you up, my brother. And I'll start.
Hey, I got 2 points.
Hey, before you go, Captain, I also want to say this because Garfield, you ain't said it yet. There's absolutely no cursing, no name calling, none of that. All right, that's all I wanted to say. At each other, I'm saying, as far as going at each other. There's no cursing and name calling with each other. All right, that's all I want to say.
For clarity, I can't say the information is ignorant.
Oh, no, you can say that. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking about.
I can't say Chris is ignorant.
Right. You can't be
Okay.
just banging on each other. That's all. And the same go for Chris. No calling each other out your names. We're going to have a clean debate here. That's it.
Definitely. That's exactly what I want. Garfield, I got 2 points of share. I want to share a video first, and then I'm going to get to
before he gets started, I'm sorry, I can't see his camera.
Can y'all
He's
see
gonna
me?
be talking though. He's gonna be talking, so you're definitely gonna see him.
Do you see me now though? He's saying, I think he said he can't see my camera.
I can't see Tazaryach at all.
I'm at the top. It looked like from what I see, I'm right next to Garfield, and you right below me from on my screen.
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere.
Garfield, can you help him out with that? Can y'all see me on the camera?
Yeah, I see you right now.
Yeah, so the way I see it, on the first row, I see Mika.
Okay, there you go. There you go, right there. I see you
you
now.
got
Yeah, I see you too. I see you. We all
All right,
see
that's
you.
right.
All right, cool. Whoever is speaking is gonna be at the forefront speaking. All right.
Got you.
Again, if you're not participating in the debate, mute your mic. All right. All right. All
All
right.
right, so Garfield, I just got 2 points of share. Before I get to my PowerPoint, I got one video, so I'm going to share that, and then you said my time will be paused as I go into my presentation. So I'm going to set up the share now. Y'all let me know if y'all can see this share right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this is my man Chris Harris, the so-called MVP, must be the MVP of the WNBA. That's not an insult, but anyway, I'm going to play this clip and see what he said. Remember, this is about, is the biblical Jesus copied from Kemet? So I just want y'all to hear what Chris says before I begin my presentation.
Question. I heard Garfield Reed said, well, how do you prove it? Can you show me transmission? No, I can't show you transmission, but I
What
can
did he
show
just
you,
say?
ask
Hold on.
ourselves
What
a
did he say?
question. I heard Garfield
What did
Reed
he say?
said, well, how do you prove it? Can you show me transmission? No, I can't show you transmission, but I can show you a connection.
Now, I want to stop so I can share my PowerPoint now, Garfield. So I'm going to
Pause the time. Pause the time.
I'm going to stop this. I'm going to reshare. I wish I could have just shared my computer, but I don't see that option here. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint now. Share. I'm going to present from the beginning. Do it from the beginning, and then display settings. How did I do that before when I said, there we go. I think that's it. Can y'all see the screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. So you can start my time now. With that said, I should really just walk away from this debate, because does the biblical Jesus copy plagiarize from Kemet? Even though plagiarize is not in the title, Chris is correct about that. If you can't show the transmission of the New Testament writers having access to what he said it's copied from, then what are we talking about? So what we have to first establish is how or when or what is the timeline for the New Testament being written, recorded, XYZ, right? I'm going to skip this for now. So now, first we got Matthew 22:32. It says, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Everything about Kemet is about what you do in the afterlife. Everything about the Bible is what you do in this life. What you would do in this life is what will happen when you come back in this life, not what you do in the other life. Copy is an imitation, transcript, or reproduction of an original work, such as a letter, painting, table, or dress. Plagiarize, to steal or pass off ideas or words of another one's own as your own. So he would have to show where the writers or people of the New Testament had this. This is called an ancient, I'm sorry, I got to move this, ancient manuscript comparison chart. When you look at this chart, it'll tell you of all the things that you see. So you have Lucretius died at 55. You have Pliny, you have Plato, date written 427, 347, earliest copy AD 900, approximate time in between 1200. When you look at all of these, when you get to the New Testament, date written 1st century AD 50 to 100, earliest copy 2nd century AD. So that's less than any other record that you can find. When you look at further, it says there are thousands more New Testament Greek manuscripts than any other ancient writing. The internal consistency of the New Testament document is about 99.5% textually pure. So he would have to show, if now I'm have more, but so he would have to show how those writers had access to all of these different coffin and pyramid texts, because Egypt's history, which is long, is not something where it's just one coffin text. We look at the Book of the Dead as something that we think that it's something that everybody had access to at this time. No, you would have to go into the coffin, break down or understand what the coffin is saying, and then try to apply it to what the New Testament writers were writing into it, which they didn't have access to. This is going to be a body bag. In the 1830s, German scholars of the Tübingen school tried to date the books as late as the 3rd century, but the discovery of some New Testament manuscripts and fragments from the 2nd and 3rd centuries, one of which dates as early as 125 AD, Papyrus 52, disproves a 3rd century date composition for the New Testament. Additionally, a letter to the church at Corinth in the name of Clement Rome in 95 AD quotes from 10 of the 27 books of the New Testament, which lets you know it's already in circulation by the time he's quoting these books. So if he doesn't have information of that timeline, he cannot say that they copy from it. Ignatius of Antiochus was a student of the Apostle John. He was martyred, killed by lions in the arena of Rome. After his arrest and during transportation to Rome, he wrote several letters, some obviously spurious, but they're ignored here. The letters of Ignatius, written very close to 107 AD, quote from several New Testaments as well. To quote from a book not only means is the book written, but it has to be in circulation. Everything. If Garfield's book, if I quote from his book, that means not only was his book written, it's in circulation, it's talked about, it's gathered, it's moved. Of the 4 Gospels alone, there are nearly 368 citations by the church fathers from the late 1st century on. This includes 268 by Justin Martyr, 1,038 by Irenaeus, active in the late 2nd century, 1,017 by Clement of Alexandria, by Origen. Tertullian, I could keep going. Earlier, Clement of Rome cited Matthew, John, 1 Corinthians 95 to 97. So what he would have to show, again, is how it's copied. In conclusion, listen to what the experts say about New Testament dating. F.F. Bruce, well-known professor at the University of Manchester in England, says the amount of evidence available to establish a 1st century date for the completion of the New Testament is so great it cannot be reasonably denied. William F. Albright, who formerly a liberal critic of the New Testament, said in his new book, Discoveries in the Bible Lands, we can generally say emphatically there's no longer any solid basis for dating any book of the New Testament after about AD 80. 2 full generations before the date of between 130 and 150. Now, let's say if it's 130 or if it's 80, he still has to show how the New Testament writers wrote this, put it in circulation, and had access to every single coffin text, pyramid text that he's talking about. John A.T. Robinson wrote in The Launching of the Death of God that the book should be redated. So he has to break this down. If you take a look at this, is the map of Paul. This is Paul's journey. Show me where Paul went to Egypt. Paul, with all the letters that Paul wrote, he would just have to show Paul's access to Egypt. That's what he would have to show. I'm going to keep going. It says sometimes after 70 AD, a Syrian philosopher named Mara bar Serapion, writing to encourage his son, compared the life and persecution of Jesus with that of other philosophers. Why is this important? Chris gonna make you think this about some damn vegetation or whatever Osiris and them doing for plant life and suns and moons. What this establishes, if they're talking about Christ outside of the Bible, they're talking about an actual person that you could substantiate. What benefit did they I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going for my time. It says he existed as a man, the historian Josephus, which he's probably gonna try to come up against, grew up in a priestly family in 1st century Palestine and wrote after Jesus' death and his known associates. His personal name was Jesus, as Josephus informs us. He was called Christos in the Greek, which just means anointed. That ain't special. That ain't something that's New Testament, which is a translation of the Hebrew word Messiah, both of which means anointed. His brother name was James. He won both Jews and Greeks. This is simple as hell. He was executed. I'm sorry, let me go to the next slide. Reporting on Emperor Nero's decision to blame the Christians for the fire that had destroyed Rome in AD 64. The Roman historian Tacitus wrote, Nero fastened the guilt on a class hated for their abominations called Christians by the populace. I'm only establishing this so that we can understand Christ was an established real person. Whether Chris believes in the miracles or not are irrelevant to this subject. Once I establish that Christ is a real person, his birth and life also is real.
2 minutes.
Another important source of evidence of Jesus and Christianity can be found in the letters of Pliny the Younger to Emperor Trajan. I probably said that wrong. So now, let me see, I want it somewhere. So now, when it comes to Anything else with the Textus Receptus, which is what most people use, is based on the vast majority of 95% of the 5,300 Greek manuscripts in existence. This is why it's called the majority text. It is not mutilated with deletions, additions, amendments as in the minority text. The Textus Receptus agrees with the earliest versions of the Bible, the Peshitta, the Old Vulgate, the Italic. The Textus Receptus also agrees with the vast majority of 86,000 citations from Scripture by early church fathers. The Textus Receptus is untainted with Egyptian philosophy and unbelief. So what he would have to show, let me see if there's any, I'm sorry. Hey, can you pause my time for 1 second, Garfield? I know I got less than a minute. I clicked something on the PowerPoint that I shouldn't have, and I got to get back to my PowerPoint. I apologize for that. Let me shrink you down. There we go. I think it's right there. I'm sorry. So he would have to show, I'm going to stop my screen, but I'm going to just keep talking. So he would have to show again how the New Testament writers had access to the things that he says they copied from. Every single text that he shows, he has to show what New Testament writer had it, the name of the New Testament writer, and show how it was transmission, which he already said there is no transmission. He can't prove a transmission. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you actually had 20 seconds left, but you yielded. All right, so let me reset. And that was Captain Tazaryach first round. Now we're going to get to Chris first round. Then after that, we're going to have a 2-minute rebuttal from Tazaryach and then a 2-minute rebuttal from Chris. All right. So Chris, whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock as soon as you start speaking. Chris, are you there, my brother? Waiting for Chris. I hope you didn't get kicked off or anything. Let me wait for my.
All right, so let's get ready to get this thing started here. Let me get my presentation up. Let me get my share screen up. Nobody can see that screen share you was producing, Tazaryach, and the computer can't see it either. That was a bunch of nonsense. Let's get this going here because he way off in the argument that we have in the day. Okay. All right, so can everybody see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got to frame the argument correctly. The name of the debate, Tazaryach, is Christianity or Jesus copied from Egypt. Now, in order to frame the argument correctly, we are not talking about forgery. What you just produced was a red herring argument. In order to prove any of that you just proved, you got to prove Jesus existed. And Eusebius, who existed before the time of Josephus, he never wrote about what Josephus put in there. He would have saw it. But let's just get to my opening statement because I'm gonna chew all that up in my rebuttal. Now, it goes without saying that the story of Jesus found in the Gospels are not unique, nor are they original. My studies have led me to the conclusion that these narratives represent ancient cosmological beliefs. What do I mean by this? When we read the story of Noah, we believe it to be an original. A man falls asleep, a God tells him to build a boat, and he is to gather all the animals upon this vessel, and 8 people replenish the world. But when we studied a little deeper, we found another flood story that predates the Noah story by some 2,700 years. The Gilgamesh. A man has a dream. A God tells the man to build a boat and gather all the animals upon it because said God is angry with mankind, just like in the Noah story. As you can see, these stories may sound different, but the archetypes found in the story are the same. And as we can see in the stories of the Gilgamesh epic was older. So it's only fair to say that the Gilgamesh story is the original and the Noah story is the imitation or copy. Now, he put the definition up there of what a copy is. It's an imitation. So the name of the debate, family, is Jesus a copy? So he, by default, is the pro in this debate. He's saying Jesus' story is an original story. That's why I said you got to master the English language first. Anybody arguing what date the Bible was written in which you hang yourself in by sitting up there saying that it was written in the 1st century. So therefore, we know the stories and narratives contained in it are false. The argument that you're making is a plagiarism argument. And because you did not know the definition of plagiarism or did not really prepare properly for this debate, and you prepared yourself for a plagiarism debate, everything you just said in that first round was irrelevant. All I have to do is show you imitation in this debate. So in this presentation, I'll be explaining how the Jesus narrative is a mere copy of a much older archetypal story found in Egypt. Now, there are three motifs that I'll be presenting today to prove my case of imitation, not plagiarism. Copy and plagiarism are not synonymous with one another. Let's go. Definitions. Copy. This is the definition of copy. An imitation, comma, transcript, comma, or reproduction of an original work, such as a letter, painting, a table, or a dress. We're going to be discussing motifs, which are a distinctive feature or dominant idea in an artistic or literary composition, which we see in antiquity prior to your 1st century. You gave the date, 1st century, 2nd century manuscript called the Bible, called the New Testament Gospel. And we're going to be dealing with archetypes, a very typical example of a certain person or thing, an original that has been imitated. That's what an archetype is, a reoccurrent symbol or motif in literature, art, or mythology. So let's get this thing started. My 3 points of argumentation are the virgin birth archetype, the saviors and his miracles archetype, the dying God and resurrection Eucharist archetype that we can all find in Egypt. Now, let's give an example of a clear definition of imitation. As we can see, this is artwork found in Kemet. And this is artwork found during the Byzantine era. These are clear imitations. This is a clear imitation because this predates it, Tazaryach. You are arguing plagiarism, and what date in the church fathers that you were arguing for? Everything you said was irrelevant to the debate. Now, the Egyptian Madonna and child imagery prefiguring its Christian counterpart by centuries to millennia, the Egyptian and Christian divine mothers even share the same name, with Jesus' mother named Mary. Of course, while Horus' mother possessed the epithet Mary or Mary as the Egyptian word is translated by several scholars, including Egyptologist Dr. Sir William Flinders Petrie and Eric Hornhung, in addition to the fact that there have been pre-Christian goddesses named Mary, such as on the Greek island of Cyprus, where your book comes from, as well as in the Middle East and India among the Basques. So what we have here is this Mary epithet being applied to your virgin birth, or maybe you don't believe in the virgin birth. We're going to deal with that today also because mainstream Christianity does. That video was old and outdated, and that was about plagiarism. See, let me put it in its proper context. Tazaryach. Let's go to the next slide. Now, I want to go to the virgin birth. Now, the appellation Mary is not unique or original. That's what unique means to the Jewish mother of God. The important sacred epithet Mary, Mary, or Mary was attached to numerous figures in ancient Egypt, such as deities, kings, or priests, or government officials, and others. In other words, Moses was learned in all the ways of the Egyptian, Tazaryach. There it is right there. Even Egypt itself is called Ta-Mari, which means the beloved land, or beloved land, excuse me. Now, Horus' mother is called Meri Auset, which means beloved Auset. And the New Testament narrative tells us in Matthew chapter 1 that Mary was highly favored, and she would bring forth the Holy Child through the Spirit of God. This story was already told 3,000 years prior to the birth of Horus. We're going to get into some new information here. All right, but before we get started, we got to go into the stars of the east, because Matthew chapter 2 spoke of these priests who looked up in the sky and saw the stars in the east, signifying the birth of Jesus, with the wise men who brought 3 gifts. But let's take a closer look and see if the story is original or unique. Remember, guys, copied ain't got nothing to do with plagiarism. The definition of copied is not synonymous with plagiarism. That's a court case. I'm not here doing that. I'm here to show you all that this gospel story is an imitation. Now, Osiris' coming was announced by 3 wise men, which were called the three stars, as Barbara Walker states, Mintaka, Alam, and Alantak in the belt of Orion, which point directly to Osiris' star in the east, or the Sophist star, the significator of his birth. So these 3 stars are the star of Safadet, as we'll learn later on in this. The 3 stars point to what? The son being born. This is very, very, how do I want to sit up here and say? It's very, very important that we understand that the virgin birth motif is not literal. It's not literal in your book. Nor can you culturally tie and show a cultural context with Christianity and Judaism, Tazaryach, but you arguing what date the book was written. So let's continue on. Now, the star in the east, it was called the star in the east because the Egyptians recognized that the rising of Cyrus with the sun, or Heliacally, occurred around the summer solstice, the time of the Nile flooding. Now, the time of the Nile flooding is represented by who? Osiris is the sun who becomes the river. The river raises, and the river does what? The river gives bread and growth to that land. This is why Osiris will be seen later on in this presentation as the giving water. This is very important in this argument that I'm presenting here today. All right, so not only is we're going to find out that Osiris is the bread of life, we're also going to find out that Osiris is the living water. If those who drink him shall never thirst. Now, let me say this real quick. He's saying you got to prove transmission. No, I don't. I'm showing you an imitation of a story. This is very significant in this argument because if your book is ordained by God as you think or you believe it to be, then you just gotta prove the God. You can't use Eusebius. You can't use Josephus because we know Josephus is a forgery because Eusebius knew nothing, but prior to that, nobody ever spoke of Josephus' works and this man named Christ in those works. That's irrelevant. That's Christian literature that you're reading. You're supposed to be a Hebrew. So let's go to the next one. The bread of life. Now, Jesus in the gospel performs a miracle with 7 loaves of bread. This is found in the narratives of Matthew chapter 15 and Mark chapter 8, 5 through 6. Jesus feeds 5,000, right? But when we read in the Per Em Haru or the Book of Dead, we clearly see that Horus makes 7 loaves of bread that are presented to Osiris in chapter 53b. What does the bread represent? The bread represents life because Osiris' waters rose on the Nile and it gave life to the entire area of Egypt. As we see in the pyramid text 373, we understand that Osiris is that bread of life in Book of the Dead, chapter 18. It says, quote unquote, the deceased make a pledge for Osiris that he shall receive eternal life. Osiris is also the Lord of bread and wine mentioned in the pyramid text.
Time.
So with that being said, thank you. Was that 10 minutes, Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Tazaryach, you have 2-minute rebuttals. It's up to you right now. You have a 2-minute rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, turn off your cameras. If you're not participating in debate, keep your mics muted. We have a lot of people in here. At the end of the debate, if these brothers choose to stay on, I'll give the audience an opportunity to ask them a question. All right, brother. Tazaryach, are you ready, brother? Are you 2-minute rebuttal?
Yeah, we can share screen in this rebuttal, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you see my screen? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I can.
Let me just make sure. God damn it. I ain't the best. Here we go, slideshow. On current slide. And then display settings is, there we go. You can see it now, right?
Yes, sir. Tell me when you
2
start.
things I want to point out. I hate liars. There's one, like liars, copyists, plagiarists. I hate them. This debate ain't got nothing to do with Noah or Christianity. He lied to y'all. And I want y'all to hold him to the lie. That's why he showed you that stupid ass Madonna. I could talk stupid about the stuff. Y'all said I could do that. That stupid ass Madonna of Mary and the Son has nothing to do with the Bible. You have to show in the Bible. That's why I made sure biblical was in there. Biblical story, meaning book, chapter, verse, to show that mother and son sitting like that in the Bible. Just show it. That's all you have to do is show it. Don't tell me where Christianity copy, because I'm going to agree with you. You have to show me in the Bible where they copy. When you look at the interactions of Mary and Christ, in John, the 2nd chapter, when Mary asked her to turn the water into wine, Christ said, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" It's not a mother and son connection. In Matthew's 12th chapter, when they say your mother is standing without, Christ said, "Who is my mother? Them that do the will of my Father." He also lied when he said that the audio I played was from years ago. That audio I played was from 1 month ago. 1 month ago, he did that debate and said he can't show transmission. This is about, is the biblical story of Jesus copied from ancient Kemet? The biblical story meaning you got to go to the biblical text, show what text they copied from and how they had access to that text. That's what he has to show. If I go to the next slide, he brought up the stupid Mary. The Mary thing makes no sense because what I can show is that the Israelites in the New Testament copied from the Israelites in the Old Testament because it's our culture. So just look at this Hebrew and Greek. Hebrew and Greek in 2 Maccabees 6:6, it says, neither is it lawful for a man to profess himself to be a Jew because he was under Greek rulership. So when you see Mary in the Greek, that's Miriam in the Old Testament, which means rebellion. Here, and when you look it up, this is on the blue line.
Time.
I'll just pick up in my 10 minutes, no sweat. Let me stop my screen. Let me stop it. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right. Hold on, Chris. It's your time for your 2-minute rebuttal. Let me know when you're ready to start, brother.
All right, can I bring up my screen real quick?
Yes, sir.
Let me hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me bring up my screen here. I lost my screen here. All right.
Hold on, Chris. I'm gonna wait for your screen to come up.
Is it up?
I didn't see your screen yet.
All right.
The screen is not up, bro. Chris,
it's not up?
No, it's not up, brother.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this going. All right.
There you go.
Okay, cool. First of all, Captain Tazaryach want to pull you in the damn Bible to sit up there and try and have an argument about the Bible like we on Clubhouse arguing about damn Bible verses all day. I told y'all he has to err on the side of belief. He has to argue about Bible verses. And that's why he's saying this ain't about that. Yes, it is. Christianity begins with a man named Christ in the Bible. Even the definition tells you that Christianity begins with a man named Christ. And you yourself sat up there and said that the Bible was written in the 1st and 2nd century CE or AD, whatever you want to say, which actually kills your entire argument. And this is what I knew he was going to do. He wasn't going to be ready for the argument that I was going to be presenting today. And he's trying to dismiss the evidence that we're proving that these are mere copies. He is so silly that he wants to look at this and say that this is not an imitation. He wants to say that this doesn't have anything to do with the debate when this is a later image of a much earlier image that we find in antiquity. This is what they produced out of this. These pictures show 100, it should be able to awaken your mind. And this is what I call suspended logic that he uses, the suspended logic to sit up there and say, oh, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Why don't it? We see a much earlier image being represented by the netter, and we see a much later image, Johnny come lately doctrine, being represented a lot later in something newer. That doesn't make any sense, Tazaryach. You prepared yourself for a plagiarism argument, and my argument is not plagiarism. You put together that little funky little video when my argument was against Garfield Reed and not against yourself, and you tried to apply it to this debate, and you're already failing to establish your part. You're saying that the biblical narrative is original. The opposite of copy is original. I need you to get on point. I knew you were going to do this, and everything that you're providing for the audience right now is nothing but a bunch of smoke and mirrors. Tazaryach, it's
time,
all
brother.
fluff.
Time. All right. Thank you, Chris. That was his rebuttal from the first round. Now, this is going to be the beginning of the second round, which is Tazaryach is going to come with his second round, which is going to be 10 minutes long. So Tazaryach, when you're ready, let me know. You can start sharing your screen and we can get the ball rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, again, turn your cameras off. If your camera is on, I'm going to kick you out the debate. You'll get a copy in the morning so you could rewatch it. I'm going to say it again. Turn your cameras off. All right. Turn your cameras off. People are so stubborn, man. Let me know when you're ready, brother.
Okay, I'm just setting up. You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Wait, and you can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Wait, don't start my time yet. That's not weird. I'm supposed to start it. I apologize.
Turn your cameras off, family.
A quick question, Garfield. This has nothing to do with, how do you go backwards? If I go forward, I'm not an expert on it.
Rob on, are you there? He's an expert on this, R. Jabari.
Okay.
Yo, we go backwards where?
Oh, I got it. I just
Go back
Push
where?
the back arrow.
I just figured it out. Yeah, I just figured it out.
Just push the back arrow and you're good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, cool.
All right, so now I'm ready to start. I'm
Hold
gonna
on 1 second. Let me get your time right.
no problem.
Get your time right, brother. All right, let me know when you're ready to start.
I'm starting now.
Okay.
The problem with what Chris is doing, he's comparing this to Christianity. This ain't about Christianity. Even the images that he says, that artwork comes much years later. This is about the biblical. He's wondering why I'm going into the Bible, because if it's biblical, it has to be biblical. He said, I don't understand it.
Hold on, Captain. Hold on, I'm sorry. I gotta start your time over. Chris, you gotta have your camera on, beloved. Remember, you gotta have your camera on.
Yeah, you gotta have that camera on, man. Put the camera on, man, so we can see them black eyes.
All right, you gotta have
Tazaryach.
it. Too old. We too old to pause.
Pause, brother.
I said black eyes. I said black eyes, not eyes. I know the Kemet in you think I said another word.
Oh man, come on.
He's so influenced by Kemet, he thought I said ass. I said eyes, brother. Black eyes.
Oh man. All right, you're ready, Tazaryach?
Hey, boy.
All right, let's go. Let's
I'm
go, guys.
born ready. I am born. Don't bring me outside. So I'm ready. Right. You got my time together?
Yes, sir.
We appreciate it.
In 5,
he don't understand,
4, 3,
he don't understand the English language. It ain't me. He don't. This is the biblical Jesus, not the Christian Jesus. So when he brings up those things, he has to show. Why did I bring up in the beginning when the New Testament was written? If he's going to show it's a copy, he has to show the transmission. He can talk about he was doing that conversation in response to Garfield all he wants. He said he cannot show transmission of the New Testament writers copying from ancient Kemet. So he can't do that. When he brings up Mary, this is the Hebrew and the Greek. When you read the Old Testament and New Testament, you got the Hebrew and then in the Greek. That's why it may seem different. But Mary in the Greek is Miriam. Isaiah in the Greek is Isaiah. Jesus in the Greek is Joshua. Lazarus, which he's going to try to bring up, is Eleazar. It's not Osiris. Don't let him lie to you. And don't bring up that Gerald Massey nonsense you brought up. Elias is Elijah. OC is Hosea. Christ is anointed. That's how you be biblical, which is what this is about. It's not about anything. Now, this is what Gerald Massey said. In presenting my readers, this is Gerald Massey, who Chris had. That's Chris Harris' daddy. Like Chris Harris' daddy is Gerald Massey. And so his daddy is looked at as somebody that was able to break down Egypt records. That whole wise men and all that stuff he brought up and the stars and all that come from Gerald Massey. And so this is what Gerald Massey said on page 6 of his book. In presenting my readers with some of the data which show that much of the Christian history was pre-exempt as Egyptian mythology. After I ask you to bear in mind the facts, like other foundations, have been buried out of sight for thousands of years in hieroglyphical language. This is in the 1800s that he's writing this. And he's saying for thousands of years, this has been buried. So even if you say thousands is 2000s, and the New Testament is written in the 1st century AD, that eliminates the New Testament writers from having access to what he's saying they copy from. He's stupid. Then he goes on further. He says that was never really read by Greeks or Romans. So if Greeks or Romans, who were the ruling class at that time, weren't reading that, how are you going to say the poor Hebrews or the poor Israelites, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul and them, had access to that? And he said, could not read it until the lost clue was discovered by Champollion almost the other day. So how in one breath can he say they didn't have it? And here's what else he says. He says, the mythology and Christology remain hidden as those of the now until the century in which we live. The mystical matter enshrouded in this language was sacredly entrusted to the keeping of the buried of the dead, because the coffin texts are just what that means. It means that it's on the coffin of the funerals. Imagine going to a graveyard, and on that graveyard, all the coffin texts or all the spells on that graveyard. You would have to have went to every graveyard to find the spell that you're saying the New Testament writers got from. That's what he has to prove. Assertions about Jesus and Horus. One of the more important aspects of Massey's writing were his assertions that the parallels between Jesus and the god Horus. Massey, for example, said Horus and Jesus was born of virgins on December 25th. That's not biblical. It is not biblical that Jesus was born December 25th. Even the whole virgin thing. When you go through the virgin thing, Garth, I need to pause my time for a second.
Okay, I got you.
All right, I'm going to stop the share. I'm going to reshare just so I can be biblical. So I'm going to reshare. I apologize. Let me reshare. And let me go to the word.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, keep your cameras off. Keep your cameras off and keep your mics muted. The only person camera should be on is Tazaryach and Chris Harris.
So I want y'all to see something here. You can start my time now. So now when we talk about this whole virgin, let's see where that came from. Let's see if it came from Kemet or does it come from our own text. In Isaiah 7:14, if y'all can see this, if not, I can blow it up and make it bigger. Let me try to make it bigger for y'all. I apologize. So if I can make it bigger for y'all, it says, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. This is Isaiah 7:14. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. This is the virgin that they're talking about. And when you go to the word of that virgin, it's Alma, meaning a young woman of marriageable age. And when you go to Isaiah, the 8th chapter, that's when that child was born. So in Matthew 1:21, when it says that she shall bring forth a son and shall call his name Jesus and save them from their sins, the quote is from Isaiah 7:14, not from Kemet. So I can show where the writers of the New Testament got their information from. They got it from the Old Testament because that was the records that they had because they were the Israelites. They can tell you where they got it from. So if anybody's going to show who copied, I'll show who copied. I'm going to pause it real fast and go back to my PowerPoint. Garfield. I'm going to go right back to it.
I got you.
Appreciate it. I'm going to share again. And let me go from current slide. And I appreciate Chris's patience as I do this. I definitely do appreciate it. All right, let me make it big. So now I just got rid of the whole virgin in December 25th. He has to show biblically December 25th. Raised men from the dead. Massey speculates that the biblical Lazarus raised from the dead by Jesus has a parallel to El Osiris. I just showed y'all where Eleazar or Lazarus come from. Lazarus doesn't come from Osiris. I just showed y'all that's the Hebrew word for Eleazar. That's what it is. So now I showed you where it's copied from. Tell him to show you how they had access to get copy from to make Osiris be El Osiris, as he's trying to imply. The criticism now. I'm sorry, these assertions influence writers such as Alvin Boyd, Tom Harper, Yosef Ben Yochanan. I know it's going to piss y'all off. D.M. Murdoch. Criticism. Christian theologian W. Ward Gass, a PhD from Harvard and Manchester University, sent emails to 20 Egyptologists that he considered leaders of the field, included Kenneth Kitchen of the University of Liverpool, Ron Lefroen of the University of Toronto in Canada, the United States, Britain, to verify academic support for these assertions. His primary targets was Tom Harper, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, and the Christ myth theory, and only indirectly Massey. According to Gass, Massey's work, which draws comparison between Judeo-Christian religion and the Egyptian religion, is not considered significant in the field of modern Egyptology. Why is he using something that the scholars says is not considered significant in the field of modern Egyptology? It says, and is not mentioned in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt or similar references of work in modern Egyptology. Gass report that those who responded were unanimous in dismissing the proposed etymologies for Jesus and Christ, and one unspecified Egyptologist referred to Alvin Boyd Kuhn's comparison as fringe nonsense. Theologian Stanley E. Porter has pointed out that Massey's analogies include a number of errors. I already talked about December 25th. The earliest known source recognizing 25th December as the date beginning of birth of Jesus, but is by Hippolytus of Rome, written about the beginning of the 3rd century. Now you see why I went to the 1st century when it was really written. Based on the assumption that the conception of Jesus took place during the spring equinox. So he does that, goes 9 months later, got December 25th. Porter states that Massey's serious historical errors often render his works nonsensical. Massey states that the biblical references to Herod the Great were based on the myth of Harut, when we know that the existence of Herod the Great can be well established without Christian sources. If we go, I'm sorry, if I don't want to do that yet. Written in 1280 BC, let's talk about the Book of the Dead. There are many books of the dead, but there is no single official Book of the Dead. The books are collections of ancient Egyptian spells that were believed to help the deceased in the journey to the afterlife. That's why I read that verse in the beginning that Christ said, God is not the God of the dead, but the God of the living. The title Book of the Dead comes from the Arabic label referring to the fact that
2 minutes.
books were found by mummies. Our information about Horus comes from a variety of archaeological stories. What we do know from the most recent scholarship on the subject is there were many variations of the story because you have a 5,000-year span in ancient Egyptian history. Egyptology recognized the possibility that the differences may have been misunderstood aspects of the same persona. For example, Horus was killed by a scorpion. Isis had to come and beg Thoth to resurrect him. How can that even be compared to Christ? It says part of the problem with Jesus' Horus claim is that in order to find items that even partially fit the life or story of Jesus, advocates of the view must cherry pick bits of myth from the different epochs of Egyptian history. This is possible today because we were able to go back and get it. But he has to show how the people during that time had access. It says the early Christians, even if they wanted to base the gospel on Horus myth, would have no way to do so. That might have been what is known about Horus, but they would have no access to the endless variations that Chris is piecing together. When he tells you different coffin texts, and that means they're in different coffins. So he has to show you how they have access to this coffin, had access to this coffin, knew what it meant, understood the spirit of it, and then compared it and created the New Testament. That's what he would have to show you. It's easy for us today because Egyptian is dead as hell. And so people can go back in there and get those records. He has to show the excavation of those coffins during that time to get access to it. He has not shown it yet. When I go into my last round, I'll go into Osiris and I'll go into Geb, and then I'll show how can Christ be copied if Osiris has a father. So I want to know, who is he copying from? Is he copying from Osiris? Is he copying from God? He brought up Jesus resurrecting Lazarus, comparing it to Horus resurrecting Osiris. That don't even compute.
Time. I gave you an extra 4 seconds.
All right, brothers and sisters, I'm hoping y'all enjoying this right here. I want to say real quick, thanks everybody for showing love and supporting the debates. We're not done. We're going to continue. This is just a quick commercial break. Let me thank everybody for coming through and showing love to the HOK debate. This is where you get paid for your work. You get the most money here on the HOK debate, all right? The toughest debate league. It depends on what your stock is. It depends on how you debate. Chris Harris, he's in the $2,000 range plus. Captain Tazaryach is in the $2,000 range plus. It depends on your stock and what you bring, okay? Of course, Shaka Utmost, Brother Jabari, they are all up in that range plus. And of course, it gets bigger and bigger the more capital you can get. So we don't take advantage of you. You're going to make some dollars here because we know how it is over there. The people show love, the people support. So we're going to make sure we get back to y'all. I hope everybody is ready. Of course, I hope you are ready. You see how these debates go in, respectful. Everybody get a chance to see what's going on. And I hope everybody is ready and prepared for tomorrow. We got to make sure we come in the building, show love for our beloved brother Unc. Sanchez people is coming in. I mean, all I'm going to tell you is, as I look at the emails in the text that go with it, is more of Sanchez people coming in the building. So Sanchez people, they going to flood the floodgates to make sure they support their brother Sanchez. Unc, you got to get your people up in here. Y'all say y'all rock with us. We need Unc people to get in the building. And Unc got home court advantage. So this should be easy for our people to come in and show love for our beloved brother Unc. A word from our sponsors, and we'll get right back to the debate.
Do you want to make money online? That means you're going to need a website. Go to kingtutoring.org business services. There, you'll be able to collect payments from your clients all over the world. Let us help you.
All right, I
Do you
see
want to make money
Dulcinea.
online?
Dulcinea, you said people have had issues with the link. Why you ain't called me and let me know that? We could have fixed it right away. I see people buying tickets all day yesterday. I don't see where the issue is at. So if people had trouble with the link, we'll go over and look at it. We'll make sure everything is good. Me and Unc supposed to run a show today to make sure everything is good with the links and everything, sis. They built yesterday with Unc and Sanchez. Oh, so Unc is aware of it. Oh, the build yesterday with Unc and Sanchez was crazy. I got you. So let me get back to the debate. I don't want to, mess up the flow. So we're right back with Unc. Make sure y'all show love and support the debate. Throw that link in there for the people who want to buy the stream. And we get back with Unc and Brother Chris Harris.
And I'll give Chris the same. All right.
No, I'll just
Thank you, Brother Tazaryach. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, keep your mics muted and keep your cameras off. Chris MVP, you're up. Let me reset this time. When you're ready to start, let me know, and I'll start the clock, beloved.
All right. Wow. Let's get this started. This is simple. All right.
Let me know.
Let's get back to it here.
Let me know when to
what?
start the clock, bro. Let me know when to start the clock.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
I'll give you a 2 minutes. When it's 2 minutes left, I'm going to let you know. Okay.
All right. So let's get ready to break this thing down. All right. Because now I'm going to be teaching.
Hold on. Stop, Chris. Stop. Mac Tip, you out of here, bro. You out of here, beloved. You out of here. You out of here, brother.
Yeah, get him out. Get him out of here, Garfield. Get his ass out.
Yeah, you out of here. You out of here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, you cannot come off your mic. You are doing that because when you come in, you're muted. Don't come off your mic. Captain, make sure your mic is muted too, beloved. All right. All right. Go ahead, Chris. I apologize. I will start your clock from scratch.
All right. Give me a second. Let me get this back up. Yo, Cap, I want that shirt that you wearing just cause. That's a dope shirt. I want that shirt just cause. All right, family. So at this, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I hate Zoom. All right. Let me get this. I hit the wrong button.
Don't worry about it. Your time gonna start from.
Am I back up? Am I back up?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So as we can see that I'm not really comprehending what Cap is doing here. He's a little bit all over the place. You arguing Haru, Geb, Nuke, all this stuff you arguing. It's irrelevant to what I'm presenting here. I'm showing you imitation. I'm showing you the same story in your Gospels, which you just said started in the 1st and 2nd century CE. And I am reading to you the accounts in the Book of the Dead, which is around, like you just told on yourself, the 2nd millennium BCE, which was 1200 BCE. So you're saying that the Book of the Dead is older. Then how are the miracles in your text? It's not a coincidence. So let's go into the bread miracles. Now, in the gospel, Jesus performs a miracle with 7 loaves of bread. This is found in the narratives of Matthew chapter 15, Mark chapter 8, right? The 7 loaves in another account feeds 5,000 people with the 7 loaves of bread. But in the Perham Haru, we clearly read that Horus makes 7 loaves of bread that are presented to Osiris in chapter 53, written millennia earlier than the gospel text. How to get in there. Also in the Book of the Dead, we see that Horus makes these 7 loaves of bread. Thou hast made me these 7 loaves to live by. Now, John chapter 6 clearly says that Jesus says that he is the bread of life. But in the pyramid text, we understand that Osiris is the bread of life. And in the Book of the Dead, chapter 18, the deceased make a pledge for bread of Osiris that he shall receive eternal life. How did it end up there? Osiris is also the Lord of bread and wine mentioned in the pyramid text. Now, more bread miracles. Isis' son Horus was a miracle maker, healer and raiser of the dead, much like his later Jewish counterpart. For example, one of the favorite miracles in the gospel is when Jesus multiplies loaves of bread. However, Horus too miraculously brings forth bread, making this Johnny-come-lately Christian miracle mundane and direct and weak. Bread, in fact, plays a major part in the Book of the Dead, if you ever read it, in which Osiris says, among other things, I eat bread from the house of the Lord of offerings. Indeed, bread was sacred to the Egyptians. The deceased, essentially as Horus, propitiated the gods with it. More bread miracles, because the bread represents the resurrection, as we are learning. Also in Pyramid Text 338, it says reference is made to the bread of Horus, or quote unquote, wheat bread of Horus, by means of which the Osiris will not go hungry. Another pyramid text clearly says Osiris receives beer and bread from Horus, like Jesus presenting the disciples with bread and wine. Why is it in your text? If it was there from the first, and if your text is newer, our text is older. The same mythological concepts found with this man named Jesus are being found with this deity named Osiris. Stop straw manning my argument. Let's deal with this. I don't want to deal with that one. Now let's go to Book of the Dead 52. It says that it is Horus who makes these 7 loaves. 7 loaves represent what? Your daily bread. 7 days of the week, you must eat bread. 7 days of the week in the Christian narrative, your daily bread. Now, Horus clearly says, I live on the 7 loaves brought to me, 4 loaves by Horus, 3 loaves by Thoth or Tahuti. Let's continue on because we're going to wrap this up. Now, Justin Martyr, this is what he says, because you're talking about you got to show it. Justin Martyr understood that these things were copies, and look at the weak argument that he makes. He says, for the apostles and the memoirs composed by them, which are called gospels, have thus delivered unto us what was enjoined upon them, that Jesus took bread and when he had given thanks said, do this in remembrance of me. This is my body. And this is the same manner, having taken up the cup and gave thanks, he said, this is my blood. He gave it to them alone, which the wicked devils have imitated, game over, in the mysteries of Mithras, commanding the same thing be done. For that bread and a cup of water are placed with certain incantations in the mystic rites of one who is being initiated. You either know or can learn. So he's admitting here that these things existed before Christ. But wait, this is an imitation, because the Osiris myth had a Eucharist ritual. Now, the origin of the Catholic practice of transubstantiation is an inherited version of the ancient Egyptian ritual of making Osiris cakes, i.e. bread for being the symbolic of the reborn or regrown god Osiris. Remember, family, Osiris is seen as the living water, as I've already mentioned, when the star of Safadet signifies his birth, which is the sun. He becomes the Nile River, which raises in the Nile, and it does what? It irrigates all the soil along the Nile River. This is why he says, I am the living water, right? Now, this happens during the Koyak festival, which is 30 days. Each day of the Koyak festival involved one of the steps of the process of making corn mummies, a kind of old-fashioned chia pet, we may say. But let's keep going. Osiris, this is what it says, preserved examples of the Osiris cake molds date to 664 BCE. The British Museum describes, see that, Tazaryach? That's a source. Osiris, supreme god of resurrection, was closely associated with the life-giving forces of nature, particularly the Nile and vegetation. Above all, he was connected with germinating grain. Hence, he's the bread of life, as I've mentioned to you. The emerging of a living, growing plant from the apparently dormant seed hidden within the earth. which is called Emer, by the way, was regarded by the Egyptians as a metaphor for the rebirth of a human being from the lifeless husk of a corpse. The concept was translated into physical form by the fashioning of the images of Osiris out of the earth and grain. Let's continue. Let's look at some images here. Here is a man. Here he is. There's Osiris lying dead, and there's the wheat sprouting from Osiris. This is from the relief of Karnak, 1450 BCE. Predates your Jesus, right? Jesus said he is the bread of life in John chapter 6, verse 35. Osiris is the bread of life again. Grain sprouting from the corpse of Osiris from the papyrus of the Louvre Museum. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that. I'm not going to waste my time. Osiris is the bread of life. Just watch, family. Another scene showing ears of grain being produced from Osiris' flesh from the coffin of Nepa-Worshepi in the 10th century BCE. Jesus says that he is the bread of life. We're seeing that Osiris is the bread of life first. Let's look at this. This is where it gets good, because the 12 grain gods of Osiris, based on the 7th hour of the Book of Gates, is seen in the tomb of Usa-Ma'at-Ra, Septepen-Ra, Remesu-Meriamun III in Kings Valley in the 12th century BCE. Look what it says. Those who generate food from lower Egyptian barley in the fields of the netherworld. Why is it significant? Because we have 12 grain gods doing what? Feeding the people, feeding the gods. And here's the 12 gods of Osiris carry 12 baskets of bread to feed the gods. This is in the tomb of Ramses again, right? 12th century BCE. What did Jesus have his 12 disciples do in those bread miracles? He kept breaking bread and gave it to disciples, and the disciples gave it to the people. And what did Jesus call the people? Didn't he say, you are gods?
2 minutes.
You have a Bible argument. Let's
2
keep
minutes.
going here, because this is where they got the stories from. Osiris and his 12 bread helpers propitiating bread to the gods. Jesus and his 12 disciples giving bread to the people. These things aren't coincidences. What, you thought I was going to use some of the same information? Let's keep going. Bread of life. Jesus presents himself as the bread of life in the Passover meal ritual, in which he commands his followers to eat so that they may live in his name. But the Book of the Dead, chapter 30 says, let there be given him bread and beer, clearly wine, which is issued in the presence of Osiris, and he will be forever like the followers of Osiris. So it ended up there first. These things aren't coincidences. Stop suspending your logic. Why is this significant? Because not only did Jesus break bread, he said that this bread is broken in representation of what? My body. Now, Osiris' body was broken by who? His brother Set. His brother Set killed him and spread 12 parts of his body all over Kemet. And here it is, Jesus breaks the bread into what? 12 pieces and gives it to everybody, what? At that secret meal ritual. Come on, man. This stuff is a clear imitation. You up here reading Christian apologetic commentary on Gerald Massey straw manning my entire argument because you did not understand what this debate was about, Tazaryach. Also in Coffin Text spell 404, this is what it says. Those who rebel have no power over this flesh of mine, for my bread is in pay and my beer is in debt, and this power of mine belongs to me. My power is in bread and beer. My power is life, prosperity, and health. Pay and debt are ancient Egyptian towns. Jesus broke his body, said, eat this bread, for it is my body. Osiris' body is broken. The people ate Osiris' body. It was broken into 12 pieces, just as we see it in the New Testament Gospels. Let's move on. Once again, John chapter 6, verse 35.
Stop right there. Time, brother. Time. All right.
Stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Chris Harris. Keep on your camera, brother. All right. I love the vibes. And now we're gonna.
Is it all right if I go get some water? I'm thirsty here.
All right. Keep your camera on, brother. All right.
Cool.
It's a 2-minute rebuttal time. So we're gonna have Captain Tazaryach come back on and do his 2-minute rebuttal. Do you need to share your screen, Captain? Unmute your mic.
Yeah, I need to share. I think that everybody is missing what this debate is about. This is about, did the biblical Jesus copy from ancient Kemet? Chris makes a point. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk that. I need to share first. I apologize.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
Mute your mic, Chris, so you don't make
I was letting no, go ahead. I'm sorry, Cap.
Yeah, no sweat.
All right, let me know when you're ready, my brother.
Let me from current slide. And display settings. Swap presenting. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready right now.
2 minutes.
So when he brings up these instances, again, the onus is on him to show transmission. Why am I emphasizing transmission? We would have to know of this bread that Osiris has from the records that we in 2023 have access to. He has to show that they had access to those coffin texts that he keeps quoting. Whereas I can show right now why Christ said, I am the bread. First of all, Matthew 4:4 says, when he was tempted, it says, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God, which lets you know how important bread really is. So in John, the 6th chapter, it says, your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness. Now we're about to see why Christ is making this reference of bread. Is he making this reference of bread from Osiris or from some coffin text? Or is he making it because the fathers, meaning the Israelites, did eat manna in the wilderness in the Old Testament? So what is he referencing? The Old Testament Israelite records. It says, your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness and are dead. This is the bread which come down from heaven, that man may eat thereof and not die. Exodus 16:10. And it came to pass that Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, and they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. So when Christ is quoting and talking about bread, he's talking about what happened to the children of Israel before, not a damn coffin text. He has to prove that. That's what's not happening here. Y'all get caught up in the whole Egypt stuff. I just want to get caught in the biblical stuff. So show me in the Bible where this is Osiris. This is not Osiris. This is talking about the Exodus. When they came out of Egypt, they didn't have no food, and the Lord rained down bread from heaven. And Christ is referencing that and saying the same way the Most High rained down bread from heaven, I'm that bread from heaven for the salvation of the children of Israel. That simple. This ain't that hard to do. When you go into Matthew and
time. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Time, my brother. All right, so I'm gonna give Chris the same amount of time, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So Chris, you're up, and it's your rebuttal time. Thank you, Tazaryach, sir. Mr. Chris MVP, Lamar, you keep, hold on a second, family. Lamar, you keep unmuting your mic. You keep unmuting your mic. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you in the waiting room until you figure whatever you're trying to do. All right, you're not allowed to have your mic unmuted. Tazaryach, I'm gonna mute your mic. I got you. I muted it already. All right. Hold on. Let me get Chris. Chris, are you going to share, Chris?
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do some sharing. I'm just
giving you 2 minutes and 15 seconds, okay? Because he went over his time.
Okay, right. Cool. All right, thank you.
Tell me when you want me to start, brother.
Let's get this up, and one more time, I hope the audience is enjoying this debate between.
Hold on 1 second, Chris. For those who can't hear, you have to go back out and set your audio setting, and that's why you can't hear when Chris or Tazaryach is talking. But in the morning, you're also gonna get a copy of the debate. So if you can't hear something, you're gonna get a copy in the morning. All right. So those for your own personal use. All right. So you're going to have a copy of the debate tomorrow. All right. Go ahead. Hold on, Chris. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this clock ready. All right. Go ahead, and I'll start when you're ready.
Okay. Give me a second. Cap got me thirsty here, boy. He know that Bible. I'll give him that. All right. So, give me 1 second. Dope, Captain. Dope rebuttal. Beautiful. Let's get this up. And all right, so one more time, family, I want you guys to understand what Captain is trying to do here. The name of this debate is Jesus a copy out of ancient Kemet? And I'm proving it. I'm proving it through archetype and motif here. I'm proving it with the 12 disciples. I'm proving it with Jesus. I'm talking about Jesus and these bread miracles, which represent resurrection. Okay, so in this resurrection or these Eucharist miracles that he's producing, he's reading to you bread miracles. He keeps reading about the children of Israel in bread from a religious text. The Bible is a religious text. It's not a historical text. Jesus is not a historical character. You keep reading about the dates in which the Bible was written, but I'm reading to you pyramid texts which predate the biblical narrative. How did they get access to the records? Well, first of all, it says that Moses was learned in all the ways of the Egyptian, and he's the high priest. So therefore, the high priest learned from him, and they continue to learn and learn. Now, Plutarch himself talks about who? They talk about the Alexandrian Jews who lived there in Alexandria, Egypt, and they made up 50% of what? They made up 50% of the population. So there's another way that they could have got a hold of these narratives. See, what you tend to forget is the human element of something called, as Garfield has said thousands of times, cultural diffusion. That these people will take these stories that they're hearing from Egypt, that they're hearing from Sumeria, mainly Egypt, because Egypt was the powerhouse at this time, or the power vacuum at this time, and they had temples all over the place. And that they would adopt them to give their people a greater destiny. That's why these things aren't coincidences that you read. You're literally reading a religious text that talks about bread and talks about how bread sustained the children of Israel in the wilderness that God gave them. And I'm reading to you the Part Am Haru, or the Book of the Dead, or the pyramid text, or the coffin text, in which the gods are giving the kings this bread in order so that they may live. Osiris becomes the Nile, and he does what? He irrigates the soil so what? Emer may grow. Look right here. Jesus, John chapter 6, verse 34. He said, he that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst.
Time,
right?
time. Thank you, Chris Harris. We're going to get into the third round now with brother Captain Tazaryach. I'm going to start as soon as you start sharing your screen. Keep your camera on, Chris.
Oh, my bad.
Camera on.
I keep hitting the wrong thing. I'm thinking I'm hitting mute.
Okay. Hey, Captain Tazaryach, are you there, my brother? And by the way, family, keep your camera off. I don't need to see anybody rolling in it blunts and all that foolishness. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your cameras off. This is just ridiculous at this point. Keep your cameras off.
What? I'm just getting to my PowerPoint so I can get to the right slide. I'm going to pick up where I left off. Okay. Yep. I did that. All right. So let me do from current slide. Before I get in, before I say anything. Slide. Okay. You can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Two things.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Don't start yet. Make sure your time is right. I'm at 00. Let me know when you want me to start, bro.
I'm starting right now. Right. Again, the title is not copy. The title has to say biblical. And that's why he's making the point to say, I know that Bible, because every reference that he's trying to give to the Kemetic text, I'm showing it in the biblical text. That's what this is about. The only way he could win is if he shows the writers had access to said records. If these are coffin texts, he has to show how the writer had access to that coffin text and could read it, which by his daddy's own admission, they couldn't read it for thousands of years. So when we go to Mark 14, when he tried to talk about the blood of the New Testament, nowhere does it say he gave out 12 pieces of bread. All it simply says is, and Jesus took the bread, blessed it, break it, gave it, said, take it, this is my body. That's the bread part. So now why is that bread synonymous? Because what is he copying? He's copying the Passover that we celebrate every year. And what do you do for the Passover? You eat bread. And why? That ain't because anything to do with vegetation, all this nonsense that he's talking about. That's why I had to establish Jesus being real, because once he's a real person, now you're taking all this vegetation out the equation. Otherwise, show Israelites doing these vegetation rituals during the time that this was written. You would have to show that. And you can't show that. But I can show in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. I can show in Exodus, the 12th chapter, when the children of Israel was leaving Egypt, they had to eat unleavened bread. When the children of Israel was leaving Egypt, they had to eat lamb. And part of the tradition is also drink wine. That's why when Christ says in Matthew 14 and 24, this is the blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many, the same way the Passover is about the blood of the lamb that they slay, is the same way Christ's blood. That's the copy. The copy is from the Bible, our records. The same way we ate that bread is the same way Christ's body now represents that same bread. You see how the blood and the bread go together now? Because it's a reflection of the Passover. That's why 14 and 24 says, unto them, this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many. So show me how that matches what he's saying is in the coffin text. Then when he talks about 12, it's 12. Do the Israelites in the New Testament take 12 for anything from Osiris? If I go to 1 Kings 18 and 31, Elijah took 12 stones according to the tribes of the sons of Jacob. That's where we get 12 from. You don't get 12 from none of that nonsense that he's talking about. The only person that's biblical today is myself. If we look at when he talk about feeding these people, if you look at what he said about Osiris, all of that is about rituals of some so-called miracles. It would have to match up. When we read Matthew 15, he had compassion because they had nothing to eat. Don't look at Matthew, Mark as different instances. It's the same instance. So it says, and his disciples said unto him, we have so much bread in the wilderness as to fill a great multitude. And Jesus said unto them, how many loaves have ye? They said 7 and few little fishes. And so he fed them because they was hungry. He wasn't saying he's the bread here. He's just feeding them. Let me keep going. One of the things that I noticed that they try to bring up is about the morning star. So now he would have to show whatever text he's going to show to try to think that the morning star is about, that the writers of the New Testament got the morning star from that part. What I'll show is in our text. So if I read Numbers 24 and 17, let's see where the term morning star comes from. It says, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob. Why is it even saying the star out of Jacob? Star is a parallel. Like even today, we say we call you sun because you shine like one, meaning somebody that could stand out from everybody else. And so the star out of Jacob is talking about somebody coming out of Jacob that's going to stand out from everybody else and shall rise out of Israel and shall smite the corners of Moab. And they conquered Moab. When we read Revelations 2 and 26, it says, and he that overcometh and keep my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. Verse 28, and I will give him the morning star. So how can Christ be the morning star when it's something that you get? Meaning you'll be the one that stands out just like he stands out. That's what the term morning star means. Revelations 22 and 16, a lot of people omit something important in Revelations 22 and 16. It says, I, Jesus, or Yahushua, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and offspring of David. Now, that's something that most people won't bring out. The virgin birth, Joseph is the physical father of Christ, which eliminates any connection to the virgin birth that they say comes from Kemet. John 1 and 45 says Jesus is the son of David. Joseph, verbatim, what I just said. So he would have to show, does Horus have a physical father and a spiritual father? Because if he doesn't, then it's not the same. And then you can't even call that virgin when Osiris get cut up to pieces. It's interesting how they only highlight what they want to. But if you look at what they say the copy is, Osiris gets cut up into all these pieces. Isis go and resurrect his penis and then hop on that rod and then bring forth Horus according to their story. That's not in the text. The only thing that's in common is the word virgin, which if you go by America's time today, the word virgin, a boy could be a virgin. In the Bible, a boy can't be a virgin because a virgin is something that you become. A woman becomes a virgin when she gets on her flower. That's Luke 2 and 36. So when it says, I am the root and offspring of David, the bright and morning star, you first have to say, okay, he's the offspring of David, which is a man. And then he's the bright and morning star, meaning he's the star of David. Why is he the star of David? Because that's the throne that he sits on. In Luke, the 1st chapter, the Lord told Mary that he would sit on the throne of his father David. It didn't even say the most highest throne. It said he's going to sit on the throne of his father David. So if he's going to say that that the Bible or New Testament is copied, he has to do a better job of what he's saying. Healing the sick. It claimed that in the Murdernick Stela, a monument from the 4th century BC, tells a story which Horus is poisoned by Seth. I thought Horus was the healer. So if Horus is the healer, because Christ for sure healed. So if Horus is the healer, how is he getting poisoned by Seth and then brought back to life by the god Thoth? Where's this story in the Bible? This story is not in the Bible. If you're going to make a comparison between Jesus and Horus, you have to actually make a comparison. You're not making a comparison. You're trying to make similarities, but the context doesn't even match. Everything he read about the bread doesn't match what Horus did. Everything he read about Osiris being the bread from heaven and all that ain't even why Christ said it. Christ said it in reference to the manna coming from heaven during the Exodus. It says the ancient Egyptians used, at the request of his mother Isis, the ancient Egyptians used that spell described on the monument to cure people. Not what he's saying Horus was doing. He has to show where that's at. So they used the spell.
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
They used the spell that Thoth used to cure Horus because he was poisoned. Show where they're using Horus's spell. Horus's spell. Let me see what else I want. You said I got 2 minutes left. No, I didn't want that. I think I might be done. I think I just might be done. So what he has to show in his last round, which I hope he shows, is that when the writers of the New Testament has access, which you say I got 2 minutes left. I just want to show what he said one more time. I'm going to stop my share real fast. I just want to remind the people of what he actually said. So I'm going to share my screen again, and I'm going to show exactly what he shared, which he tried to lie and act like it was a while ago. It was not a while ago. This is what he said.
Where the Bible was put together at. So when we open up the biblical text and we see certain texts in there, we got to ask ourselves a question. I heard Garfield Reed said, well, how do you prove it? Can you show me transmission? No, I can't show you transmission. We got to ask ourselves a question. I heard Garfield Reed said, well, how do you prove it? Can you show me transmission? No, I can't show you transmission.
Well, my last 30 seconds or 20 seconds, all he did was make some sort of parallel in saying that they connected because the word bread is used, the word virgin is used. Using the word bread, Christ did 37 some odd miracles, over 37 miracles. So just because somebody did something else, even having a God is not something synonymous with Israelites. So whatever miracles they performed does not mean, that's like if you go into Hinduism or something else, does not mean because they did similar things that one copied from another. To show a copy, the text that he's showing, he has to show how the writers of the Bible had access to it. He has not shown it yet. I yield.
All right before the 10-minute mark. Beautiful, good job. All right, come on in, my brother, Chris Harris. This is your third and final round. Let's get it. And then after this, we're gonna have a question and answer. Tazaryach is gonna, I think Chris goes first. I think Tazaryach goes first. But anyway, Chris, when you're ready to start, let me know and I'll start the clock for you, my brother. 10 minutes. This is your third and final round.
All right. So at this point, man, I could pretty much freestyle it because what he's doing is he's
ready
reading
to start. You want me to start the clock?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want me to start the clock?
Oh, I thought, is my screen being shared?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. No, don't start yet. Let me get my screen up here real quick. So we're gonna go. I don't want to talk until I get it up. All right. So, all right. So what he's doing is reading.
Hold on.
Okay, no problem.
I don't see anything yet, brother. There's nothing.
It's saying. All right, let me just restart this. Thank you, Garfield. Let's do this again. All right, here we go. Can we see it?
No, sir.
We can't see it. All right, let's try this again. What's going on that we can't see it? All right, it's saying on my side here. Here it is right here. Can you see
There
it?
you go. There you go. Hold on. Let me start the clock. Hold on 1 second. You can start. Go ahead.
All right. So let's keep dealing with this right here, because what he's doing is he's continuously reading from a religious text.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Beloved. I
Sure.
apologize.
Go ahead.
Don't move. Captain Tazaryach, you got to keep your camera on, brother. Tazaryach, you got to keep your camera on. His camera is on? Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, my camera's never been off. I'm gonna mute my mic back though.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I want that crown, Cap, after this debate. That's what I want. I want that crown. I'm coming for your crown. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Okay, can you see the screen share? Can we see it? Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, can we, hello,
No,
Garfield,
we
are you
can't see
there?
it. Garfield, where you at?
I'm right here, my brother. I'm gonna start over the time. I'm gonna reset it and start over the time.
Yeah, we can't see it. We can't see it.
Let's try it again. Okay,
There
are
you
we
go.
here?
It's up. There you go.
There you go.
All right.
All right.
So we're gonna stay on Jesus' ass here in this debate, because he's a Johnny-come-lately deity that done stole out everything out of Kemet. It's an imitation. And I think I'm proving my point here with the comparisons that I'm showing here. And Captain Tazaryach keeps on reading a religious text. Like he read 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 31 with 12 stones. Well, there's that mythical number 12 again, right? Then you read about these stars in the east, right? These stars being born, these morning stars, which are prevalent throughout antiquity in Kemet. How is anything that you're saying undermining anything that Osiris has done as a resurrection deity? How is anything that you're saying undermining anything that Osiris has done as a miracle maker of bread, or being the bread and water of life? How is it? You haven't proved it. You're just reading a religious text and linking verses with other verses. Let's look at this command over water here, right? Because the name of the debate is it a copy? You're saying that it should be original. It's not original. You yourself have admitted that first in the Bible, the New Testament was written in the 1st and 2nd century. And we're finding miracles and resurrection deities all inside of Kemet that predate the Bible by 2 millennia. Now let's look here in Coffin Text 572. It says in Coffin Text, spell 572, we find reference to the magic of Horus, while in the command of the water appears in Coffin Text spell 353, for example, title spell for having power over the water. In the same spell, the deceased requests that Osiris, quote unquote, grant that I may have power over the water, just as Set had power over the water in the eye of Osiris that night on the great storm, right? Also in Coffin Text, spell 1015 appears the great God who gives water and watches over water. Why is this significant? Okay. It's significant, it's significant because Jesus is credited in the Bible as calming the storm in the book of Matthew. He's credited as calming the storm. What is this symbolic of? It's symbolic of the sun, that morning star, coming through the storm with its calming effect. Everybody know when it's storming and raining outside and you see the sun, that storm clears up. That's what it's symbolic over. And you guys don't want to accept that. So what you do is you suspend all reason and logic to make your ideology or religious philosophy fit, and you don't want to accept what's in Kemet. That's what Jesus represents. Set would represent the waters, because Osiris, being the sun, has power over what? Chaos. There are many different cosmologies in Kemet. You just can't look at one and say, well, it's not the same as that. You're right, because in the book of Matthew, the raising of Lazarus doesn't occur. It doesn't occur, right? Well, if it doesn't occur, that would mean that, guess what? That still doesn't take away from the fact that Jesus, according to the biblical narrative, is a resurrection deity. He's the Son of God, and he performs miracles. But in the book of John, it do. So that still doesn't take away, just because you see differences in the stories. How does anything you said take away from what Osiris has done or what he's doing in a religious text? Next. Healing with spit. Mark 8:23, Jesus heals a blind man. Coffin's text, spell 113, Horace heals somebody with his spit. It's the same thing. Jesus is a Johnny come lately. You said you got to show me somebody going in there, and you keep playing that silly video of me when I was arguing with Brother Garfield Reed when he was supposed to debate Jabari. That's a totally separate argument, and that's called a straw man. Let's keep going. Let's go back to Justin Martyr, and I want to read this. This is very important. And he says, and when we say also the Word, who is the first birth of God, was produced without sexual union, and that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was crucified and died and rose again and ascended into heaven, we propound nothing different from what you believe, those who you esteem sons of Jupiter. For you know many sons who esteem writers ascribe to Jupiter, Mercury, interpreting the word and teacher of all, Asclepius, who though was a great physician, was struck by a thunderbolt and so ascended to heaven. And Bacchus too, after he had been torn limb from limb, which is probably taken from Osiris or Usir narrative also, and Hercules when he committed himself to the flames to escape his toils, and the sons of Lydia and Dioscuri. So when we see here, he's ascribing, hey, look, we believe in the same thing that you believe in. It's one of the worst apologetics that I've ever seen. Now, let's look, if Jesus is the only one to ascend into heaven, who in a church father that you mentioned at the beginning of this debate that you probably never read, he's telling you, oh, yeah, y'all got him too, but ours is real because we believe. Now, the Christian tale, Jesus' miraculous ascension into heaven is appended as an afterthought in the Gospel of Luke and as a footnote in Mark. So they're different, not appearing at all in Matthew or John. So they're different stories. But that doesn't take away from what he did according to the religious texts. But remember, they were nevertheless supposed to have been eyewitnesses from this astounding event. Where they get it from? Remember, I'm not producing things that are in fact coincidences. These things aren't coincidences. Look at what it says. After studying the precedents for the accession and myths of other cultures, it becomes obvious, as Justin Martyr agrees, that the motif was added to the Christ myth in order to compete with others. As one of these mythical precedents, the God's ascension to heaven is repeatedly referred to in the very ancient Egyptian text as well. In the Journal of Near Eastern Studies, in an article entitled The Ascension Myth in the Pyramid Text, Berkeley professor of history, Dr. Whitney M. Davis states that the myth of the ascension of the king represents one of the principal myths of the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts. The ascension of both Osiris and Horus may be found in pyramid text 303 for example. Here it is, ascending into heaven. It says right here, oh, you Western gods, Eastern gods, Southern gods, and Northern gods. These four pure-reeded floats which you set down for Osiris when he ascended to the sky. Let's keep going. Ascending into heaven in the Bible. Who has gone into heaven and is at the right hand of God with the angels, authorities, and powers have been subjected to him? First Peter chapter 3, verse 22, which Peter ain't nothing but Jupiter, by the way. Get it? Peter, Jupiter. Let's go to another imitation. Let's take a look. This is one of my favorite ones here. In Matthew 3:17, and Luke in 3:32, this story does not happen in the book of John, but you would agree that it's real, but they're not in the book of John or in the book of, in the book of Mark, but it says, let's take a look at when the so-called gods decide to speak in the New Testament. He said, this is my beloved son in whom I am well pleased. Now, when we read Newt and the Deceased King, utterances 1 through 11, it says, to say by Newt the brilliant, the great, this is my son, my firstborn, opener of my womb. This is my beloved with whom I have been satisfied. It's taken right out of the pyramid text. So how is it original or unique when the God of the Bible is clearly paraphrasing pagan texts?
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
They can't even be more original.
What the fuck is going on?
Are you serious? Garfield, pause my time.
I got you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, man. We're better than this. All right, stop unmuting your mic. All right, go ahead, Chris.
All right. So I want to deal with this this morning star here. Now, in the pyramid text, Osiris is the morning star. Now we know the morning star is presented when the 3 stars of Sapadet point to the birth of the sun at the winter solstice. That's what makes Osiris, a resurrection deity, the morning star. Now it reads, Horus pointed has come forth from thee, and his name Horus, who is in Sapadet, Horus in Sapadet, quote unquote. So as we can see, there is nothing unique concerning the Eastern star mentioned in the nativity narrative. How does something so pagan end up in the Bible? The bright star in the east was associated not only with Isis, Horus, and Osiris, and with Hathor, but also with the god Anbu, the dog-headed, quote unquote, an epithet of Sirius as well. In her analysis of the myth of the bright star and the 3 wise men, mythologist Barbara Walker states, the star of Anubis or Anubis was Sothis or Sirius, according to the Greeks. The eye of the dog in Greek, Canopus. Sirius is the star forming the quote unquote eye of Canis Major, the great dog. It is the brightest star in the sky. Egyptians believed it held the soul of Osiris, whose rebirth coincided with the rising of the Nile flood. You have to understand the cosmologies. These things aren't real, Tazaryach. So when Osiris rises with the Nile flood, he becomes the living water. Those who drink from him shall never perish. The story of Horus calling forth his father from the tomb is nothing but Horus calling Osiris from the grave of winter. And as the waters rise, Osiris comes forth. It's allegory. It's mythology. It's to represent something deeper. And these stories permeated the whole area. This is one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard you make.
Time.
I don't think we're ready for this debate.
Time. Thank you, Chris. All right. So we're going to have 2-minute rebuttals. 2 minute, keep your camera on. 2 minutes from Captain and 2 minutes from Chris. Then we're going to have the question and answer period, where you're going to ask 5 questions for 7 minutes. And then we'll move from there. All right. So, when you're ready, you're going to share your screen, Captain, for the 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm just going to show some Bible verses. Again, this so not going to share. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Real quick, I need y'all to go and cast y'all vote. The vote is up on my community page. Go and vote and see who won this debate, because I will give my opinion on who won when this whole thing is over. I don't want nobody following me. Y'all can go ahead and voice your own opinion. I don't want to steer the crowd no way. Use your own common sense. I want you to use your own common sense so they don't think we bias. All right? So use your own common sense, and the poll is already up. Let's get back to it.
Check something real fast.
Yo, Cap, you want to do another round?
I was thinking about it, actually. It was actually a little better than I thought. But no.
I know, I'm pretty good, right?
No, you're not that good. You're terrible.
I want that shirt. I want that shirt.
I know you want the shirt, because you know you can't your ass whip. You shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that out loud like that.
Yeah. And I want them gauntlets. I want that gauntlet. The black one. I want them gauntlets in that shirt. I want them gauntlets in that shirt. Go ahead, brother. Let me
Hold on 1 second. Let me just reset the room real quickly.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute everybody out. And then Tazaryach, you're the only person I want to unmute. Go ahead, unmute. And we'll get right back to the debate. Everybody keep your mics on mute and turn your cameras off, except Chris and Tazaryach. All right. Shout out to Brother Sanchez in the building, by the way. Peace and love to you, brother. All right. Captain 10K in the building out of Missouri. Peace and love to you, brother. All right. Captain Shear.
Yeah, I'm gonna share. I'm only gonna share. Tell me how good you can see this. I'm just gonna share my eSword app. Just let me know if you can see this. I'm gonna share. Yes. eSword. Can y'all see that? Or is it hard to see if you just let
You
me?
could see it, but we're not able to see it. Like we'd have to probably freeze it and blow it up.
Okay, what I wanted to do, let me see if I move it over, if I shrink this down. You probably still can't see it. What I wanted to highlight was just some verses just to counter what he's talking about. So I'll just do it like this. I'll just I don't necessarily need the screen share unless they need to see the scriptures. I'm just going to tell you the scriptures.
Hold 1 second, Captain, before you go. For anyone who joined the debate late, you're going to get a copy of the debate in your email early tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. Eastern. All right. Let's keep it respectful also in the chat. And remember also, we have a debate coming up April 8th with Tazaryach again versus Shaka Amos. Whose writing can fix the Black community? The ancient Kemetic writings or the ancient biblical writings? Also, this Saturday coming up, next Saturday, is Raw Bond versus Aboriginal Power. So everybody's going to get an email about that debate, and that's $20, and that's going to be next week, Saturday at around 7 p.m. also. All right. Tazaryach, whenever you're ready, brother, I'll start the clock.
I appreciate it.
At 2 minutes.
When Christ says, I am that living water, first of all, I don't know how much I can stress in John, the 4th chapter, when it talks about he's that living water. Why is he even saying the living water? All you got to do is go to Jeremiah 2 and 13. I'm sorry, yeah, Jeremiah 2 and 13. It'll clearly tell you, for my people have committed 2 evils. They have forsaken me, talk about the Most High, the fountain of living waters. What is the water? The water is talking about keeping the commandments. It's not talking about what he's saying that it's talking about, whether it be agriculture or anything like that. Like, he can't make this about star worship or sun worship or anything, because that's against the laws of God. If I go to Deuteronomy 17, it says, if there be found among you within any of the gates which the Lord thy God give thee, man or woman that have brought wickedness. What is the wickedness? And have gone and served other gods. When you go into the Egyptian pantheon, they have tons of gods. Our culture says you can't have other gods. Worship them, either the sun or the moon or any host of heaven. This is why I'm emphasizing he has to show where we copied that from those writings, because according to the New Testament and the Old Testament, Christ didn't break the law. He kept the law. So there is no reference to a sun worship, moon worship, or any other host of heaven. All I have shown is how metaphorically it has played back and forth. So when he brings up the sun worship, he doesn't have an answer. When he brings up the waters is talking about keeping the law. That's what Christ is talking about. So when you go to John 7 and 38 and in the book of John, it is say, he that believeth on me, as the scriptures have said, out of his belly shall flow living water. Why is he saying that? Because when we go out and teach the truth, now they have living water to actually come to life by keeping the laws of God. That's all it's talking about. It ain't talking about vegetation. In order for him to show what he's talking about, he has to show the Israelites using it the same way the Egyptians were, that he says. So the argument is futile. That's why he has not shown biblical copying.
Stop. Time. 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I got to give Chris the same. I wanted you to finish your point. All right. So, Chris, you're going to get 2 minutes and 20 seconds also. It's your rebuttal time. And then after that, we're going to get the question and answer period.
Let me get a screen share. Oh, goodness gracious, Cap. This is not good.
Let's tell me when you want to start, brother. When you want me to start.
All right. So let's start this up real quick. So what Captain just made was a very ethnocentric argument here. He's judging everybody else.
You're not sharing. You're not sharing.
Why is this not sharing here? Let's try this again here. Okay, let's go to
clock
here.
won't start. I'll restart the clock. I'm gonna mute RX mic. And everybody keep your mics muted, please, and your cameras off, except Chris MVP and Tazaryach.
Okay, can we see this?
It's not up yet. It's coming. I guess it's loading up.
Okay. Has it loaded yet?
No, beloved.
Jesus, what is going on with this thing here? This is why I don't like all right. Let me go here. Go here. All right, let's try this again. All right. Is it up?
Hold on. It says double click to enter full screen mode. I don't know if you need to do something on your end.
Okay, can you see it now?
No, we cannot see it. No.
All right. Let's try this. Okay. Let's try this again here. All right. Stay patient with this thing here. I'm trying to get this going. I don't know what's happening here with my rebuttal every time I get ready to go do this. Let's try this. Let's try this again. All right, we have it.
All right, there you go. It's up. Hold on 1 second, Chris. Don't say nothing. Everybody keep your mics on mute. Your mic got to be on mute, family.
All right, let me know when I can start.
All right, hold on. Let me get the clock straight so that you have your time right. And this is your final third round rebuttal. All right, here you go. Go ahead, my brother.
All right, so what Captain just made is a very ethnocentric argument here. Now, ethnocentricity is when you evaluate other people's cultures according to the standards of your own culture. And this has always been the problem with the Israelite narrative. What happens is they say, well, we don't study other people's cultures. Well, according to the biblical narrative, you guys were never monotheistic because you guys were always being cursed for always adopting everybody else's gods. Just because you read something in a religious text to try to define it does not take away from the evidence that I've produced today to show you that your religion, your character is in fact a imitation of a much older character. Here, I want to show you something real quick. Okay, now let's go here. Here it is. Here is a Dejed pillar with Ra rising, and here's Marie Aset and Marie Neptis. Why is this significant? Because we can clearly see that both of these things are in fact, this is an imitation of something that came a lot later. You understand what I'm saying? This is the imitation. This came a lot later. This is in your biblical narrative when Jesus comes out of the tomb and the two Marys are there. This is something from a lot earlier. That is something you can just look at it and see that is a clear imitation that we can see in Kemet with the rising of the Dejed pillar and Ra and Osiris versus this Johnny come lately cracker named Jesus. You can't read a religious text in order to prove a religious text and say just because you have laws pertaining to your God, somehow that means you all didn't imitate other people's religions when that's what you all were getting in trouble for all the time. You guys always got in trouble for it according to the biblical narrative. You guys says in the biblical narrative you were there 400 years. Then he talks about you guys don't look at stars and things like that. How so? When in the Matthew narrative, the wise men were following the stars, trying to find what? The birth of the boy named Jesus. Then in the book of Genesis,
Time.
Man, we gotta get real here. 2 minutes ain't enough. But anyway, it's good. Let's rock out.
All right. So now we're gonna have the question and answers. We're gonna have, I think, first is Captain Tazaryach questions Chris Harris, and we're gonna have each debater gets to ask the other debater 5 questions in a 7-minute period. All right, so let me stop the clock. Let me get both mics got to be open, and we're gonna try our best. I gotta definitely moderate this whole thing properly, make sure that we don't talk over each other. My brother, whose face is on the screen, my brother, you need to mute. You need to turn your camera off. Number 460-326, whatever your name is, you need to turn your camera off. The only 2 cameras supposed to be on during the debate is Tazaryach and Chris Harris. Thank you very much, my brother. All right. Let's see if there's anybody else's camera on. Craig, come on, Craig. You Dagger Squad. Come on, man. Follow the rules, brother. All right.
Yo, can we take a water break, man?
All right. All right. So hold on. So who's asking? Wait, Tazaryach. Tazaryach, are you ready, brother?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hey, Tazaryach, is it all right if I grab a
Yeah,
bottle of water?
If you need
Thank
to
you.
get water, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
So in this era, again, family, this era, this time of the debate, each debater gets to ask the other debater 5 questions in a 7-minute period. Tazaryach gets to ask Chris first, and Chris gets to question Tazaryach after. All right. While Chris go get his water, again, I want to remind people that there's a Shaka Amos debate coming up with Captain Tazaryach, April 8th. Next week, Saturday, is Rawborn versus Aboriginal Power. Who are Black folks in America? Are they Aboriginals, indigenous people of this land, or are they African Americans? That's what the debate is about. Who are the Black folks in this land? All right. Let me see what else. All right, Chris getting his water. All right. Tazaryach, you up. I'm gonna get the clock. We actually good on time, by the way, too. So it's almost 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we good on time. And for those who came in late, I got my brother Morpheus coming in late right now. You're gonna get a copy of the debate if you paid for it. You're gonna get a copy in the morning around 7 a.m. Eastern, a copy of this actual debate. All right. Chris, are you ready, brother?
Woo! Woo, I needed that.
All right. Cool.
Yes, sir. Woo.
All right. So, Captain.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Hold on. Don't start yet. Hold on. Ready? Go.
Did you show any transmission of the writers of the New Testament copying from the Kemetic records?
Can you give me a definition of copy? Garfield, stop his time.
I actually gave it in the beginning of the debate. If you actually paid attention, I think you should know what copy. Well, you didn't know the title of the room, so I can understand why you don't know.
Boy, stop. Get that definition of.
You didn't know the title. You did not know the title of the debate. You put Christian in the debate.
That's a straw man.
Christian was not in the debate. That's not a straw man. That's what you did.
Jesus is a Christian.
All right, hold on. Let's look. You asked for a definition. I pause the time.
Yeah.
Definition.
Yeah, I had to go screenshot because you tried to lie and say it was Christian.
Hold on one second, Tazaryach. My brother, I just told you to turn your camera off. You go back out. You come back in with your camera back on.
So now I'm gonna read the definition.
Hold on, Tazaryach. Let me deal with this guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, boy, I tell you. Hold on one second.
Why is he sharing his screen? This is my question there. We shouldn't see his screen.
Oh, mine is still up. My bad. I didn't know.
Yeah, turn that shit off, man.
All right, here we go. I'm going to start the time back.
Okay.
And here we go. Go ahead.
So the definition of copy and we pretty much have imitation or transcript or reproduction of an original work, such as a letter, painting, table, or dress.
That's right.
So the question.
Am I free to answer the question? Well, I wasn't arguing transmission. I was arguing an imitation. The definition of copy, as it corresponds to this debate that I used, was imitation. And I showed you imitation in the text, where both gods were doing the same thing. Both gods were resurrection deities. Both gods were considered kings. Both gods were considered real kings on this earth. Both gods ascended into heaven, and both gods were considered the bread of life. So I showed imitation. My argument was not transmission or plagiarism. That wasn't my question.
So then you agree that you didn't show transmission?
That was not my argument. I showed imitation.
I'm just asking it's a simple yes or no. You agree that you did not show transmission?
That is a loaded question pertaining to.
Not a loaded question. It's a yes or no.
A complicated question requires a complicated
It's complicated
answer.
because once you answer no, it destroys your argument of this debate.
Well, my argument was not transmission, but imitation, according to the word.
The title of the debate was not imitation. The title of the debate is the biblical story of Jesus, copy from ancient Kemet. We read the definition of copy.
Imitation.
That would mean that in order to copy, they would have to have access to the original to transmit it into what they call the New Testament. So I ask you another question. Can you show where they had a copy of the coffin text, the various coffin texts that you named? Can you show that they had access or a copy of those texts?
No, you necessarily can't show. I don't think the argument was about do they have a copy of it. What we should be asking and answering is why do pyramid texts and coffin texts and coffin text and Book of the Dead text end up in the Bible almost word for word? The same archetypes and motifs found in the pyramid text and coffin text end up in the Bible almost word for word. This is why I chose the pronoun of imitation. You are arguing plagiarism. That is a plagiarizing argument. I am arguing imitation.
The coffin text that you're mentioning, these were in the coffin, correct?
The coffin texts have been pulled out, and these stories.
We're talking about back then. We're not talking about today. We're not talking about today where archaeologists dug them up.
Mm-hmm.
The historians that I cited in the beginning, the question again, these coffin texts was in the coffin, correct?
Yes, those were found at the temple. There were some found at the temple of Saqqara. That is correct. Yes.
So when you say
pyramid text of Saqqara, excuse me. Yes.
So when you say that they're copied, this is why I'm asking the question. And because we're in 2023, this is why this question is going over your head. If you saying they copy, but these coffin texts are in the coffins, you have to show they had access to the coffins to copy it from.
That is an argument. That is an ignorant argument. I'm going to explain why.
It's not
just because. I have to answer the question. Just because something is called a coffin text or the Pert in Peru does not mean that is especially found in the coffins alone. Here's why I'm going to explain this. These stories were based on the lore of the Kemetic gods, and they were also taught in the temples. The Jews lived in Alexandria, and they comprised of what? 50% according to Plutarch, 50% of the population there. They could have learned these stories there when the New Testament was commissioned under Ptolemy, or the Bible was commissioned under Ptolemy to be written along in the 1st and 2nd century. You sit up there saying that they are found in the coffin is a red herring, a slippery slope argument, saying just because they're in the coffin, there's no way that the Bible can get them, when we know through cultural diffusion that people can share stories found in other cultures and mix and match them, especially when the Jews themselves were never monotheistic. They always adopted other gods. So it would make sense that they would adopt a dying and resurrecting God. That question does not take away from the fact of imitation. If you were arguing transmission or you were arguing plagiarism, I would understand your argument. But I chose an argument, a semantical argument, to show you that you must master the English language first. So that is what I'm arguing, and that's what I'm standing on. This story is an imitation based on a story that is a lot older than it.
The only way this story can be an imitation is if you could show that they had access to what they were imitating. When you read the Bible, Matthew 5:17, it says, "Think not that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I came not to destroy, but to fulfill. For I say unto you, to heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled." So based on the New Testament writings, keeping the law was essential. So sun worship, moon worship, any other worship outside of worshiping the Most High would be forbidden. So the reason why you have to show that they actually copy from that is because what you're saying that they copy from goes against the law that they telling you you must follow. So again, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Can you well, I guess this would be the same question. Can you show where they had access? Last thing, the records were in rotation as early as 60 AD, which I already showed. So you would have to show how they had access to every single coffin text that you say they copy or imitated from to put in the records. And you keep using these images, but the images don't match. They might match from a Christian, like them pictures you show of Mary and all of that stuff might match from a Christian perspective, but you have to show that in the Bible, and you have not shown in the Bible. Every example you have shown just has similar words. Similar words does not make it the same. So I'm going to ask you again.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Captain Tazaryach.
Oh, wait. One more thing. You made a point to say that they was in Egypt. You have to prove that, because as I showed, Paul and it wasn't in Egypt. The only Israelites were those that came to keep the feast, which further proves they was not keeping the laws of Kemet. but the laws of God. When you go to Acts, the 2nd chapter, it says devout Jews out of every nation under heaven came to keep the feast of God, which further proves they were not following the gods of the nations that they were in. They was in Pathros, they was in Cush, they was in other nations outside of Egypt, and still came back, outside of Egypt, and still came back to serve God. That's in the book of Acts. So you keep saying that they put this stuff from Kemet in there, but they didn't.
Time. Now, Chris, you're gonna get 7 minutes to question Tazaryach, and then after that, you're gonna give your final 5 minutes closing remarks, and then Tazaryach is gonna close out. All right. I'm gonna start the clock. Chris, are you ready to ask your questions, my brother?
Give me 1 second here, because I want to do something real quick. If it's okay.
You're asking him, so you don't really need to share that. Are you gonna share something?
There we go. All right, I got it. All right,
cool.
Okay, cool, sweet.
Hold on. Tazaryach, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. You gave me right.
So I'm gonna start the clock right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, cool. What was the name of the debate, Captain Tazaryach?
Is the biblical story of Jesus Christ copied from Kemet?
Okay. Do you believe Jesus existed?
Yes.
Do you believe that Jesus arose to be at the right hand of the Father?
I believe he rose to redeem the children of Israel.
Very good. So did he ascend into heaven is what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay. In the Book of the Dead, can you explain to me excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm moving a little bit too far here. Do you believe that he is a resurrection deity, that he resurrected from the dead?
He's not the only person that ever resurrected from the dead in the Bible. You can go from Elijah, raised a man.
But I'm just, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, so that it certainly doesn't make him
Chris, you gotta let him respond. Chris, you gotta let him respond.
I didn't ask him a question.
You did ask the question. Do I believe?
Okay,
that's a question. Come on, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, don't get mad because I'm about to beat the hell out of you. So anyway, Christ is not the only man that's been resurrected in the Bible. Elijah raised the boy from the dead. So even when Christ raised Lazarus from the dead, that's not nothing special. It's the river that flows through the Bible. So Elijah did it, Christ did it, and then Christ was resurrected as well.
Okay, so you're saying that Jesus is not an original story based on the biblical narrative?
Original story from what? We're not talking about the story. We talk about you didn't ask about a story. You asked about resurrection.
You just said that.
Hey, stop. I'm gonna pause the time. All right. When Chris, when you ask a question, you gotta let Tazaryach answer, bro. And it's not about if you like the answer or not. You gotta give him time to answer.
I thought I was. Okay.
All right. So relax. Just ask a question and whatever. Sonny, do you want to say something, brother?
Yeah. I wanted to say, once Chris asks him a question, if Chris is fine with the answer, he can continue to move on.
Why wasn't that the case?
Because it is Chris' time, 7 minutes. So Chris could get out 5 questions or 6. He won't be able to get it out if you allow the other party to continue to go on. So once Chris is satisfied, he can begin to ask the next question.
Hey, why wasn't that the case with me?
It should have been. It should have been.
Okay, then if it wasn't with me, then you can't come in here with the remix. Go ahead, mute your mic. I appreciate it.
No, I'm just coming back over here. I'm listening to y'all now. But go ahead, Chris. You can handle this.
All right, no sweat. So you repeat that last question you asked?
Okay, so I'm gonna just ask you simply, is Jesus an original story?
Christ is an original story as far as being the savior of the New Testament for the children of Israel. But the question that you asked about resurrection, about somebody being raised from the dead in the Bible, that's not original. The only thing original about Christ is he raised himself up with the power of the Most High. Elijah did raise a boy from the dead, though.
Okay, so why does he share the same mythological components with Asar or Usir, with him being resurrected, if he's an original deity?
He can't share it because according to what you say about the Book of the Dead, Horus raised Osiris up. In the Bible, That's what you said. According to the Book of the Dead, that's what you can interrupt me. I don't mind. That's what you said,
Okay,
right?
so what I'm saying, what you're saying is you're agreeing that he was resurrected. It doesn't matter. We still have an archetypal motif that he was resurrected. Am I correct?
It's not the same archetype at all.
Yes, it is. It's a resurrection.
In this debate, you tried to compare Osiris being resurrected to Christ raising John. You even tried to make Lazarus be Osiris, which I showed Lazarus is Eleazar out of the Bible. So I showed where Lazarus, the name Lazarus came from, was from Eleazar, which is Hebrew for God help us. So when you ask, are they the same? No, they're not the same. When Christ was—
I didn't ask you were they the same. I asked you why does Jesus contain the same mythological archetypes and motifs that we find with Osiris?
He doesn't contain the same. Osiris,
well, is he a resurrection deity?
Osiris was killed and cut into 14 pieces.
And Jesus was killed and his body was broken also.
His body was not broken. Book, chapter, verse where his body was broken.
He said in the narrative—
No. You can't ask questions, Tazaryach.
I'm sorry. There is no book, chapter, verse.
No. It's my turn to ask the question now.
I was finished answering. No, I was answering, but I couldn't ask the question.
Hold on. In the story of Osiris, his body is broken. Jesus presents bread to his disciples and he says, this is what I'm talking about motifs. He breaks the bread and said, this is my body for it is broken for you. It was symbolic. And I'm asking you, why does he contain the same mythological archetypes and motifs that we find in the Osiris story if he is an original deity?
So now I'm going to answer this stupid question you just asked. So now you combine it, John the 11th chapter, when Christ got killed, and you comparing it to Lazarus with Osiris, and then you combining it to when Christ is by himself. You do realize I'm sorry. What you're combining is two different stories and trying to make them match, and you're looking like a fool. Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. His wife, who was his sister, had to resurrect the penis to bring forth Horus, to then bring—
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
To life.
Thank you, Captain. Captain,
I don't know.
The bottom line is, I'm asking you if he's an original. Hold on, Captain. Captain, bro, no. Captain, I asked you the name of the debate. Is Jesus a copy?
But what you just did, but what you just— But you cut me off in my answer.
Questions,
right? You cut me off in my answer, though.
Hold on, Chris, you gotta let him finish, though. You gotta let him finish.
How long does it take to answer this?
When you took long to answer, I didn't stop you.
I'm not stopping you.
All right, hold on. Time
out. To unmute to say to Tazaryach, you got to let him finish. He's done it with you twice already.
Time out. I pause the time, right? Tazaryach, finish answering, and then Chris asks the next question. All right? Okay. All right.
No problem. Go ahead. So now, what you just did was try to combine. Osiris was chopped up into 14 pieces. His wife, who was his sister, had to go resurrect his penis, have sex with it, then create a boy that could then resurrect Osiris. That's that story. That story is nowhere in the Bible whatsoever. When Christ symbolically said the bread and the blood, it was in reference to the bread and the blood of the lamb, because he was saying it represented the New Testament. That's biblical. He's biblically referencing himself to the Passover, not Osiris.
All right, next point, next question. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, so we agree once again. I'm gonna ask you a question. Can you give me the definition for original? Please pause the time, Garfield, while he pulls up a definition for original.
For everybody that's listening, we're gonna they're gonna have closing arguments after this, and if they choose to stay on, I'll stay on, and the crowd, the audience could ask questions. You guys could raise your hands, and I'll just pick whoever want to ask questions to whoever wants to stay. All right, if Tazaryach and Chris want to stay.
So I got it. It says original. I'm gonna read to two definitions that they have: present or existing from the beginning, first or earliest. Number two, created directly and personally by a particular artist, not a copy or imitation. Those are two definitions.
Okay, so my position in this debate is Jesus is an imitation of other gods because he has three archetypes that define him. resurrection, miracles, and a virgin birth. You don't believe in the virgin birth, that's fine, but mainstream Christianity does. Okay, you do? Okay, fine. So we see those three elements in the Jesus story, but we also see them in the Kemetic traditions, and they were there first. So I asked you, was Jesus an original deity according to the definition? That's all I asked.
But he's not a deity. And when you say original, the story in the Bible, when I say, for the record, when I say I believe in the virgin birth, I believe it according to what I read in the Bible. Isaiah 7:14 said a young woman will be found with child from a man, not from a God having sex. So that eliminates what you say. So if anything, our story is original. The other stories require a woman to resurrect a penis to have sex with. That's your story. Our story is Joseph and Mary having sex, and Joseph being from the house of David and producing the child. That's our story. So they're not the same stories. The deaths are not the stories. The resurrection is not even the same story. Christ wasn't resurrected by somebody else. Christ was resurrected of himself. So where's the copy of the Kemet side? Everything about Kemet and Osiris and Horus, and you're mixing two. You're mixing parts of Horus and parts of Osiris and trying to piece them together and make them be about Christ.
All right, hold on, Cap. Chris, ask your last question.
All right, my last question is simply, what did the coffin text come first, or did the Bible come first?
The coffin text, as what we have today, came after the Bible. In 20,
That's not what I asked you. I'm speaking about the ancient.
Chris. You
no,
can't.
no, no. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying that. No, Garfield, you can't do that.
Well, you can't cut him off if you want to answer.
No, Garfield, you gotta let him clear his question because he said that's not the question. Okay. You gotta let Chris clear his question.
Okay, Chris Harris said he's talking about from the ancient.
Yes, I'm talking about the ancient coffin text as it is in the King's Valley. That's what I'm speaking about. What came first? Was it the coffin text or the biblical gospels? What came first?
1 second, I'm gonna read from what I have in my PowerPoint. If you don't mind, just let me grab it. Give me 1 second, I'm just trying to find it. Give me 1 second, if you could bear with me, please. This way you don't think I'm making it up of my own. So if I read Book of the Dead, and like I said, when I first read it, the Book of the Dead is called the Book of the Dead because they was found by the coffin, so it's the same thing. Yes. It says an ancient collection of mortuary texts made up of spells and magic formulas placed in tombs and believed to protect and aid the deceased in the hereafter. Probably compiled and re-edited. The collection included the coffin text dated from 2000 BC, pyramid text 2400 BC, and other writers. These records.
Thank you. I have nothing else to say.
I'm not finished though.
Okay.
But during the time of the New Testament, they had no access. During the time of the New Testament, they had no access. So to call it the coffin text as you call it today would be inaccurate, because they're written on the coffins themselves.
All right, that's it. All right, so closing arguments with Chris first. Get your stuff together, and then and close out. You got 5 minutes, my brother.
All right, first of all, I want to sit up there and say this was a very fun debate, and I hope we put on a great show for the HOK family. There are no hard feelings with Captain Tazaryach. He does great work in the community, and I have to respect that. But I have to talk about the suspended logic that we see with people who believe in the biblical text versus when they see something that is a lot older.
Are you closing? Is this your closing?
Yes.
You've been going for about 40 seconds.
I didn't know he was closing. All right, go ahead. I thought he was going to share your screen. My bad. But go ahead.
Thank you, Garfield. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're doing good, Chris. You're doing good, man. Just control.
I know. Let me close this thing on out. We got to talk about this. Thank you, Garfield Reed. So what we have here is a young man, a gentleman, who continues to suspend his own logic in order to make the biblical narrative fit. He sits up there and says that he needed to read something in order to know that the coffin texts were older. That didn't make any sense. Then what he tries to do is go into different cosmologies and mix them all up to try and make it look like that they have nothing to do with one another, or it has nothing to do with the biblical text. I asked him a simple question, and the question was, is the biblical narrative a copy? That's what I was asking him. Imitation. That's what I proved today, that it's an imitation, that these same mythical elements and archetypal elements that are found in Kemet pre-existed there first before the biblical narrative even came about. That's what I was here to prove today, and I showed them. It doesn't matter who transmissioned them. It doesn't matter who had access to who or who didn't. We just see that these coffin texts are ending up in your Bible. You know what? I asked Garfield Reed an important question. How does Philo's logos concept end up in the book of John? You know, the word of God, which predates the New Testament by some 100, I think what, 75 to 100 years. It predates it. So how does his concept end up in there? Are we going to sit back and say, hey, who transmitted it? Who did it? No, we have to use common sense and see that this is a narrative put together by a group of people who are trying to pursue something or push something for a political gain or political interest. That's all it is. And what they did is they gathered texts in Alexandria, they gathered texts from Sumeria, they gathered texts from all over the world, and they put together this Bible. We cannot continue to suspend our logic in order to make something fit. Jesus is a sun deity. Osiris is a sun deity. Jesus is a resurrection deity. Osiris is a resurrection deity. Horus is the son of Asar. Jesus is the son of Yahweh or El. This gentleman even sat up there and told us tonight that, guess what? He said that they never had sex. I mean, that they had sex. But he can never point to you in the Bible where he says that. Now, regardless of the fact, guess what? Mainstream Christianity does agree that there was a virgin birth there. But that does not take away from the fact that Jesus is a resurrection deity. Jesus performed miracles. Jesus ascended into heaven, right? Just because you have a different story in the book of Luke versus a different story in the book of John doesn't take away from what he represents. You understand what I'm saying? If somebody floated up into heaven, he's a god. But then he said, well, no, he's not. It doesn't make any sense when we see the same thing going on with Haru, who ascended into heaven to be on the right side of his father with who? Osiris. It's symbolic of nature. That's it. I want to close out. I want to say thank you, HOK family. This was a fun debate. I want to say shout out to everybody who spent their money. I hope it was well spent today, and I hope I made everybody proud. I want to say thank you, Garfield Reed, for being an excellent moderator tonight, and I want to give a shout out to the ISUPK. I want that shirt, Cap, and say thank you. And I see my man Captain 10K is in the audience, and I just want to say peace, guys. I'm out. I really enjoyed this debate. Peace. I'm gonna stay for your closing, Cap. I'm not gonna leave.
Hey, before Captain speak, if you want to stay on and take some questions from the audience, that's totally up to you. You don't have to stay. If you want to stay, that's totally up to you. All right. Captain, you're up, family. Are you sharing your screen, Captain?
Yeah, because I want to highlight one thing. And Chris want that shirt because he talking trash here, but he know he lost. That's right. Proof is in the pudding, man. Can you say nothing about that at all? You ain't getting that all.
I knew you weren't gonna make it. That's all right though.
Listen, if you would approve transmission, I'd have gave it to you, brother, but you didn't.
That is a plagiarism argument. I'm not making that.
All right, mute your mic, Chris. Come on, Captain. You ready?
Yeah, let me do from current slide. I'm gonna unshare. I just want to remind people of one thing. Here we go. When he talks about I said Mary and Joseph had sex. If I read John 1:45, it says, Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we've found him of whom Moses and the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. That's what the Bible says, because the Bible tells you the angel told Mary that Christ will sit on the throne of his father David. That's where Joseph comes from. In this entire debate, a lot of the information he used is from Gerald Massey, which is why I have this screen here. Gerald Massey, even in his own presentation, said that they did not have, no Greek or Roman had access to the hieroglyphical language that was buried out of sight for thousands of years. So if he's going to use Gerald Massey, which he has tonight, Gerald Massey, page 6 of the book that he's quoted from, says that they did not have access to this information that he's saying they copied from, that he's saying that they got it from. The scholars do not respect Gerald Massey. So when y'all want to assume he won, the scholars reject the very information that he's using to verify it. This has been a horrible debate to me personally. Entertaining, yes. Horrible, no, because what I expected was a better argument from him other than these so-called similarities. He combined John the 11th chapter, Matthew the 27th chapter, and pieced the bread here, and Christ raising a whole another man from the dead to make that be about Osiris and Horus. Well, who's the other God? It would have to be at least another God for that to even make partial sense. So it's not logical in this debate to biblically show. At best, if he was battling a Christian, I can't even say he still would have the credence, because once I establish when the New Testament was founded, any information that he brought forth that came after the New Testament was founded is irrelevant. So he did not show that in this debate at all. I was able to cleanly show when the New Testament was founded, as early as 60 AD, it was already in rotation. I was able to show that from scholars that there's no Egyptian influence based on the Textus Receptus manuscript of the Bible. I was able to show that. He did not dispute any of the information that I gave. It's called a straw man argument to paste all these different coffin texts and say these people had access to all of these different coffin texts and then just made up this story about Christ when Christ taught to be against the very Egyptian text that he's saying they copy from. It just doesn't make sense. And the last thing I was able to show for every quote, I was able to show how Christ got it from the Old Testament. That bread from heaven, I was able to show that same bread came down in the Exodus story when they was leaving out of Egypt. So I was able to show where Christ actually copied from. He copied from his own ancestors. So when you actually pay attention to the debate, he did not show any copy, any of that. He just grasped at straws. So I appreciate y'all coming out today. This slaughter of Egypt will take place when I get Shaka in a couple of weeks. And so with that, I yield.
All right. Let me give my take on the debate. And I want the people not to follow me. Just do what you do. But what I will say on this debate, it is very clear that that Chris won this debate to me, hands down. Chris won this. It was like a landslide. And so I can't see how anybody else.
Once he get himself together,
Peace and Black Power family. You know what it is. I got the Captain Tazaryach right up in here. I got Captain Tazaryach. Yo, what it is? What's up, my man? You know it. You know it. I got Captain Tazaryach up in here. We waiting on a powerful brother to come through. David Banner, of course. We're going to get a powerful interview going on. All right, yeah, my brother Captain Tazaryach. We getting ready to go sit down with our brother David Banner. Do you know anything about him? Do you know his background? Because I don't. I don't know what he follow. I don't know what he believe. But I damn sure know that he hate that damn white man.
Yeah, I like that, man. Like, I can always have common ground with anybody that hates the white man. We can, like, that's damn near the basis of having common ground, where you can get that level, because then I know when I speak about all the shit that the white man has done to us, I ain't got to have this peckerwood in black color coming across, making it seem as if I can't say that. You know what I mean? So, of course, we know Banner comes from the hip hop background, but what I do notice lately, the past couple years or whatever, he's been more on, I don't like to use the word conscious, but he's been more on a black empowerment type of vibe, so to speak. And I like dealing with individuals like that. Like, the barriers that we got to cross as far as our spiritual guidance, you know, we can always discuss that. But black people being toe up from the flow up, that could never go out of style, you know, with any individual that's like that. So I was, just from the bit of stuff you was telling me about his career, I only know vague. You know what I mean? I only know a couple of songs that he had or whatever. Now, I do know he pioneered the South a little bit. Like, he was one of them with Lil Flip, with T.I., all them young brothers and everything that came in. He was a part of that there. That's what's up. So, like, I know, like, he did pioneer that South when it came in. He was one of the front lines of that. But it seemed like what I used to notice, I remember he had this song Cadillac on 22s. And even though the song was Cadillac on 22s, he was like, I ain't did nothing in my life but stay true. So you can see, like, his vibe was a little different than the average down south rapper. No disrespect to no down south rapper, but his vibe was just different. So it seemed like a natural progression for that brother to eventually do this. I was watching this recent video where he gave props to the Most High. As soon as I heard him say props to the Most High,
That's what's up.
so, I look forward to meeting the brother, having a good dialogue. I could dialogue with anybody no matter what walk of life they come from. So I look to having a good dialogue with the brother. Hopefully we can get it in.
All right. You want to get time to put those on?
Yeah, I can put it on while I'm asking.
Okay. I know I asked you this question before, but I want to ask it again, being as it's been maybe a couple of years now.
Couple of years?
All year. I want to know why you chose the Hebrew Israelites instead of like African consciousness in your life, because I know you've been a part of everything at one time in your life. Growing up, you see the red, black, and green. You see the Black Power militant group. There you go. So why make that change like that when you know that the first nation was in Africa, brother, like in ancient Kemet, when you know that we got great civilization in ancient Kemet and all that? That's what I want to ask.
Let me tell you something, man. Y'all black people got to stop this whole the first stuff, man. The first don't mean nothing when right now we last. So we first civilization. I'm gonna make y'all right just for the sake of argument. I'm not gonna argue who was the first, where it came from, or nothing like that. So we the first civilization, first scientists, first astrologers, first doctors, first everything. But don't mean nothing now because we last now. So we got to go back to what will bring us to the top. Now it's good. Now again, I'm going with the premise that y'all right. So it's good to bring that information in there, but we got to bring something else to get these cats that you see on these corners. Only Israelites could get them off that corner. Straight like that. Straight like that. You know how I know? When I travel, I just came from Chicago. We had a Midwest cookout. I'm seeing brothers come, we all converging. So brothers from California, from Florida, from North Carolina, from Minnesota, from Indianapolis, from Detroit, all these cats that straight gutter niggas. I'm saying it on purpose. Straight from the gutter, straight hustlers, thieves, bodies, shot, whatever it is that you could think of, these brothers done it. And then they heard us say, they didn't hear us say, yo, we was the first this, we was the first that, we was the first this. But they heard us say, brother, if you care about your brother, you'll stop doing what you're doing. Like if you be about brotherhood, like it's evil. Like we address the direct issue that's plaguing black people. So a lot of people, when I did that sit down with Jabari, he brought up the whole first thing. I said then and I said now, I ain't concerned with first. You know what I mean? That ain't really my battle. Now, if you're gonna tell me something about Kemet that's gonna get these cats off the corners, by all means, give it to me. But since I've been in the conscious community since 2013, when Polite Little Ass walked in front of the camp, we wasn't on the side of Lenox that we on now. We was on the other. Remember, we was on the other side where they got their Whole Foods at. From that moment up until now, I ain't never seen a Kemet on the street dealing with these drug dealers. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I ain't seen it. I ain't never seen a Kemet. I ain't never seen an RBG. I ain't never seen none of them on the front lines and not delivering. And I ain't saying that Kemet brothers that follow this religion, I ain't saying that they don't have no love for black people. I want to be clear. But I ain't seen them use Kemetic religion, Kemetic science to free them from the oppression that they suffering on that corner. But I have seen Israelites. So your question was, what made me join the Israelites? Because I seen the Israelites on the street directly addressing what is plaguing black people. And I love black people. I will die. I will give my life for black. If I had to die, if me dying meant black people could get free, I'd rather die so that my people could get free. I would rather that. And I needed to be in the organization that number one was about truth, number one was about the Most High, and number one could fix black people. Yeah, I see him. Yeah, I just got to make sure he ain't a Hamite. Y'all know y'all. Now, I only say that because you made, Polite had the whole summer jam joint the last time.
Man, you got to be civilized, brother. You telling me that you will not feed an African child? She will not, if she's hungry, you too. She's hungry, and she come to you, excuse me, sir, can I have a hamburger? You telling me you'll tell that little child to get the hell out of here? That you don't, now be careful, because this right here could really blow you up. A young 5-year-old baby, hungry, you see the ribs, man, African. You telling me that you will turn that baby down from feeding that baby?
Okay, now, before I answer your question, I'm just going to ask you one thing. Do you love black people?
Yes, I do.
You love the history of black people?
Yes, I do.
You remember the history of black people, right?
Somewhat.
Here's what I remember about the history of black people. What I remember about the history of black people is that nobody cared about our babies when they was throwing them on them ships for slavery. Nobody fed them when we was under the bottom of the barrel of the ship. Nobody fed them. Nobody cared about the black woman when she was on her menstrual cycle. They didn't bring her nothing to cover up the blood from dripping. That blood had to drip. Nobody cared about the brother if he had to take a shit. He had to defecate right next to his other brother. And then you imagine that stench of that. It would come up, and then all manner of diseases from that shit would come up out of there or whatever. So now, how do we honor them? How you honor them by finding out who fucked them up. Excuse my language. You find out who tore their ass up. Who put them in that condition? And when we find out the nations that put them in that condition, we have no dealings with those nations like that. Christ said something real heavy. Christ said, let the children first be fed, when that white woman wanted to get a blessing. And she said, yes, Lord, but even the dogs eat from the crumbs. He directed. You messing up my vibe, Si. He probably doing that on purpose because I'm dropping it heavy on him. Don't take that part out either. Leave that in there, Si. So Christ said, let the children first be fed, right? The white woman said, yes, Lord, recognized her position as a dog. She said, but the dogs eat from the crumbs. These Africans and white folk, Japanese, they look at themselves as the children. And they look at us as the dogs, even though they've trampled us underfoot. So if I give my love to anybody else other than my people, I'm selling my ancestors short. So I cannot feed an African. I don't care how old he is. He could be 2, he could be 80. He won't get shit from me because nobody gave my ancestors shit when they was bringing us on them slave ships. And then when they brought us over here and they said we couldn't read or write, where was the African nation that first sold us that said we're going to redeem y'all and bring y'all back? Nobody. For 400 years, nobody gave a shit about us. To 2017, nobody gives a shit about us. Philando Castile, cop got off. The brother in Milwaukee, cop got off. And I got to feed some African from another nation when his ancestors sold my ancestors. Nobody asked a Jewish man to feed the German. Nobody. Because everybody understands the Holocaust was fucked up. So if a Jewish don't want to feed a German, they understand that. But if I don't want to feed this African, or if I don't want to feed an Arab, or if I don't want to feed a white man, I got to feed him. That's how much Stockholm syndrome black people got. And that, one second, and that's the oppression black people suffer every day, where we're forced to love our enemies, even though they still fuck us up every day. What Africans show us love? You do that for me, and you got me. And I don't mean black people that think they African. Like Polite, he think he African, Shaka, them niggas ain't African. They niggas grew up in Harlem and Brooklyn. Show me the Africans that fight for us, and then you can tell me about an African that can't eat with me. Make sure you leave all that.
First of all, let me say this, brother. It was not the Africans who told you they can't feed you, brother. You're really talking about the white man. It was the white man who put you on them slave ships. It was the white man who told you, no, you can't go to the bathroom. You got to use your number 1 and your number 2 right here. Not all Africans, brother. It was not all Africans was enslaving Africans.
Simple question.
I'm answering you.
How did we get in that position?
Because we have traders amongst us. No, let me ask you. You said ask me the question.
No, I said, how did we get in that ship?
We got in the ship because just like today, you have black people who are traders, you see, who went against the grain, who sold us out, just like you got Negroes who killed Malcolm. It was niggas who killed Malcolm, not black men. So we always had traders amongst us. Where was we at in Africa for us not to be African? So think about this, Captain. History. If we in South Africa or if we in West Africa and Africans come and get us, we had to be Africans for Africans. We just was another nation. That's all. It was nations fighting nations all the time. And that goes on all the time. So you cannot condemn the whole continent of Africa, brother. That's the point that I'm trying to make. We have traders amongst our nation. Look at Pharaoh and Seti. Yo, look at Pharaoh and Seti, bro. You ain't got to touch that, but I'm just saying. Look at Pharaoh and Seti. Look at the niggas who killed Malcolm. Bruh, look at the niggas who said, we're going to try our best, the ones that shot Marcus Garvey. Look at the niggas who shot Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had to leave Jamaica to come over here to us. So look at that, bro. I could go on and on showing you these traitors of our people. Go ahead.
When they shot Malcolm, right, you had black people that came to the defense to try to save and help Malcolm, right?
Right.
So it wasn't all black people that wanted to shoot. It was just some, right? So now you're trying to give me that same premise for Africa. What African nation said this was wrong and stopped us from being sold into slavery? No African nation. That's my point. Like, it's 40 countries, maybe 50 countries in Africa. You telling me not to blame any of them. Give me the one country that sent the boat to free us. We need to learn honor. Like that white man, that nigga had Memorial Day every year. And he honors them fallen people from World War II, World War III. I spoke about the Holocaust, and they have a permanent disdain for the nations that destroyed their people. We don't. Even if you want to call us African, we Israelites. But let's go with your notion that we African. You said the Africans always went to war with each other, right?
Yeah,
the war ain't over then. The war wouldn't be over then because they never. No. I ain't talking about them fighting each other. I'm talking about us over here. When Africans come over here, they look at us like we ain't shit. Straight like that. So now you want me to love somebody that when they come over here, they still hating. They still looking to look at that lazy nigga. Kata. That's what they call him. Look at that kata. Look at that kata. That's what they say to us all day. And now I got to be concerned about him. Well, there ain't nobody caring about these brothers on the corner. Who gonna talk to them to get them off the corner? Africans don't. Israelites do. Who gonna talk to that woman that been molested? Africans don't. Israelites do. Who gonna talk to these brothers that's all destroyed, ain't got no daddies in the house, and who gonna put a father in the house? Africans don't. Israelites do. How do I know? Because we do it every day, all day. So I can't give my love. I can't give my love to anybody but my people. That's it.
Okay. So where were you in Africa for the Africans that come in? No, I'm just asking you a question. Where was you? Hold on, because you know I'm about to bust your ass on this one. Where were you? And you too, my brother. Where were you in Africa before the white man got there in order for you not to be an African? Because I know you wasn't here in America by your damn self. You wasn't in China. So if you're not an African, what the hell you doing in Africa? What was you doing in Africa for the white man to get you and put you on the slave ship?
You're really helping my argument. You're not helping the argument.
Go ahead.
This is very easy. Now, I brought this out when Reggie asked me this question. In 70 AD, when Jerusalem fell, when the Romans destroyed the nation of Israel at that time, over 1 million Jews fled into Africa. They fled into other parts too, but over 1 million Jews fled into Africa. This is a historical fact. So when we went into Africa, we knew wait, let me finish.
I gotta correct that. Look, you said you flew in from where?
When I'm saying flew, not flew in the air. We traveled from Israel. We traveled from this is a historical. You know, I'm gonna cut you on that too. What did they used to call black people back in the day? You from Harlem, you should know. Did they not call us Asiatics?
Yes.
Why do they call us Asiatics? Because they used to call Africa Asia Major. They used to be Asia Minor, Asia Major.
Right.
Depending on who controls the map is what that land is going to be called. Africa is a young name. Maybe a couple thousand, maybe like 1, 2, right. It used to be called Asia. So don't give me the whole Israel is in Africa mumbo jumbo. Chinese people and white people have been in Africa for thousands of years too. When the Ptolemies came into Africa, they took it over too. So are they African? Hell no. The continent that you live on don't make you that people. Chinese people in America are still Chinese. They've been over here thousands of years too. So now when you go into an old mapping system, you can find African maps, I'm saying that word on purpose, that will say land of Judah. You have tribes that we will go into. A lot of people don't like to talk about that part, but like the Ashanti tribes or the Igbo tribes. Now, I'm not saying we were the Igbos or Ashantis, but we were among. One second, let me finish. Let me finish.
You come from the Ashanti people, brother.
But what I'm trying to say is, we was among them. And when you go through history, the reason why they sold us is because we was more intelligent than them. It was warfare. Like how you said it was warfare. So because of that warfare, they sold us. So I will never love an African because I love my people too much. People, when them towers fell, whether Osama did it or not, America did not care that they wasn't killing Osama over there in Iraq or Afghanistan. They was killing men, women, and children. You know why they didn't care? Because American people fell. So because American people fell, they didn't care who died. Well, my people died. 99 million black people died, and they worried about whether I would feed an African or deal with an African. When the Africans come over here, they show nothing but a hatred for us. I question those black people's honor.
The killers is here.
I question whether those black people have the honor that they should have.
Me so bad.
All right?
There you go. Saying Kobe want to be like me so bad. Yeah. You know, he ain't been wearing the hats. Yo, I'm over here busting Captain ass by myself.
Hey, don't leave none of that.
I'm busting Captain ass by myself.
None of that out. Leave it all raw.
Yeah.
You watching it? Leave the cap alone. He gonna pay his dues, man. He ain't on the
So,
going in on crackers.
so listen. No, we talking about Africa right now. So listen, brother. So you still ain't answer the question. Because the people, hold on. Where was you at? Where was you at? And right, but see, come on, man. It wasn't even called Israel. What is you talking about? No, it wasn't, brother. You tell me.
It was called Israel, Jerusalem.
I got my historian here.
Yeah, it was called the nation of Israel. Say again?
1948 was called Israel.
No, 1948 it was called Israeli, not Israel.
What was it called before? They were called none of that.
That question I would say, but we would be on the western part. We would be primarily on the western part.
Israel.
Yeah, we would be primarily on the western part of Africa.
The Israelites were all over the planet. Acts 2:5. It said that they're Jews.
Did they have slaves?
Right.
But
Then who have slaves in
before the
Israel?
Suez Canal, that wasn't called no Israel.
What was it called?
It wasn't called Israel. Look it up. You do your homework.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
It was always Israel.
You know what's
It
called
was
the Middle
always-
East after the Suez Canal was built? Do you know about that?
Mm-mm.
They carved
No.
out them crackers. Named
But what I do know,
they named it Israel.
when you-
First, they was trying to find
Hey, you
a
want the
land
mic?
to make this.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
The white Jew was trying to make a land to call their own. They was trying to use Dominica Republic as a place under the presidential administration of Rafael Trujillo. They was trying to use that, and that's when the Parsley massacres took place. Well, who you call the Levites, where they was murdering them off, so-called ethnic cleansing, because they wanted to make it suitable for the white Jew, because that was about to be called Israel. So if that, let me finish.
I'm just asking what time frame.
That was in the 1930s. Okay. What year? I'm not sure, but in the 30s. It's in the neighborhood of that time frame. You know what I'm saying?
I don't need the exact
Okay.
time, man.
And this is love. This ain't a tit for tat. Being in my brother's building. As long as he's going on a white man and he's waking up our people here and he's cleaning up people and he's getting them off drugs and he's getting people. So we don't want the viewership out of it to get it twisted, acting like we're having a redundant conversation. This is brotherly love and still shopping and still. However, if that was called Israel then and the Jew manifested his fake destiny then in Dominican Republic, would y'all be trying to say that was Israel? Because they was trying to look for Uganda and try to say that was Israel. They was all over the place trying to find a land, but then they settled there. And now we're saying that's Israel when that was Northwest Africa before the Suez Canal. So we want to know if it was called Israel in the Bible, what verification of where it was called Israel up until the time or before the time where they named it under the Jewish paradigm of Zionism now? That's the question I think he's trying to articulate, but he didn't do it right because his hat's on too tight.
No, come back over here, Cobra. Don't go nowhere. He spoke over me. Yeah, he ain't had to go nowhere.
No, I was just walking.
The history that he gave, which I don't disagree with, as far as them wanting to put Israel, put that Jewish bastard everywhere, I don't disagree with, but he's talking about the 1900s.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
1900s, 1930s.
No, but 1930. That's why I said roundabout. I ain't trying to get exact with it. And my point for bringing that up is, when they put the white man in that place that they called Israeli, because that's what it's called.
They were called Israelis. That was called Israel.
No. I'm talking about the Jewish man. He don't call himself
Israeli.
Right. No, he called himself an Israeli though. Mm-hmm. What did the Iranian ruler at the time say about that? He said when the Jews left, they were black, but when they came back, they're now white. Now, why would he say that if we wasn't already living it? That's the proof. I don't have to go.
Did he live in location? He just said Jew.
One second.
Okay.
Jew is short for Judah. That's a tribe of Israel. So if he's saying they left black, came back white, that means we left Israel.
Did he say Israel or say left?
Where would they be leaving from? You see, now he want to deal with he ain't want to deal with semantics at first, but now he want to deal with semantics.
Let me tell you why. And you have a legitimate question, brother, and it's not because I wasn't even. We were just driving. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like. So okay. So you're right. It's not a debate. We're still shopping and stealing, in my opinion. Because as long as you go on to the white man, you my brother, and I don't give a damn about the topic about none of this. Really, though, we got real bigger fish to fry. But since we're on the topic matter, when you said that they left black and came back white, we know that all people, tribes, customs, the people of antiquity were people of non-European descendancy. So of course they would say any of those things that you're claiming that is before the Renaissance, before when European came out of its darkness, is not you. But we want to know this because you don't want to assign a motive. If a person said they left and then came back black, but we know the Israelites, according to the Bible, have a history and many captivities in different places. Babylon, Assyria, they went into captivity and exile in other places. So when he said they left where? Because they didn't, you know what I'm saying? They didn't say that. You assigned that. Okay.
When he's saying they left the region that they was talking about, which was the Middle Eastern region. Okay. It's very simple.
Say specific, though.
The reason why they was looking for other places, Haiti and stuff. I'm not even going to debate. I'm going to make you right. I'm not going to.
So you looking for everything.
No, right. But the reason why they was doing that is because he's an imposter in the first place. The land didn't belong to him. So if he would have made Haiti Israel, we wouldn't have said that was no God. That would be further proof the white man is the devil. If he would have went to Uganda, we would have said the same thing, because the ancient biblical mappings of Judah, Gad, Levi, well, Levi didn't have no land. They lived everywhere. Simeon, etc., was all in that Middle Eastern region. That Palestine, Afghanistan, all of that would be parts of Israel. So when the Iranian ruler said they left black and came back white, meaning they left this Middle Eastern,
wherever they left,
not wherever they left. He was talking about that specific location of the Middle East, right? He's talking about that specific region.
You probably said that, but okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, but the history that you're bringing out is correct. But the white man is not a Jew.
He's not.
So everything that he was trying to do is demonic, which is why we say the white man is the devil.
And let me say something to add to what you're saying. Now, I come from the school of the Hebrew Israelites. One of the reasons why I debate passionately and have a certain kind of energy about me is certain things that I've adopted in my travels in the different schools of thought. So there's certain things that I'm still grateful for, and there's certain energies that I still have that, you know what I'm saying? So when I articulate myself, you see that passion come out. It's similar to the brothers because there's a certain kind of similar training in that. So I have no disagreement. Now, if you want to call yourself and claim that you're Israelites, whether I'm from that school, agree with that school rather or not, I don't care, because the white man don't own nothing, and all of those things of antiquity is us. If you want to claim that and put your divinity on it, and you're breaking the knowledge down, and you're waking people up with it, and y'all doing a good job at cleaning up people, I don't have no argument with that. Because you know why? You know why? At the end, all things will be made manifest, and the truth will prevail anyway. But right now, it's about what you're doing. Long as y'all take the stance that y'all going on this cracker, exposing him for who he is, and the white man is not the real Jew. We might say there's no such, these prophets never existed. Even if we argue about that amongst ourselves, the white man ain't even in that at all. He's not even on the table with that debate. You got to take him off because he's none of these people, Kemet or Israel. So that's one thing I will agree with my brother with, and I don't have no contention with that. But Sarnetta did throw me into the Shark Tank, Israelite Shark Tank, but I know how to swim. I know how to swim in the Shark Tank, though. All right? Piece of black. Nah, it's all love. No, it's all love. It's all love. No,
I'm out here.
I'm Jack Cousteau, man.
Yeah, ain't no blood in the water, man. But like what he was saying earlier, as far as what we doing, I was saying to Sarnetta earlier, like he had asked me why I didn't fall into the African culture, why the Israelite culture, and I said because I don't see the African culture addressing them over there. I just don't. And they're not gonna. What they're more so about is the facade or image. So they'll rock a ankh. Some might put a lock in their hair. Some might put a pharaoh hat on their head. Some might shave all the face off their head looking like a woman. They might do all those things to be commission. But like Jabari said, he ain't even commission. So he's religious. He's as religious as he says the Christians are religious. Because Christians ain't white people. White Jesus is not a savior for black people. So the same way he gets on the Christians, he's a Christian. Because he's following a philosophy that he admits is not his. That's the problem with Kemet niggas. Ain't no nigga walk around here Kemet. But y'all following a religion, but y'all get mad at the cat that go into the Christian church. What make you different? As black people, we supposed to find who we are. And like he said earlier, whether he agrees with what I follow, at least I follow something that I can identify and I could pinpoint points, whether he wants, like he said, let's say if the prophets did exist or didn't exist, and we ain't debating, I'm just using it as a point. I can pinpoint certain things in them Bibles to even give an argument that we're the people of that Bible. There's nothing that you can give me in Kemetic records to make yourself commission. There's nothing. There's if there was as skilled as Jabari claims to be, he would say he was commission. I'm gonna give it to you. I've asked Shaka, I've asked Polite, I've asked Jabari. No, I ain't asked Jabari, but I will ask Jabari. I've asked tons of Kemetic brothers to show me the solution in that ancient Kemet shit that's gonna fix black people. I ain't seen it yet.
Now you're saying different things. So you said that prove that you're commissioned, right? And then you say show me what works. That's out of commission. Okay, that fix people. You just said that.
Show me something from the Kemetic records that we can use in 2017.
Okay.
To fix.
So anything. Now you ever heard of the Queen of Fua?
Queen of Fua. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, Queen of Fua has a healing holistic center, which the Israelites don't have a healing center. Okay, but if you do, y'all do.
No, not do.
Okay, where it's not prevalent where you have books and you have healing and you have people that go there and leave there with sicknesses and illness and come out without them. Okay, and what I'm saying is these people practice because it's not about, you know what? There's a such thing as romantic Kemetism that I don't agree with. Everybody know I represent RBG, Black Power, because you know why? It has the benefit the black man here and our parents. So I represent something that's realistic. So the Kemet stuff, no, okay. A lot of them do, and that's why you don't see me. If I wear I wear it for a different reason than some other cats do. You know why? Because there is an energy and a meaning that you don't have to be a commission to extrapolate and ascertain the understanding of what that meaning means, and it'll comply to your awareness. That's not what that means. See, now when people that say they follow the traditions, the principles, the customs, and there were laws, 142 negative conventions of my art. Don't you? No, there's 142. 42 is 42 of the 100 negative 40. Okay, let me tell you where your Bible gave that. In your Bible, because it said the two greatest laws. Okay, I'm gonna compare it. It's gonna make a point that's gonna connect the dots. You said give where it's gonna work. Well, if your Bible's gonna work because you have laws, don't you know that a lot of laws in your Bible is in that predate your laws in the Bible? Like I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery, because a lot of things with thieving and over women and money is a lot of the murders and a lot of the things that take place in the community. That's a fact. It says a lot. Hold on, if there's
confess to the dog. Right?
Okay, listen. No, we don't want to one things at a time. Whoever confesses, and that's what Moses got from a burning bush. Okay, so we have a dog. We don't. Okay, listen. We don't want to have the dog versus the bush. We don't want to have the dog versus the bush because there's both myths and they're both up for debate. In my opinion, but I want to stick to first things first and last thing last. You talking about the principle, not where it came from or who it was spoken to. Okay, so the principles in there, which are 142, and I want you to do some homework and look it up yourself and match it up with your Bible and see if there's any similarities and if there's anything in there And I'm not romantic with none of them laws and that stuff. Because a lot of people that know the 142 negative confessions don't walk around knowing that off the top of their head. They might be breaking Kemetic laws, don't even know it because they don't practice that or like that. Some of them, many of them that do. Many are romanticists. But one of the things first that you did say is, where is it helping people? We have institutions, not just Queen Afua in Brooklyn, right? What's the name of that, brother? The health center. She has books, Heal Thyself, books out called Heal Thyself. You have a lot of people that follow Kemetic principles. Dr. Lalia Africa Holistic Health, where they're using things that have been proven. Health is one of the biggest epidemics in our community. More people die from bad health, right? And disease than murder, than than shootings. More people die from abortions. When it says thou shalt not, I have not murdered. If you apply that, you wouldn't be having abortions. If you applied other principles, not you, we know you don't, but this I'm saying. So it's not like there's just some null and void thing about history with no principles that you're supposed to use to have a civilization in order and in check with balance and laws. They had that in Kemet.
Wait, let me
just check into it.
Then answer your question, right? He said they got the 142. Oh, no sweat. No sweat. You want me? I can open my door if you want to sit down. You sure?
I'm not used to be on my foot.
You see, I let him lean on my car. Normally, I might whip his ass. No. No, I'm just But he mentioned and now this is the first what Sankofa said. I want to say that first. Usually I hear about the 42 negative confessions, but Sankofa just upped the ante and said it's 142 negative confessions. I ain't saying, no, I'm not arguing with that. We got over 600. That's all I'm gonna say. No, but we got over 600. So now, he also brought up Queen Afua with holistic and stuff like that. Now you do need that, right? Just like we have some of those same things. My question was them niggas on the corner, which he did not say. Now I'm not saying it ain't in there, but he didn't address my question. I said, what is it in the Kemetic? One second. What is it in the Kemetic doctrine? And then show me who teaches it. I know. Listen, when I want to get some healthy shit, I fuck with the Kemetic niggas. You ever heard of excuse my language. Let me finish. Listen, I rock with them with they little. What's that shit you sell? What's that shit you and Blue sell in the bottom? Sea moss. What's your brother sell though? Your brother sold something. It was like green or something like that. When I was at the moringa and the sea moss mixed together. I bought that.
That's a Kemetic person taught you.
Look, I'm giving them the I'm saying
that's what they're doing in the community. Imagine how many other Tazaryach they taught.
Tazaryach. Not Tazaryach. I don't know what the fuck that is. You just said. So leave that in there. I'm just messing with you. But at the same time that we doing that, now you notice I said we got the same thing. Prospect got it, Danyala got it, we got it. But we also need the other stuff too. We can't just have the holistic stuff and then disregard the violence, disregard the lack of brotherhood.
I have not committed this.
No, I ain't getting what you. I ain't saying that. I'm not saying that don't exist. Like I made the funny that's what you confess to Anubis when you die, which is what they call negative confessions. That's a different subject, so I don't want to go into that. I'm not. But that dog shit is you dead. The burning bushes, you got to do that while you living. But that's a different subject. So now, I'm not saying that y'all ain't got no confessions that y'all supposed to have. Okay, I'm sorry. I ain't saying what you brought up is not written in there. What I'm saying is, ain't nobody pushing that. Like, even if you take the Bible, right? When people want to battle me about the Bible, you know what I got to hear about? The goddamn flood. Yeah. When did we have rulership or kingdom? When was we slave? That's what I hear. I don't hear the battle over the law. Black people need the law. We like the stories. Like if you think about it, if we start busting it down, if you want to start going story for story, the stories in Kemet, and you ain't Kemet, so you shouldn't get offended. The stories in Kemet is very faggoty. This is what I mean. You got the story of Horus and Seth, what everybody tell me is a lesson to learn. You couldn't tell no real nigga today, no story about two gods damn near having sex with each other and then got to call sperm out of ear or something like that. You couldn't tell that story to no niggas today. You couldn't do that. You can't tell no family about a story about a son and a daughter wanting to sleep with each other or be with each other, and then the father got to separate them to bring forth the sky and the sun. You can't say, I poured seed into my mouth to bring forth. I'm almost finished. So But I don't want to focus. I'm not bringing that up. No, hold on. I'm not bringing it up. I'm not bringing it up to debate about the story. The point that I'm trying to make is, Kemet got folk stories. We got folk stories. Let's call them folk stories, just for the sake of argument. We both got folk stories. Now,
y'all bring up the law, and they don't want it.
No, not even just the folk and bring up the law. It's like, let us have our story. Y'all have y'all story.
Yeah.
But let's deal with the laws. Like, see how you bring up them. The first thing you did was bring up them confessions. You ain't even a Kemetic cat. But when I battle them Kemetic cats, they don't never bring that shit up. I watched Prospect and Jabari have a whole goddamn debate on which one is better, Kemetic or Israel. And Prospect, at the end, he only did it at the end, he was the only one brought up the law. Jabari never brought up the law. He too busy bashing the Bible. That's the problem with these Kemetic niggas. They love the Bible more than we do. Give me a story. Give me an interview. Give me a show. Them goddamn Kemetic niggas do where they ain't talking about the Bible. And then you look at the Israelites and tell me how many times we banging on Kemet. We spend more time banging on these streets teaching them. So Sankofa, I don't want you to respond to the folklore. I wasn't bringing it up for you to prove it right or wrong. I'm bringing it up to prove that every culture, but every culture has stories that tie to them. The Hindus got theirs. You know what I mean? The Chinaman got his story. But you know what the Chinaman and them got? They got a discipline. Them goddamn Buddha monks, they'll sit on one knee bent over, with their legs crossed for hours meditating.
Die and your kids will.
Thank you. They live by their laws.
You break a law over there, you're going to prison.
The black man got to live by laws too. I agree with you. That's the most important thing. You're the first brother, and you ain't even Kemetic, so I can't even count you really, but you're the first brother that I've ever spoken to that I said, give me something, and you gave me the holistic shit which black people need. You understand?
Now, you said a few things very prolifically and very intelligently, and that Judah spirit that you got on you. But you said that they deal with the Bible. I think that a lot of people deal with the Bible. It depends on who. Some people, from their sincere stance, okay, and approach, is because, say if somebody is dead, right? And you want to exhume it. Sanetta, say if somebody's dead, right? And you want to exhume the body to try to find out what caused their death, right? And the person was killed and they're buried in Georgia. You're not gonna go to Baltimore or to Egypt to dig that body up, You're gonna go to Georgia to dig that body up. Our people are spiritually dead, economically, politically dead, and one of the main things that we believe in, that we were introduced to in slavery, is the Bible. So we gotta dig them up out the Bible. We can't go into the Egypt and dig them up out of there. This is new to us here. But the Bible is something that's been imbued and embedded in our mind for a long time. So that's one. There's a reason why they love the Bible or they go into the Bible. Why? Because if you're trying to wake up a people that are lost, you have to deal with that which they're lost in, that which they're dead in. You got to dig them up, that which they're buried in. That would be the Bible. Okay, that's one thing. And as far as just laws, you have people like the brother, Supernova Sloan. Shout out to Supernova Sloan, who works with the Bloods and Crips countrywide, who comes from a Kemetic or Commission standpoint. All right, and let's be real. The Commission standpoint for blacks in America ain't like no damn ancient Kemetic people over there. We're different people over here, and we added hip hop to that. Let's be real. We done hip hopped it up a little bit. Let's be real. Jawanza Kunjufi got a book called Hip Hop in My Art. No, you gotta wait for me to finish. You gotta wait for this. Okay, well, can I just get 2 minutes to close out? Okay, don't let me close. You said some things. 2 minutes for me is 20. Add a 0. Okay, so you're gonna let me finish first, just 2 seconds, okay? All right, y'all gotta go now. Y'all gotta run now. You was dropping it. You didn't say that when you was dropping it, you had to go. Now saying Kofa got the mic. Now y'all gotta go. So let me close out with this. There's a reason why we're digging in the Bible. It's not for some love with the Bible or some perception with the Bible. It's because we're buried in the Bible. Then you got the 140 negative confessions that you see suspiciously, 142 suspiciously identical with many of the laws in the Bible. We want to address where did that come from, and if those things are sufficient for changing people and making people civilized in the Bible, these people who didn't have a law until Moses brought it to them, what is the difference between the people that had it prior to that, who had the same laws that you weren't aware of? So you can't debate it unless you go do some research on it, and then you can line it up and see what came from where and what was first. Then two, you have a lot of institutions in the community that are stopping violence, gang intervention, dealing with economics, dealing with holistic health, that from a comedic standpoint, that are doing this in the community. Because you don't know about it. Hold up. They are. Hold up. Have you ever heard, listen, you ever heard of Ra'an Nefer? Have you ever heard of Dr. Muwada Ashby? Have you ever heard of these teachers? Supernova Sloan, holistic health clinics. They're healing us physically. They're healing us mentally. They're healing us physically, spiritually. Hold up. And you see them on the ground doing that. So you got to get, so what? Just because you're unaware of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Brother Tazaryach, just get familiar and then come back and talk about it.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Real quick, because we got to roll. Where David Banner come from? Where he come from?
Mississippi.
So why you? Hold on, brother. So why you not talking about? Why you not talking about? Yeah, we heard him. We heard him. So why you not talking about the brother? Brother, come on, man. Discipline, brother. I know, because you said you had to go. How come you're not talking about the brother that got his head chopped off, right? And they found his body down the streets miles away, burnt up, brother. Talk to us about that. Because your brother just put me on to that. And we ain't hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you go on our YouTube channels and stuff like that, we're addressing that. Jenny Hanna addressed that on the radio show. That's the reason why he brought it up, because that's all we do. I'm not familiar with the story all the way together. Zakar, you want to address it? You scared?
Nah, he ain't got to address it.
But what I want to say, oh, no sweat. Oh, no sweat. All right, man.
I love you.
Hey, man, same here.
I love what this brother's doing. He's a warrior. Hold on, he's a front liner. So yeah, we're intellectually building and sparring and sharpening our intellectual swords. But at the end of the day, in the beginning of the next, I'm ready to die for this brother and roll with him. This is a brother, and he's real, and he's on the front line, and he's putting in work, and he's changing souls. He's changing minds. So if you're talking about Kemet and you're not doing that, you validate his point.
Thank you. Now, and then before we go, what Sankofa said when he said about the last thing before we close out, what Sankofa said about the laws and where do we get the laws from. Right. Nobody ever said a nation does not have a moral compass. It's just black people don't have a moral compass. So when he bring up them 142 negative confessions and say that's where we learn from, like y'all always say, you think they didn't have laws against murder before Israel went into Egypt? Laws against rape? We went to war. Simeon and Levi killed the whole Hamitic tribe of men because they raped their daughter. I mean, their sister rather. So we always had laws. Here's what everybody should do their homework on. Go read Leviticus, the 18th chapter. You're going to find out what Moses learned about Egypt. You go to Leviticus, the 18th chapter, and it tells you, do not do after the goddamn Egyptians and the Canaanites and them other Africans. And it said in Leviticus, the 18th chapter, and you're going to hear them talk about the incest, sleeping with your mother, sleeping with your brother, sleeping with your sister. This is the law. The reason this Moses talking, and he laying these laws down because that's what them stinking ass Africans were doing. That's why when you look up, what's that pharaoh with the club foot? He had the club foot, King Tut. Tutankhamun, whatever the hell his name is. When they did the DNA, Unc loved their goddamn DNA. When they did the DNA, his mama and daddy, did you get the Unc part? Unc loved them goddamn DNA shit. Unc loved that DNA. When they did the DNA on that King Tut, they found out his mother and father was brother and sister. And when Moses saw the incest going on, he told the children of Israel, don't be nasty like them goddamn Africans. Don't uncover the nakedness of your mama. That's your mama. Why are you trying to sleep with your mama? But that is the culture of pharaohs, of the Egyptians. And why would they do that? Because they thought that the bloodline would be stronger if the father slept with the daughter or if the mother slept with the son. And they thought they was gods. And so they thought they would do that. And the last thing he mentioned that Anubis, and it was just folklore. Google, they found 1 million dogs mummified in a goddamn pyramid because they believed that dumb shit. We don't believe no damn you die, go see a dog, he weigh your heart. You listen to a dog? A dog, Sinetta. When you die, you gonna talk to a dog? He gonna smell your heart and shit? Don't give me don't give me, he gonna smell your heart. Go ahead.
See that? This is a perfect example of a man that does not understand Kemet.
Did they have
it was not about
Why did
us going back to dogs. He don't understand it.
Why did they have
You see what I'm
mummified
saying?
dogs?
He don't understand it.
tell me something.
He's talking about poo. He's talking about
Care
poo.
who it is.
So,
Why do you have a million
brother,
mummified
I
dogs
think the
in a
biggest
temple
mistake
doing
you
dogs?
made, the biggest mistake you made right now tonight, brother, was bringing up Brother Jabari. Because Brother Jabari is going to see this video,
Jabari ain't Kemet either.
and when you finally sit with him this weekend, that's going to be the biggest mistake you made, because you are going to learn that you are African and that you're not a Hebrew Israelite.
The mistake Jabari made was saying he wasn't Kemet. He's a Christian. Ain't no different than a Christian. You know how we always say, you ask 10 black people what they are, you get 10 different answers because they don't know who they are. Jabari fit right in that category because he said he not Kemet, he not a Commission, but he following after Kemet. Why wouldn't he follow after the tribe he come from? If he come from a tribe on the east part of Africa, why he disrespecting his goddamn ancestors? Unless he gonna say, we all connected, but ask the Nubians if they was connected to the Kemets. Hell no. Ask the Africans today if they connected. Hell no, we ain't African, we ain't black. I ain't feed no African because I love black people. Shalom.
Come on, man. That right there is going to kill you, man. How you doing, son?
What's going on?
I'm good. All right, brother.
This is Boston Line Radio.
Clear? Brother right here had a question.
I be hearing like the Christians, they be like trying to explain the bill of divorce, like they say we got the bill of divorce, give them a bill of
divorce.
Yeah,
okay, divorce.
So they were saying like, do we gotta get a marriage certificate to get married to a wife, or do we go to the other way? I'm probably explaining it wrong, but sometimes they say the bill of divorce is described that we had to get a marriage license from a priest or something like that. Like say when you get married, you gotta go sign a piece of paper or something like that. Do we need a bill of divorce like when we get divorced?
Well,
how did that go?
Okay, here's how it goes. First of all, now I'm gonna reach real far here. Y'all bear with me. If you go get married based on a marriage license, meaning this is the reason you're going to get married. This is the reason you're going to get a license. You're going to get a license because to you, this license is how you are married. If you go and do that, you are breaking the law. Now, if you go and get married, let's say, you and your wife got real estate. Your wife says, look, we getting together. I got, $1 million worth of real estate. I don't want somebody else to take my real estate. So the only way for you to get this real estate is I need to go get this marriage license. Then go get the license, because then you're getting this license to work on this real estate. Don't go get the license to marry a woman. Like the idea of getting a license to go marry, to get your woman, what does that really say?
The woman might just want to marry us.
No, not so much that, but what does it say about you? Huh?
You gotta go to the so-called white man.
You gotta go to your master to get your woman. You understand? Like plenty of times we've had plenty of cases. Y'all Q, you get me right on this. We've had plenty of cases where brother, because of their situation, and for a while before Obama, a lot of brothers couldn't get health care. They had some blue collar job. There was no health care. Their rib had a nice office job with health care. So sometimes they had to go down and get that paper just to, get that health care straightened out. But if you're going down to get that piece of paper because you think that makes you married, or because your woman makes you married, you setting yourself up for disaster. You setting yourself up for disaster. And this is something General Muhammad always brings out in his class that is so right and deep. That if a piece of paper from City Hall says you're married, but you giving your body to a man doesn't, something's wrong. Right. That's a General Muhammad quote. Like you go in a bedroom, take off all your clothes, expose your entire body to a man. He have sex with you, and you get up and be like, well, we ain't married. Or the takeout. Isn't there something wrong?
Right.
But you go down and get this paper from your slave master, and here's the thing about a marriage. A marriage is secular, meaning from City Hall. It's secular. You go get that piece of paper, you are actually signing a contract according to City Hall. Right. A contract is not based on the Lord's law. And once again, becoming an Israelite and getting an Israelite sister is such a blessing, because then your marriage is really in the Lord's hands, not in her belief that this paper makes me married to you. And what is the spirit of the paper? What's the spirit of that paper? Anybody? Brother right here.
Want to control you.
Say again?
They want to control you.
You're right. Like the spirit of that paper is to give you a marriage that's in this world, to give you to really tie you to a contract that is going to set you up to destroy your marriage. Because of course, now an ignorant woman is going to put burdens on you that is ridiculous and try to demand things that is ridiculous. And of course, you're going to rebel against it, which is going to lead to disaster. Okay. And so Esau want the contract also to oppress you. What's happening in child support court every day?
Right.
Now I'll give you a Johanna quote. All right. You could buy a house right now for $1 million, get a mortgage for that house, put $100,000 down, you owe $900,000 for the house, right? Stay in the house for a few months, and you call the bank up and say, I can't pay for this house, screw y'all, I'm out. You can walk away from that $900,000 that you owe them, and they will not lock you up.
Right.
But if you miss two $25 payments down at child support court, not only are they going to lock you up, but the judge is going to give you a tirade like you are public enemy number one. And please,
and if I could, sir, they keep a cop in there down at child support just in case you try to act up.
Yeah, because they know you're gonna be infuriated by it. Now, in a lot of sisters' minds, I mean, if you ain't taking care of your child, then you should have to be forced to take care of your child. And listen, in the Israelite school of UPK, if you have the means to take care of your child, the council will force you to do what you're supposed to do.
All right.
Here's the problem, though. If because of whatever symptom of oppression you may be going through, you cannot take care of that child, not only do you not deserve to be locked up, but we will make sure to our best ability that you don't.
That's right.
Because it is wrong. It is wrong to take a brother who doesn't have an education because he grew up in hell underneath this oppressive society and can't hold a job, and to tell him, now because you had sex with this woman and had a child, you must pay her or we're going to put you in a cage where she ain't going to get the money anyway, but we get to make you pay for not anteing up to that money. And brother, that's where brotherhood and sisterhood comes in.
That's right.
Because that's the only way to combat that. The only way to combat an oppressor who says, we're going to oppress you regardless of what ability or handicap you might have because we want to oppress you. Bigger scheme, it's just another avenue to destroy black men. Now, here's the law. There is no law to getting married except one. When you get married by laying down with a sister.
Right.
Sex is marriage. You have sex with her, you marry her. She's yours. And now, a righteous man must follow the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Bible. That's your marriage certificate. Your marriage certificate is you can't leave her. Your marriage certificate is you can't defraud her from sex. Your marriage certificate is all these things that the Lord said that you're to do in a marriage with a wife. That's your marriage license. Here go your marriage license right here. This whole book right here. And you seal the deal by having sex with her. And let me tell you something. As you mature in the truth, mark my word, you're going to be real skeptical after a while. Let me tell you something. Marriage without a license teaches brothers, marriage according to the Bible, teaches brothers discretion just from the rules.
Right.
Just from the rule. Just tell a brother he can't leave his woman and you're going to instantly start growing with discretion. You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to walk down the street and you're going to start looking at women. And you're going to start saying, oh, she fine. Man, why she dressed like that? I ain't marrying her. You're going to start thinking about a marriage instead of just the lust. You're going to start thinking, you're going to have a conversation with a sister, and she's going to say, yeah, because if a nigga get with me, he got to do my hair, my nails. No. You'll be like, oh, you a beautiful sister, but listen, I got to test it first. And she going to be like, fine as I am, nigga, you walking. But you're going to start automatically getting discretion. There is no license. There is no paper. And let me tell you something, and the Most High has more respect for you than this beast. The Most High have enough respect for you to say, this man can look at a woman, learn and examine whether or not he should be with her. He can do that on his own. He don't need a paper to say, I'm going to get with this woman if he got these laws, which is what you should, all you should need. Now, Moses did give us a bill of divorce. Y'all give me the scripture where Christ said that it's done. It was never supposed to be that way.
Matthew the 19th chapter.
Because, brother, I mean, that was a rough deal. We was going through in that wilderness, and Moses gave us that divorce, but Christ said, that's not the deal. And there is no divorce, so there is no bill of divorce.
Right.
Because there is no divorce. If you divorce someone other than adultery, then you are breaking the Lord's law. Once again, then you breaking the marriage contract because you're going against these laws. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I may, sir, what you bring out is heavy because when you say breaking up off the table, it forces you to communicate. It forces you to deal with your problems and work them out. Because in the world, under Esau, under the so-called white man, he gives you a way out. All you got to do is just go get a divorce.
That's
just
right.
go sign the papers and you done. So it's like understanding the truth, but it makes our marriages stronger. And it puts strong black men back in the households again. And so we're able to not run away from our problems that we might have with our ribs, but we're able to hit those problems like head on and be able to talk about them and then figure out how we're going to get to the next point.
Good point. And if I could add to what you're saying, the scripture said this, unto thy husband shall be thy desire, and he shall rule over thee. I'm going to take the first half of that. The Lord had built into a woman, whether she know it or not, it's been built into a woman to look at a man based on her survival.
Right.
It's subconscious. She don't even have to think about it. It's in the back of her mind, completely programmed into her, according to the Bible. Whether she know it or not, survival, why do women go after rich men? Don't matter what he look like. He could be Biggie Smalls wasn't the handsomest brother. But my God, you could, when I was up in New York, I go up to a club. If he in that club out, it's a million sisters trying to get into that club to get him. Brother, you have your hand up.
I was going to say, because money is a defense.
Exactly. It's security. It's safety. It's wealth. It's power. She going after it. Why does a woman go after a strong man, brothers with big muscles? Like General Muhammad. Women always chase that brother down. Everywhere we go, and sisters chasing him. Why do women go after strong men? Huh? Protection. It's built in them. It's subconscious. You understand? So now you have a human being who's built to look at a man for her survival. And then you make laws that allow you to sleep with her and throw her away. Now, what are you doing to her? You're telling her you better find a better way to keep that man and to survive subconsciously. And what does she do? She go out there and trap you off with child support. She find ways to get herself pregnant by you, to keep you. She go to war with your other women because they are a threat to her relationship with you. So now you done created all this chaos simply by leaving this contract, the Lord's law, and adding another one. Big mistake. Big mistake. When the easier thing to do is follow what the Lord said and make marriage forever. You take 30% of the stress out of a marriage by just telling a sister, I ain't gonna never leave you. Brothers never say that because it sounds a little soft when you first come in the truth. Right? It sounds a little, what? I ain't gonna never leave her. I'm coming to you in a second. You know what I mean? It sounds a little soft, but you don't know how much security you giving a sister by telling her that and being serious about it. You breaking 1,000 demons that's coming at her. Listen, the day your sister meets you in the back of her mind, she thinking, when this gonna end? And she testing you every month. Every month, nigga, get out my house. Nigga, you ain't shit. Get the fuck out my house. You acting like, bitch, I've been paying these bills. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't know she's making sure your ass ain't me. And you like a knucklehead, well, fuck it then. I'm packing my shit up and I'm leaving. And that's exactly what she don't want you to do. He's expecting you to stand on your ground and say, whoa. No, I ain't going no goddamn way. Marriage is for life. I ain't never leaving this house. You see this wood? I'm part of the wood. When you shellac the wood next week, shellac my feet with the wood. Because I'm part of this shit too. She want to hear that. You thinking she wants you out. So you mad, fuck that bitch. Excuse my French. And you out the door, you destroying your marriage because you don't know. You don't understand when she's built that way. So when they teach us in this empire to just trample on our women, they do us a real disservice.
That's right.
Because you send a woman out there, and guess what? Every time she gets with a brother, we're creatures that learn. So if she sleep with a brother and he throw her away, what's the lesson she learned? She's less of value. She could lose a man that she care about. You start doing all kind of damage to her. So then what happens? She get another brother. What's the first thing in her mind? Am I gonna go through that pain I went through with the first brother? I ain't gonna take it no more. You hear them women say it all the time. I ain't taking that no more because of what happened. And then it go on and on and on and on. By the time you done met her, she done been destroyed. She don't even believe you when you say, man, I'm an Israelite and I ain't gonna never leave you. Yeah, okay. We're gonna see. You get sleep about 2 a.m. You're gonna get hit with a can of tomato soup. Wow, nigga, why you put the clothes? You be like, bitch, I'm gonna kill you there. But really, you just being tested. That's all. You just being tested. And so, no, I'm good. So you can't never leave her, and there is no bill of divorce because there is no divorce. I was gonna read it for you right now.
Come on, Matthew 19.
Definitely, it ain't no bill of marriage. Like I said, in this hell, there have been instances where brothers had to do that for other reasons. But that's no different than anything. You got to get a business license to open up a business. We had to get a license to open up these schools. But we know under the Lord, we don't have to have no license to teach this truth. But under this secular law, you had to do that. So in certain instances, which you'll get counsel for, and you may have to, somebody dying, one spouse is dying, something has to happen with their estate or whatever they have, stuff like that. Sometimes you have to examine that, but never for the acceptance of your woman being yours. Let me take your question first out. It's on the same thing, right?
Yeah, basically on marriage. I was going to ask, would it be wise moving forward, us coming in this truth, to really start dealing with each other and setting up marriages with each other, and concerning like the writing and making the covenant concerning, I got a reference in Tazaryach, Tobit, and also in Deuteronomy when you see the tokens of the damsel of Virginia. Would it be wise to start going into those or following the things that our forefathers did?
Listen, that's exactly what we do in here. Before you touch any sister in here, you're going to get counsel. Before you even start talking to her, you're going to get permission. And listen, and they're going to know your record. Tazaryach want to know your record, and Tazaryach want to know her record. And he'll examine the situation, and then he'll give you permission to talk to her. Long words. He'll give you permission. Now, as you talk to her, you're going to get counsel again before you get married. And then once you get married, it's all yours. And you still going to have access to all the counsel you need while you're going through the marriage. Because a lot of times you don't find out everything. You find out sisters have had all kind of horrible things happen to them that they have become experts at hiding. And then 3 years into your marriage, she busts out with this. You're like, oh my God, what do I do? but you the Most High, which is the beautiful part. You got counselors, you got brothers, you got seasoned cats in here that will give you what you need to get her through that. And yes, all those rules we put in place. You understand what I'm saying? I hope I'm answering your
question. Going into like what our forefathers did, like Tobit, how they made a covenant with each other in writing, and also Tazaryach, I said.
Okay, tonight I won't go into that because they'll go into it in the class. But you can do all of those things. But this is what you must remember: marriage is not a ceremony.
Right.
Weddings are a ceremony.
That's right. That's right.
Marriage is sex. That's what seals the marriage. But you could have a wedding. Listen, you got a sister, she's so bad, been down with you, hardcore, stick with you through thick and thin. Listen, swords, the band, bring some Benjamites in with the bongos. Do it up. Read the scriptures, the law, the vows, all of that, if you want. But understand that when you lay with her, that's the marriage.
That's right.
You understand? The ceremony can be any way you like, according to all those scriptures. You see what I'm saying? You follow answer it? Does that answer it?
Yeah, marriage is the final section.
Boom.
I'm sorry, laying down with the woman seals the deal.
That's the marriage.
Like a snap.
But you can have all kind of ways. Listen, sometimes like Joseph. Joseph's wedding was real on, like the scriptures say, on this wise. He just turned around and they dealt with each other. And that was it. They didn't have a ceremony. That's why he tried to hide her. But they didn't have a ceremony. He didn't go get all the permissions like he was supposed to, or which was traditionally, you understand? But he slept with her. He was married and thought about it. Then the angel came and said, "Take thee unto thee thy wife," because he had already slept with her. See what I'm saying? So does that answer it? Okay. On the same, somebody else had their hand before you. Salah, I'll come back to you. Is this on the same thing or we going to something new? Same thing, something new.
Something new.
Okay, same thing?
Same thing.
Come on with it.
I want to take this opportunity to bring this out, sir. There's a good brother of mine, right? And he has a wife, and the wife decided to up and leave him. Okay, she went to an organization in Israelite camp. Now, this camp knows that this woman is with a man. Now, this is a commandment breaker, correct, sir? What I said to my brother was this: that's adultery. If that woman is from that campus, if that man from that campus marrying your woman, you didn't put her away. You didn't divorce her. She just up and took her 2 feet and went to another camp. Another man laid with her. That's adultery.
Well, let me say this to you. There's no such thing as another camp.
That's right.
Let's crack that code first. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't trust my woman to know it. I wouldn't even let my woman walk past the front door of a so-called Israelite. They raping and doing all kind of madness. They're not in the truth. They're not even the camp.
That's right.
So the exact same things that would happen to her in a church, in a mosque, will also happen in a fake Israelite group.
That's right.
Now, here's the issue. They did commit adultery, but more importantly, she divorced him.
That's right.
You understand? And that's all he should be concerned with. She went out, she left him. If your woman leave you and sleep with another man, right or wrong, she committed adultery already.
That's right.
Now, when she go and sleep with another man and do all of that, she done already left you and doesn't believe in the truth and went into the world already.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So, okay, now some brothers can do this. You know what I mean? Some brothers can just say shalom and keep it pushing. I wish everybody could, because if a woman go out and sleep on you, I don't even know why you even want to ask that.
That's right.
And it's like, you made your choice, you know what I mean? And listen, and you really begin to understand when you realize that you are everything to a woman, even if she don't understand. You are everything. You are her answers. You are her protection. You are her that mind that she needs. Just look at the character of women out here. All right, women turn around and they have confessionals with their girlfriends all the time. Why are they having those confessionals? Because they need to talk to somebody about these issues they have. Who are they supposed to be talking to? You.
That's right.
You the confessional. Who's supposed to be answering them problems? You. But when you're not there, she's giving them to her girlfriend.
We supposed to be a conscience in a sense?
Not her conscience. She needs her conscience because she needs to be able to make the right decision. Like her having a conscience is important for her to make the right decision. But you are her head. You are her parent, just like Christ is to you. Like as you come into the truth, like just like the scripture said, the head of every woman is the man. The head of the man is Christ. You, as you learn this truth and you learn how to navigate through life, you start to realize that going by these scriptures is how you navigate through all the dangers, right or wrong. It's how you get with the right person, make the right decision, deal with your finance the right way, deal with the knucklehead messing with you in your hood. You doing all this based on what you learned about from Christ. Now, she needs somebody to do that with too. Now, a lot of women, of course, according to the church, think, I'll do it with, Christ my husband. Christ my man. I serve Christ myself. That's a fool's idea. When what should be happening is she should be looking to you and you should be raising her up in that way. Bear with me a second. And you should be raising her up in that way. And by doing that, she's gonna have somebody to really fix her issue. Now, when she don't have that and she leave you, she's willing to sleep with somebody else, she's the one giving up everything, not you. She's the one foolish enough to turn around and throw her life away by doing something like that. So why would you care? So I wouldn't stress the brother. If she didn't left him, I wouldn't even put the battery in him because, again, jealousy, every brother can't just walk away, right or wrong. Some brothers, they can't handle that. You know what I mean? And it's best, for them, if possible, to just walk away from it. And the Lord will give you, these women out here, they all over the place. Every woman in the supermarket is by herself. You can look in the shopping cart and see that. You know what I mean? Cheese and crackers in the damn shopping cart. You know what I mean? Forget about it. There's women everywhere, all over this place. So, and if it wasn't, brothers wouldn't be out here abusing so many women. How these brothers in the world able to abuse so many women if it ain't a bunch of women out here looking for a man? You understand? And you the one, and here's the thing. You the one brother that is not going to abuse her. You the one brother that's going to have a conscience about how you deal with her. How valuable are you? That's why the Lord said, I'm going to make a man like fine gold. You like fine gold. You the one brother that's going to be like, I'm not going to do every evil thing to her that 20 other brothers that she had before me did to her. So if you are that brother, my God, why would you even lower your standard to even be upset if she's willing to not take that? She's willing to not say, this is valuable to me. This brother here is extremely valuable to me. If she's not willing to do that, then I wouldn't even be sweating. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. I'm a little, a little ice runs in my veins. It's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Where we going? Give me a second, y'all. Let Oz get into scriptures. Because I talk all night. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. We got one more hour and we out of here. Can we open the door? Y'all feel a little warm? No, y'all good? Y'all know some of the sisters like they are a little warm. Right? Am I right? Warm? Warm? Yeah. Let's crack that door if we could. Go ahead.
Matthew 19, verse 7. They said to him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts.
And this is what's deep. This is what's deep. He said, because of the hardness of your heart. As you come into the school and come into the truth, you got to try your best to shed all the things that women have done to you too. Because you need to be brand new to help this sister. Otherwise, your heart going to be hard. She going to do the same things your ex did. She going to try to anyway. When those things happen, you're going to have to be strong enough to not harden your heart against her. Who knows what harden your heart against somebody means? Anybody raise your hand? Go ahead, Al.
Hold on. Whatever they do, if it ain't and what you want or what you feeling, you push them off quick.
Yeah, like you become hard. You too stiff on her. You You holding her to the fire all the time because you got anger and hatred for her. You got to punish her if necessary, but you got to also forgive her too. You understand what I'm saying? So they got hardened because them sisters, once again, captivity does that to you. Like when they came out of Egypt, after Egypt had screwed us over for 400 years, them sisters was a mess in that wilderness, man. And as a result, them brothers was so angry. Now that the Egyptian law was gone, they was furious with these sisters. They was sleeping around, this, that, all the other stuff that they had learned in Egypt. These brothers had like zero tolerance for. So Moses, being wise, said, rather than have these brothers chop all these women's heads off, let me give them a bill of divorce and let the woman go out. Otherwise, because that's what would happen. If we left out of America the 12 tribes, you may not realize if the Esau took his law away, all this evil that you see, TV, they burn it down. BET, they burn it down. They be killing black, there be cats going in there killing everybody in the damn club. Every woman with a skirt above her knees, he be killing them. He be killing, they'd be furious. You hear all them stories of them fathers whose daughter, she 12 years old, got a cell phone, sending naked pictures to somebody and all that. He smashed the cell phone, cops coming to lock him up. He go upside her head because he's so mad, cops lock him up. Meanwhile, his daughter sending naked pictures on the damn internet all across the world. And so now, imagine if that law get removed. That father gonna be killing that daughter because she don't know better. So Moses put that law in, give that bill of divorce, so you don't go, you don't wipe out all the damn women. So Christ is explaining that he had to do that back then. Go ahead.
Suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so.
Man, it was not so from the beginning. Under the law, under Melchizedek, under the order that was given down to Abraham. It was not that way when it came to a sister in the truth. You did not put her away. And let me tell you something, man. It's a good feeling. Let me tell you something. It's a good feeling to conquer a woman. And I ain't just talking about sex. That's the sex part was small. You gonna conquer a woman, you done did it 1,000 times. You done convinced her to have sex with you. And that you've done it and you good at it, you smooth and suave bowler. But can you convince a sister to stand with you with the Lord? Can you convince a sister to be down with the Most High and seek His kingdom with you? Right. Oh, now you got something. You got some game now. You understand? You got some game. Can I give one scripture on it, y'all? And I'm coming back. Give me that, if y'all can pull this for me. Give me that scripture where the Lord said, He shall be known in the gates. Virtuous woman, I think it's in the Proverbs. Give me that one, just that verse. I'm going to show you this one verse about how when you get on that level, man, you're going to feel good. You know what I mean? When brothers come over my house, and they walk up in my house, saying, and I turn to my rib, and I learned this from the brother. And I turned to my rib and I said, babe, get the brother some waters. And she get up and bring them all waters and cold drink. I sit back like, God damn, I feel good. I feel, you know what I'm saying? I feel like a badass. You understand? Like there's another level. And listen, and I feel good when she bitch about fixing her car. You're supposed to be the man in the house. What's wrong? Baby, I'm gonna get that. I'm calling up Yikewab, man. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shots jammed up. What can you do for a brother? You know what I'm saying? Because she been down with me. I got more than a sexual matter. Right. I got a spiritual matter. I don't have to compromise these laws no more. I can feel good about being an Israelite. And the one my sister out the world with me. We like every TV show, every movie with the man and the woman, they always them against the world. Yeah, right or wrong. Right. You get to live it for real. Right. You get to for real live. Me and her, we battling this evil world for Christ's kingdom. And brother, it makes her life 10 times better. That's right. Her life be 10 times better. My wife blow up my phone about everything. Should we get the organic eggs or should we get the grass fed? I'd be like, no, listen, look for the flat plain so and so to such and such. Yeah, and get some goat cheese with that too. It makes for a wonderful marriage. You understand? You was gonna say something on Solar.
I'm trying to set up over here.
No, do it, Desire. No, this goes wrong, baby.
You're so right, sir. You know what I mean? And I remember General Muhammad said it, and it stuck with me. It's like it's no other better feeling than a woman that can make you feel like a king in captivity.
It's an amazing feat. And here's the amazing part. You haven't seen a woman until you've seen an Israelite sister go whole heart. You done seen something. You understand? Like that scripture that says she put on her womanly charm. She had the king of Syria eating out her hands. You know what I mean? She put that womanly charm on. Nobody do it better. Listen, you know if homosexuals mimic not Chinese women, not white women, homosexuals mimic black women, you know she got a vibe coming off of her. And Latino women as well. And Native Indian women as well. So there's something in her that's amazing that has not been brought out. It has not been brought out to the forefront because of all the madness that we've gone through in this kingdom. And you got to be able to bring it forth. And let me tell you, I'll go on to read the scripture on this.
Come on, come.
I'm going to get off this question.
Proverbs 31.
About Ham at 8:30. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 31, verse 23. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land.
Right. No, go ahead. This is the same. Right. Can you give me one verse above it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Verse 22. She maketh herself covering of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple.
This is a woman that know how to dress without spending a lot of money. You know, some of them sisters know how to shop in the thrift store and be wise. Not that one that they trying to get you to go after. That one that's on that TV set, that's a monster. They created that monster. They created that monster to set the standard for you so you could be overthrown. When the Lord got a better standard, and you can get that standard, but you got to create it the way the Lord had to create you. He had to wake you up, pull you out the world, give you the truth. Guess what you should be? You should be able to do that with another sister. And if you're able to do that with a sister, man, you got something. You got something. Listen, some sisters, let me tell you something. You got sisters who have been raped, molested, have had horrible lives, have gone through 10 relationships, never mentioned it once, and will lie to you if you ask them. Sis, you ever been molested? Hell no. No nigga never touched this. Been molested by a father, uncle, church leader, this, that, and you will never know it. But if you could really be down with her in the truth, then she just might trust you enough to let you know. And if she does, and you are wise, you may just be able to heal her. And if you heal her, you'll be the greatest thing to her that ever existed. Because you'll be the one, brother, that can take away all that pain that she done been through. And I'm gonna go another step. A serious sister on the other side could deliver a twisted up brother. You know what I'm saying? Like the scripture said, by the chaste conversations of the wives, they convinced the husband. You got a lot of brothers that's deeply damaged, been through all kinds of stuff. But a righteous sister, a brother is hard to run away from her. He hard pressed to just throw her to the curb. And he might even walk out once or twice, but he come right back because of what's inside that sister. And she will get him on the right track if she understands these scriptures the right way. And before you know it, man, we got everything back. All it is that these things have been stolen from us being in this kingdom. And that's what caused that divorce. Go ahead, Al. Same topic.
Same topic of marriage.
Yes,
Say in a way. That were brothers and sisters that was in the world, and then they came into the faith. How do we deal with brothers and sisters that basically got, if you want to say married, lay down with each other, boyfriend, girlfriend, did their little thing, and then they came into the world. But there's a history of both of them having past relationships. How do we deal with that? When we say y'all came in this truth, y'all can't be with each other because y'all past relationships, y'all dealing with other people, that's adultery. How would we? Okay,
let me understand. You both in the world at first.
You dealt with other people.
You dealt with other people. You in relationships with other people, or you not in relationships with other people in this case.
Laying down with other people, like both of y'all being hormones.
Yeah, okay, I understand that part. But more I'm concerned with is, are both of you in the world before you came in? Were both of you also sleeping with each other?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. Many cases like that. brother and a woman, they sleeping together, but both of them is also sleep with other people. They cool with it because that's how the world thinks. And then now both of y'all walk inside the truth. Now it's time to look at this situation. Now, at that moment that the both of you walk into the truth, first of all, the first thing you got to know is she ready to not sleep with anybody else? And if she say, I'm ready to not sleep with nobody else but you, then that woman is on the road to being born again. And she's going to be a virgin to you because she's now coming to truth. She cut off her whoring in the world, but she is sleeping with you or whatever brother. You and her are married. Now you ain't doing the things that you did in the world. She starts brand new. She's a virgin. Then the same with you. Those women that you, now it's a little different with you. Those women you sleeping with are also your wives. And now you have to go to each one of those wives and start to establish that you and me gonna sleep together as in a relationship according to the Lord, but you're not gonna sleep with nobody else. Now, some of them women gonna be like, man, we always been that this swinging like this. I ain't changing nothing. Then you know you got to cut her loose.
Right.
But if she say, why are you saying this? I'm just hypothetical. Why are you asking me this? Because I learned in the scriptures we've been doing this wrong. This is how we supposed to do this. And she be like, okay, I'm gonna come check it out. I'm gonna learn. Then that's gonna be your wife also. And the other one, and the other one, and the other one, and whoever, how many of them you've been sleeping with, those are all your wives, unless from that point on, they go sleep with another man, or they reject what it is that you're saying. Then am I using this mic? Is this actually active? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool. I just want to know. I just keep saying it. Yes, then from that moment, then that woman is, you got to cut her loose if she's gonna be a whore. You understand what I'm saying? So it applies exactly like it is. You walk in the door, she walk in there with you, even though she been a hoe. She walk in there with you, she's your wife because you sleeping with her. Now she could stop being a hoe, become brand new, or she could be like, nah, that ain't for me. Walk back out the door, she's gone, she ain't no longer yours. The one that stays she is with you, that's your wife. And then you build from there. You know what I mean? And it ain't always perfect. Take time because this is a big transition from the life she did live and the life you did live. But I see brothers and sisters do it all the time. Some sisters walk through here. When you get up in that Passover, you're gonna see some sisters, you're gonna say, oh my God, she's so beautiful. She got a veil on and she looks so innocent and wholesome. And right before you marry her, she's gonna say, I got to confess to you, you know, I used to be a big time stripper, man. I used to sell his ass all the time. You're gonna be like, and you're gonna have to forgive her for it. You understand? Because you be on a new page in a new day. You know what I'm saying? And so, just like you came out the world, you got brothers that come out the world that did all kind of horrible things, but they coming in the truth now. They're gonna be brand new. You gotta start fresh with them. You know what I'm saying? So does that answer it for you?
It does.
This is Austin Line Radio.
Right. Shout out to Just Starting Paint. Oh, let me do a roll call, like if it's called Chronicles, because Cottas ain't here. This
Editor-in-chief of the RalphRetort.com. They should be able to hear me now. I'm on air. I'm reading a few of these super chats. Let those gentlemen get ready. You can see them on the screen, though. I'm here on the screen. We got the two. I've only used this, I think, once before during the Warski Dick Masterson Blood Sports. I really like it, though. The only thing is you got to set it up a little early. Is the only thing there because of the way it's kind of complicated to set up. But when it's set up, boy, it looks smooth and great. There it is. Kill stream with the Blood Sports logo. All right. Now, somebody said, "Oh, layout better." Fuck you. I just.
Good night. Okay.
I like it because you can see both people at the same time. That's why I like it. All right, let me read these. I'll unmute the tab, and we'll be able to hear those guys. They can hear me now, though. Lord Zenu WT Law says, "Let's fucking go." Also, let me turn my camera. Did I do that? Yeah, so they can see my beautiful face. All right, now they can see me as well. Lord Zenu, shout out to you, sir. I've been getting good use out of that PS5 I got off you. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you. White Rabbit Radio with the host. Big shout out. Thank you, sir. Exploding Printy says, final stream +1. Still can't abort, dude. You can't abort yet. Not yet. Not yet. I'm glad it didn't happen before tonight, too, because I was really going to be pissed. if it happened before this debate. Harold Silvatini says, Ralph's still here. Kill stream cannot be aborted? Well, that's what they say. Lord Zenu WC Law says, press S to spit on Sheldon Adelson's grave. I co-sponsor that resolution completely. Sexo Tyrannosaurus says, Black Israelite. No! Well, I don't know if that's not a slanderous term. Hold on, we'll ask him in a minute. Let me unmute him. Let me unmute the tab. All of them. All right, Captain, you're here. It's been a while, sir.
Yeah, it has actually. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you good. And we were talking about it. I don't hear the feedback very much. Sounds great.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect.
How you been doing, man?
I've been doing all right, man. Just out here, working, and I had my popcorn last week when I saw y'all overthrowing the government. But yeah, other than that, I've been pretty cool.
We're going to talk about. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. So why don't I just do this? Go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience for those who don't know who you are.
For those that don't know who I am, like I'm looking in your chat, and that's right logo that's popping up in the chat. We're the fathers of that. Like y'all got that from us, so we appreciate y'all. I actually told the general from the video y'all got that from about it.
We got to get him on.
Yeah, y'all got to get him on, man. One time y'all got to get him on because y'all kind of helped make him famous, so we appreciate that. I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUPK. ISUPK stands for the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Our mantra is to fix the conditions of the Black, Hispanics, and Native Indians in North, Central, and South America. If you know anything about Black people, we're plagued with a lot of things. We do target or speak about the oppression that the so-called white man has done to us, but we also talk about our leaders that have sold us, or drugs, abortion, homosexuality, child molestation. There's plenty of things that we talk about. The Bible is our blueprint, of course. We believe we are the children of Israel. We teach that, we push that, and we teach that the only salvation is to turn back to the Most High. So that's my introduction, so to speak.
All right, we're going to let Ramsey Paul, give his introduction as well, and then we'll get an opening statement from Captain Tazaryach. Kind of a broad topic here tonight. How did we get where we are today? I think it's, kind of important. It's kind of an easy topic given, everything's complete shit. So each man's got their own view on how we got here. That's going to kind of be the discussion. Go ahead, Ramsey Paul.
Yeah, Ramsey Paul. And hey, it's great to meet you, Captain. I had no idea about you. I looked you up on the SPLC, and I see you're a fellow hater. So congratulations.
That is true. We have two off the list here tonight.
And I mean, that's hard to do with all this. Let's face it, during this past, everyone's like kissing blacks. I mean, it's like the highest thing. So for you as a black male to end up on a hater list, you had to do something special. And what you did is you called yourself the Jews, and let's face it, the SPLC, ADL, they're the other Jews, and they're like, oh no, we can't have this. So it's amazing that you got on the hate list. It's going to be a great discussion, but a lot of that may be lies, because the things written about me are lies. I'm not a white supremacist. I oppose supremacy. I'm not even a white nationalist. And I support the homelands for a lot of people. Some of the stuff I read about you, I was like, man, that looks pretty cool. Like, you're against feminism. I'm like, I'm on board with that. You think trannies are kind of silly. If that's true, I agree with you on that. So I think there's going to be a lot of common ground here. I don't know how much difference there'll be. I'm for self-determination. I think your religion is kind of goofy, but every religion is goofy. And it's no more goofy than cutting off some guy's dick and having him in a sundress and saying that's really a woman. I mean, that's really goofy. So it should be a fun conversation. I think we may agree a lot on a lot of topics, actually. So that'd be interesting to see.
All right, go ahead, Captain. I'll let it start off with you, sir.
Yeah, being on the what is that? SPLC was that Southern Poverty Law Center?
That's right.
Being on that hate group for black people, even for ISUPK, I mean, to be a black man in America, we're the most hated, not just by the SPLC or whatever they are, but by the police, by the white man, by the African, Chinese, Japanese. Whether we're in this group or whether we're not in this group, we're still the #1 hated people on the face, in the face of America. So being on that list is actually embarrassing to America, because when you compare it to the other people that are on that list, those people have murdered, lynched. They have actually really committed crimes against other races based on them being that race. ISUPK has never committed a crime against anyone.
Right.
So it's really ignorant on SPLC. So we do agree on them being ignorant for even having us on there. But to even call us a hate group when we're about the rehabilitation or the rejuvenation of Black people, and I think that's what scares organizations like the SPLC the most. Because as long as we're high, drunk, aborting our babies, homosexuals, as long as we're those things, we're not a threat. But if we're clean and sober and vigilant and looking to get out of this condition, then we do become a threat, because we would naturally be the enemy to the ruler of this land. It was funny. Now, I'm a very tongue-in-cheek guy. You sound like you're a tongue-in-cheek guy. And when you call us buffoons, excuse me, when you said, what's the word that he said was
goofy? I think he said goofy or silly.
I consider religion to be goofy, but I don't mean that to offend you, because I consider most religions to be goofy.
Right. No, I don't. Again, that's why I said good tongue in cheek. But as you compared us being goofy to most religions, you didn't compare us to trannies, because you said it's just as goofy as a white man, a man cutting his dick off and putting a dress on him and saying that that's okay. Which is
no, I said trannies are more goofy. So I was in a sense defending you.
No, but even to put us in that same sentence, that's like the wilds of what we would expect, so to speak. So there may be some things. The only thing I know that we do agree on, probably, I don't even know if we agree on that, is separation between us and y'all. And what I mean by separation, I'm not necessarily talking about economically, because you can deal with anybody economically. But as long as we have your ways in our brain, it leads to our deconstruction. Right. If you think about Christmas, Thanksgiving, the things that y'all have us to celebrate, the identities that y'all force us to take on, is a detriment for us, when it shouldn't be a problem for us to call ourselves Israelites, have our own culture, have our own identity. But that seems to be a threat to everybody. So I don't want to be too long-winded with my opening, but that's kind of like our opening.
All right, and we're going to let questions go back and forth. You guys know, I think you've both seen, I know the captain's been involved with several of these, and Ramsey Paul's probably seen a couple of these, and he asked to be involved, and here we go. He's on the show. So they're very loose. You know, I let the participants question back and forth, and we will have that going on. Go ahead, Ramsey Paul, give your intro. How do we get where we are? You know, people storming the Capitol, the president on the brink here, all this stuff going on, and just the country in general, if you want to take it beyond the political realm. We're not doing that well, even beyond the executive branch. Go ahead, Ramsey Paul.
Yeah, and I would disagree. I'm not necessarily for a separation. I think it should be voluntarily. I think there's a lot of good Black people. There's a lot of good Asians. Every race, there's a lot of good people. But I am a nationalist. And what that means is you need a country that has a common bond. And it's really interesting how we can see things so differently, because you're seeing this like everyone's against the Black man. And I'm like, what the hell? Where have you been the last 20 years? It's just like, if you look on the news, everything is about Blacks. Just yesterday, Biden and Kamala Harris said, we're going to come out with COVID relief. And if you're Black, if you're Hispanic, if you're Asian, they did a whole list. And Asians, they make a lot of money. They make more money per capita than white people in America. So they give this whole list, but they leave off one group. What group is that? The white man. And if you work in any corporation, which I did for years, if you're white, you're held to a higher standard. You have to score higher, you have to do higher, because they have these diversity goals. And maybe your experience isn't that way, but what I see in the world is that way. And when you talk about violence, I mean, you may not believe the FBI statistics saying, oh, that's just a white man lies. But if people that live around, if you're going in a white neighborhood, even Black, you're not going to be threatened. And if I was going to South Chicago, I'd be killed. I mean, that's how it is. It's like 80% of the interracial crimes. It's not a bunch of white people attacking Blacks. I mean, it isn't, at least in the last 40 years for the most part. Yeah, there's exceptions, but the crime is one way. How about rapes? Is there a bunch of white guys raping Black women? It's almost non-existent. It's 100% the other way. So this whole myth that of victimhood, that Blacks are somehow being oppressed by whites, is an inversion of reality. And it's at least for how I see it, I think a lot of people how they see it. When you open your eyes. So if I go into a neighborhood and it's black, it's probably going to be dangerous. If I go to a neighborhood that's, say, Asian, it probably won't be. There's a reason for that, and I think that's the experience of a lot of Americans. Now, does it mean that all black people are violent? Of course not. There's a lot of great black people, just like of any other race. But this idea, there's like this conspiracy against the black man, I don't think it's really helpful. I don't think it's helpful for our country. And it's really sad. It's really sad about in the 90s, I think there was a big attempt to get away from race, just look at the individual. I don't know if that was even possible, but that would have been a better way to go forward. But everything now is very tribal. And there's nothing we can do about it because human beings are tribal. And I think your suggestion of separation, I think in general, that's a good one. I wouldn't make it racial on how you would define it, because when you get into racial, it gets really complicated anyway. Like, would you consider Obama to be black? He's only half black. How about if someone's a quarter black? Where do you draw the line? Those are some of the issues you have when you get into, I guess, racial nationalism, which it sounds like that you support.
I don't know. Well, what I'll first say, how we got here, I would never put myself in the we, because black people had no role in how we got here. What you're seeing, what I mean when I say the role or how we got here, like, this is America's problem. This is the problem that America, and when you establish a city with blood, like Habakkuk, the second chapter, it says, behold, or woe to them that establish a city with blood. And that's what America was established on. So the only thing America knows is, if I want something, I kill for it. If I want to do this, I kill for it. Thank the Lord for COVID-19, because now you have no more mass shootings at school. Right. You ain't had a mass shooting at school since COVID-19 happened. Thank the Lord.
I thought about that, Captain, actually.
How many mass shootings?
Who's that in the background? I keep hearing, yeah. It sounds like it sounds like Diamond and Silk.
No, we
or one's talking, the other one's like,
No problem. We have people in my school, in my building, that are listening.
Okay, I love it. I love it. It's a great. I gotta remember that. So
in Vegas, they had a country concert. You couldn't even go to the concert. I mean, that's y'all music. And they shooting up the country concert with an AR-15. So how we got here is because y'all have done nothing but kill and murder and take everything by force. And even as you mentioned, the things like what Kamala and Biden is saying and what they're going to do for black people, that's what every president has said before they got in office. Every single president, Obama included, who's an African, you may not be aware of this, but just because you have brown skin don't make you the same people. So being an African doesn't make you black. Right. So Obama is has an African father, he has a white mother. We would look at him as African. He would not be our people. But they called that nigga, excuse me, they call, I almost did it, Ralph. I almost did it, Ralph. I caught myself. But they called that African Jesus Christ for black people. And when he got in office, all he did was approve Planned Parenthood so we could further kill our babies, and open up homosexuality where we could be full out homosexuals. That's all he did. So nobody has ever done anything for black people truly. Hillary Clinton, who black people for whatever reason love, called us super predators. So how we got here was Donald Trump said he was going to make America great again, which was the greatest thing that white America could hear, the greatest thing, because in their mind is, we gonna put them Negroes in their place. We gonna put them wetbacks in their place. We gonna put them spics in their place. They gonna know who the real leader is. And it ain't worked out. That's why they decided to use the term, which is what they call crossing the Rubicon, which is what you saw last week. What you saw last week, which it was not a unorganized event. That was something that was mentioned back in December, probably earlier than December. When Trump realized he lost that seat, he decided to use his power of media to stir up white America that loves nothing more than to kill and put black people in their place. Something happened in America that ain't happened since what, 1817? It was 1817 when a foreign nation flooded and destroyed and came and was able to infiltrate the White House. And America hates the rise of minorities so much that they would rather destroy their own capital just to keep it. Right. Because
it happened in '83. There was a bombing in the Capitol by Susan Rosenberg, and Clinton actually pardoned her. I mean, there's been bombings in the. That was a left-wing group, by the way.
Now, Paul, let me show you how volatile it is for black people than white people. In 2013, a mentally challenged black woman was driving her car erratically because she had a psychotic break, and they killed her in the car. They was able, over thousands of people was able to invade, take secret documents of the White House, and they were not killed. They were not shot. Nothing happened to them. They put in a curfew and peacefully made them leave. You didn't see no tear gas. You didn't see
wait a minute. What? I didn't see Ashley Babbitt. That she was like fake. That was fake, you think? Ashley Babbitt? I saw her get a bullet in the neck. Was that fake?
She was probably shot by her own people. She was not shot by the
her own people shot her. Why would her own people shoot her?
Because when you have a riot, that's what happens. Here's my point. When Black Lives Matter, which I don't support them either, but when they knew Black Lives Matter was coming, the National Guard was lined up in front of the White House to make.
Were they kneeling? Were they kneeling? Because I remember the police kneeling for Black Lives Matter. I remember Black Lives Matter rioting for 7 months. I remember in 2016, a Black Lives Matter supporter killing 5 Dallas police officers. You remember that? I remember that. They ended up having to blow him up because he held himself up. He murdered 5 Dallas police officers.
Now,
by the way, chat's bringing up Ashley Babbitt. It's my understanding she was killed by a black police officer or like Capitol Hill security.
Yeah, listen, a black police officer will always kill. We call that the mark of the beast. That we have a problem with black police officers too. How you gonna go work for the same government that's designed to kill us? That's why so when I'm saying government or police, if you're black and you work for the government or police or military, you have what we call the mark of the beast. In scriptures, the Revelation, the 13th chapter, it says if you have the mark in your forehead or your hand. In your forehead, it's the knowledge that you have for the beast. In your hand, it symbolizes the action and who you're willing to kill for that beast. So that's correct. So my point in talking about the Black Lives Matter is not about whether they killed and who didn't. The National Guard was there so that they could not penetrate the White House at all, the Pentagon at all. But when your guys came, nobody was there. Nobody showed up. They allowed them to break into Nancy Pelosi's office. They live on Instagram doing everything. But when we protested in New York City for George Floyd, they ran him over with cars. So there's always a difference. And I don't fault you. When I'm saying you, of course, I'm not talking about you, Paul Ramsey, because you may not agree.
Yeah.
So you is general. I don't fault the favoritism that y'all show to other white people. I just want my people to see the favoritism that y'all show so we can stop giving y'all our favor and give our favor to us. Like you're supposed to, there's nothing wrong with racism in the sense that you should feel that your race is above every other race. So if you see your race failing, you should fix them first. The problem in America is that when black people decide to fix their race first, we're called a hate group, which is why we're on the Southern Poverty Law Center. A hate group should be somebody that's actively preaching kill or death or destruction to another race. We've never said to kill any white man, any African, any Chinese. We actually say leave them alone is what we say. And because we say that, we're looked at as the hate group. So what we saw last week was the real killer. The real killer in America is white folk. And they'll kill their own if it means keeping it from us. Like to those people that invaded it, Joe Biden and Kamala, they might as well both be black people. Joe Biden might as well be black and Kamala might as well be black to those people, because to them, they'll be taking the country away from them. And so if
by the way, are you saying Kamala's not black?
No, not really. Kamala is East Indian.
She's not. I'm just wondering if you were saying that.
Yeah, no, I think she's Indian. I think she's Indian.
She's like East Indian. She's not black at all. The reason why I'm saying black is because for some reason, black people fell in love with Democrats. At one point, blacks originally were Republican. And then for some reason, they fell in love with Democrats, but Democrats treat black people like a stray alley cat. Like they got to neuter them. So that's why they have
A
abortions.
little bit of milk out every once in a while. Yeah, they do. Now, let me ask Ramsey Paul. He said white people, basically the biggest killer in the country, the biggest menace.
Not just the biggest, the best.
Biggest and the best. Would you say that, Ramsey Paul?
Well, and per capita, that's not true. The most of the murders, if you break it down by the population, African Americans or blacks. What's the proper? I think African American is not used anymore. Is it? It's blacks. Is it what it is?
Capital B.
You created all these. Hey, you created all these bywords. So whatever you choose.
No, I think Jesse Jackson created African American.
You know what? I stand corrected. You're right. That uppity Negro decided to call us. He decided to call us two continents. How you gonna be two continents? How you gonna be African and American? We're the only people that got to do it. If an Italian comes over here, he's just Italian. Or just Irish, or just Scotland, or something like that. But you can continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay.
Yeah. Per capita, blacks commit more violent crimes by far. It's not even close. And it doesn't mean, of course, whites do too. All races do too. But in a sense, I agree with you. I think we can't cram cultures together because no matter showing you the statistic, it's not going to change your mind. There's always this, the white man's trying to keep you down. And I kind of agree with that you need your own space. I think everyone would be happier. So in that sense, I am a nationalist. I don't think it's a good idea to try to force people together that have different values. We have a lot of different values. We don't share a common blood. We don't share a common religion. We don't share common customs. We sort of share a common language, which, you got from us, but even that isn't your native language. So we have all these different types of people that would be happier with their own kind. I agree that. Now, concerning like the whole violence historically, every group was very violent. Historically, I don't know any exceptions. There were mass killings by African tribes against other African tribes. In fact, how slavery happened, it wasn't like white people were running through the jungle catching Africans. They were sold. Africans would capture other Africans and sell them, typically to Arab or Jewish merchants, and they would come early on to the United States, which was a horrible thing. Right. And I condemn that, but that's how it happened. I mean, you just need to look at us as like another tribe in the world. You have Indian tribes, you have African tribes, Asian tribes. We're a tribe from Europe that came over on boats, just like Genghis Khan. He invaded Europe with his tribes. That's history. History is full of violence. And I think to keep things peaceful and happy, it's easier when we have separate homelands. That's what I support. Where I differ, I wouldn't make it strictly racial, and because again, you get into a lot of issues there. And I don't want a homeland with all white people because white people are different. Russians don't really care for Hungarians, and I used to live in Hungary because of that history there. So there's a lot of small is good. I think you have a country like Finland for the Finnish people that tends to be the way to go. And even Africa was made up of a lot of different types of people. It wasn't just the Bantus. You have and it's funny because you brought up this Capitol Hill protest, and one of the leaders was this guy from, I think his heritage is Ethiopian, Ali, what's his name? Ralph Eaton?
Ali Alexander.
He's like a MAGA type, base black or whatever, and he was one of the leaders for that. So it wasn't. And the guy that was dressed up as a buffalo guy, the Buffalo Man, he was Jewish, not you Jewish. I mean, it's the traditional.
No, you said the right word, Jewish. You said the right word.
Oh, okay, because you don't consider like Ashkenazis to be Jews, or do you?
No, that's why I said you could say Jewish. The ISH means to be like.
Okay, yeah, he's Jewish,
we may say so-called Jew, but the Ashkenazis, they're imposters.
Right. And I'm fine with the religion. I really am. Everyone has because the religion is important. That's one of the things that binds you as a community. And no one can get away from religion. Even if you're an atheist, you tend to get like social justice type bullshit or whatever. So everyone's going to have a religion. And a religion historically is something that's sort of mandated for a people. And like we're a Christian nation. That's how the United States was founded. And that enables us to have a common view of the world, how we interact with the world. And I guess you're Judaism, and there's Muslims and so forth. So I think that's how we have to look at it. So I agree with you on the need for separation,
Right.
not just white and black, but other groups too. And I think that would provide some more happiness. And I would disagree with you that whites are especially wicked or violent. I think all groups have been wicked and violent in their history.
Oh, there's no
Now, what do you
doubt.
say to that? Go ahead, Captain.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off, Rob. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, what do you say to that? By the way, I'm throwing out the link for people who want to call in. Our Discord got deleted yesterday. It's not fair, but you have to join the new Discord to call in. Go ahead, Captain.
No sweat. When I talk about the murder, and when I say the white man is the best murderer, the reason I'm saying the best is because there's other, like you said, you got tribal beefings amongst everybody. You have black on black crime, you have African on African crime, you have all different type of crimes. Just to clear up a few things, we wouldn't call ourselves into Judaism, because Judaism, those imposters only follow they only tell you that they follow the Torah. We follow the Old and New Testament, so we believe in Christ and stuff like that. We wouldn't call ourselves Christians, though, because Christianity, they're murderers just like the Arabs would be murderers. When they came over here into America, one of the reasons why we call y'all the #1 killers, when y'all came over here with that sword. When Columbus and them came over here, which y'all celebrate every Thanksgiving, y'all slaughtered the Native Indians who was kind to y'all. You know what I mean? So
we conquered them. Like every land in the world is based on someone conquering another tribe. That's how it is.
Right.
And actually, we were actually pretty nice to them, because we could have genocided them, but we didn't. We could have. We had the better technology.
You see how merciless the white man is? We could have genocide. We could have.
We could have, but we didn't. In fact, we gave them their territory, and now you see they get special benefits. Like I'm not Indian, so I don't get special benefits. Well, who other does that? You think Genghis Khan did that? You think Genghis Khan had mercy to the Europeans when he rode across? Hell no. Do you think African tribes have mercy for other African tribes? Hell no. You think, how about other Indians?
Right.
Do you think other Indians treated each other well? No, they took each other as slavery. By the way, you weren't the first slaves in North America. Indians took other Indians as slaves. And just a little tidbit, down in Oklahoma where I used to live, the Cherokee Indians, you know which side they fought on in the Civil War? They were part of the Confederacy. And a lot of the Cherokee Indians, they had African or black, what do you want to call them, or Negro as it would be called back then, slaves. So it's, that's Indians, dancing with the wolves. And here's our Negro slave. That was the Indians.
Now, this is how diabolical and subtle the white man is. He talks about how they could have genocided us. The Native Indians didn't treat y'all like that. This is why I call y'all the #1 murderers. When y'all came over here, the Native Indians didn't go to war with y'all. They entreated y'all kindly, and their kindness was met with the sword. So you could mention Genghis Khan, or you could mention the other African tribes, and you're right. If you went into their lands, you would have had to fight to take their lands. You didn't have to fight with the Native Indians to have any part of their land. You just chose to kill them because you wasn't just after the land, you wanted their resources. You're also correct when you talk about the slaves. The Native Indians were slaves first. Columbus is the father of the transatlantic slave trade. Slavery didn't start from Africa to America. It started from America to Spain first, when they took the Taino Indians over here. And then after they brought the Taino Indians to Spain, then they started taking blacks to America. And so now you say, well, the Indians had slaves. They fought on the side of the Confederates against the blacks. That's also the subtlety of the white man. The same reason you have a North and South Korea is the same reason Indians had black slaves. And guess what? Black slaves had Indian slaves. Right. You know why? Because when the blacks first came over here, we joined with the Native Indians to fight against this common enemy, which was the so-called white man. And the white man, in his subtlety, said, I know how to divide them. Let me create animosity between them. Let me let the blacks own slaves. Let me let the Indians own black slaves. And then that created a violent act against us. When you say that the Native Indians got a benefit, they did not. So you telling me you go from running the whole country, the whole continent, North and South America, and now you on a reservation. So you got a whole continent. Now you got about 20 acres of land after having the whole continent. That is
why are you considering the Indians to be one group of people? There were multiple tribes. Do you understand the history? How some Indians fought on the side for the English and some fought for the French? Do you know that, right? There were different tribes. They didn't run over the whole land. They hated each other. They fought each other. And how are we different from the Indians? Just pretend the English were an Indian tribe across the Great Pond, and we knew how to build boats, and we came over. How are we different than Indians? How?
Have y'all ever let y'all prisoners free?
Prisoners free? Of course. Yeah. We just Trump let a bunch of prisoners free. What are you talking about?
You don't understand the prisoners I'm talking about. The prisoners I'm talking about is the ones that you keep on the reservations. The prisoners I'm talking about is the ones that you enslaved and then so-called freed in the 1800s, and we're still fighting for so-called freedom to this day. Every president since the 1860s, 1870s, they so-called freed the slaves. Every president's mantra has been to make it better for Black people, but we have never been free. We have steady been targeted. And the other thing you said, you're right. Black on Black crime does take place. The difference between Black on Black crime is if a Black man commits a crime against another Black man, he's going to go to jail. But when you guys commit crimes against us, there is no justice. They had
so Dylan Roof didn't go to jail.
And wait. So you're gonna compare Dylan Storm Roof. So here's how nice y'all took that nigga to, excuse me, y'all took that white boy. I'm sorry, Ralph. Y'all took that white boy.
We gotta edit the N-word now.
Yeah,
he is Black, but still.
No, he's not Black. No, he's not Black.
I'm saying you're Black. But still,
you said the N-word. You said the N-word. You can't say the N-word.
Well, it was the A version, and I've heard other streamers that are Black on here get away with using that. But I'm going to ask that you refrain, please.
Right, Ralph. I apologize. But they took that nut to Burger King.
No.
They treated him kindly. They don't treat us kind. You know what they do to us? A brother running from child support, running from the police, they shoot him in the back. He didn't commit no crime. He just running. They shoot him in the back. Tamir Rice was a 13-year-old kid. No justice. How many people? George Floyd. No justice. So yeah, you can bring up Dylan Storm that went to jail, but how many countless others have died at your hands with no justice?
I brought that up because you made the statement white people don't pay you said that white people don't pay a penalty if they kill Blacks, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous. They pay a worse penalty. They get hate crime violations.
Where? Because George Zimmerman's still walking free.
He had a trial, right? Of his peers.
Trial. What trial he had? Did he get indicted?
Yeah, he had a trial.
Yeah, he was let go.
I'm gonna Google it. He I don't think he got indicted.
So they just let him out of the prison.
Yes. No indictment.
No, he had a trial. He had a trial.
I guarantee you. Let's say for the sake of argument, we live in a world where if a crime against anybody,
state of Florida versus Zimmerman, July 13th, 2013.
Was he found
a 6-person jury rendered a not guilty verdict on all counts. Yes, he went to trial. Because guess what? You can't attack someone, right? You can't attack someone. If you're going to attack someone, you got to pay the consequences. Florida has the stand your ground law, and that's good. If someone's attacking you, you can shoot them.
But where was he attacking George Zimmerman when the police told him not to pursue him? That's recorded. On the recording, they told the police, they told George Zimmerman to not pursue him. He pursued him. He hunted him down like an animal. He had no weapon, and all he could try to do is defend himself. So if it's if the 911 conversation, the police is telling him not to pursue him, not to shoot him, not to harm him, he does it anyway. So
well, we could go over the whole trial here if you want, and that would be, I think, kind of boring. But I'm just saying the statistics is more whites are killed by the police per capita than Blacks. Whites police are scared to death to shoot a white person. And you want to bring the incident where a Black person was shot unfairly by the police. It happens. But I saw a guy, if we're going to tell stories, I saw a horrendous video. A white guy was laying on the ground in some like a hotel lobby, and he was trying to obey instructions, and they just murdered him. The police can be assholes. I have no doubt about it. I'm not or as you say, police.
But you know, George,
how do you say it? Police?
Wait, hold on. He mentioned. I want to get this talking point out because he mentioned And I see some people in chat mentioning it as well. And you alluded to the crime stats earlier, Ramsey Paul. He said he was talking about white crime against black
capita,
people.
right.
I was going to get you to expound on black crime against whites, Ramsey Paul, if you wanted to. You kind of alluded to it earlier.
And before you do that, George Zimmerman was not a policeman.
Right. So
no, he was not.
So you could show me.
So what? So what? If someone's attacking you, you have the right to defend yourself.
He was not being attacked, though. You keep saying it's some.
The jury thought otherwise. Okay, the jury looking at the evidence thought otherwise.
That's my point. Every jury thinks otherwise. There's not a jury on that has never thought a white man was guilty of killing a black person.
Oh, who was that guy that was running back? O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson. What? Because that was a black jury.
Hey, you know what's funny about the O.J. Simpson one? That's the only one black people love, and O.J. Simpson, we don't even look at him as black. You know
who's black? Come on, you say no one's black. Who's black?
No. O.J. Simpson really is black. The reason why we say that is because nobody really, O.J. Simpson, he would sleep with white women and stuff like that, so he would be like a sellout black person.
Doing Hertz commercials and shit.
Right. Yeah, you see how they treated him in Naked Gun? Like
there's a quote from him where he said, "I'm not black, I'm OJ." Yeah. That's what he said. Yeah.
So what I mean,
I liked OJ. I'm old. You're young. I can remember when OJ Simpson would run on Monday Night Football and Howard Cosell, the juice. And OJ was great. He was a great running back.
Definitely.
We don't have that anymore because of the rule change in football.
Yeah, he was one of the best running backs. Remember, he did in like 12 games during this time when he did the 2000.
Yeah. Now I have to be honest. So I'm from Denver, Colorado. You probably don't even know this running back, but Floyd Little was incredible, but he played for shitty teams. He was a great running back. Up there with OJ Simpson, but because he played for a bad team. Although OJ played for a bad team too,
yeah,
right?
The Buffalo was bad.
That's true. The Bills were complete shit the entire.
Oh, they were shitty, yeah. But anyway, that's I'm getting to my point,
right.
And this is how we're getting to America. Is even the juries now tend to be biased. Like, I mean, if you're in a black jury, you're screwed. If you're a white guy, so we need separate. We need separate homelands. I'm actually the solution. I think we agree on. We really do. A little bit different though, because I'm not so much I guess you're a racial nationalist, right? You want to allow Hispanics in, or is it just keep the white man out? Would you allow mulattoes in, or how would you determine who gets in your homeland?
You call mulattoes, is that like mixed, like where you got like a black?
Yeah, it's a black. Obama was a mulatto.
Okay, so we don't really look at it that way. Our belief system is you are what your father is. So you could be a black man with a white woman, and we would look at you. We would look at the child as a black man because of their father. So like, let's say if it was a white man with a black mother, we would look at them as a white person.
Oh, then why isn't Obama then a black? Because his father was black.
Because I had said this in the beginning, like Obama is an African. Like everybody with brown skin is not black. Like you wouldn't call an Arab a black person, even though they got brown skin. You would
or like someone from India can be blacker than you.
East Indian could be black, and you wouldn't call them black. Black is a byword that we're called. We're the children of Israel. The blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we descend from that lineage. So even when you do real history, well, I won't want to say like you don't do history, but when you do history, it wasn't Africans that sold Africans. It was Africans that sold Israelites. You can find old maps where in the middle of Africa, you'll see it say land of Judah, because in 70 AD, we fled into Africa. And so we migrated into Africa because Israel fell as a state. And so as we're living there, when your people came looking for slaves, the Africans knew exactly who they was going to sell, which was us. And so they sold us. So it wasn't a African and African thing. It was an African and Israel thing.
I won't get into that religion because that's just, I mean, I could talk about history, but I don't know, Ethan, if you want to go down a historical debate, it can be boring, I think.
No, I was just mainly just trying to clear it up because you were saying why we didn't consider Obama black. Obama.
Yeah, it seems like you. I mean, so how do you? So you determine based on the father,
right?
If you're,
so like we look at Bob Marley as a white guy.
Okay, so if you have so if it's a white father, even if they have a child with a black mother, it's still that guy doesn't count, right?
Right. The sperm. Just if you look at it metaphorically. If you take a seed and put it in the earth, you can take an apple seed and put it around a bunch of oranges, put it in the earth. It's still going to be an apple seed when it comes out. It's the seed that matters. So man carries sperm. Like life is in our balls. It's not in a woman. you plant it in a woman, it incubates and then comes out. So whatever seed you planted, that's what comes out.
Yeah, I guess I'm not as much in you in the whole racial classification, because I think I'm sounding maybe a little bit like a liberal now, God forbid, but I think race is more of a continuum. It's not these categories like you would put it in. So I guess I disagree with that.
Continuum, what do you mean by that?
Meaning, I don't think it's just you have blacks and then you have Africans and you have whites. I think you have mixed race people, and actually all people at some time, there's a little bit of mixture. Looking at you, it'd be interesting to take your DNA test. I bet you're not 100% African.
Yeah,
because
you're right. I'm not 100%. I'm 0% African. That's my point. I'm not African.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you don't believe your ancestors came from Africa?
If Chinese man was living, excuse me, for example, white people have been in South Africa for over 1,000 years, maybe. Are they white or are they African?
Well, not 1,000 years, but yeah, they're white.
So why would I be white just because, excuse me, why would I be African just because I come from or living in that land? I would be whatever my people are.
Well, it's where you originate. Like I'm European heritage, or Scottish heritage.
We would originate from Israel. That's what we teach. We are.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that from a historical perspective, but I understand your religion, and I don't want to debate religion because I get it. I mean, everyone has their own viewpoints. I think Israel, before Israel, was more of a the Middle East is more of a Semitics that were there.
Yeah, we're Shemitic. Thank you. That's my point. Like we ain't got to debate it, but just to correct you, we're Shemitic. We're not Hamitic. Even if you look in the Bible dictionary, I know you don't want to talk religion, but even if you look in the Bible dictionary, when it gives the descendants of Ham, it says not the Negroes. Because even by y'all definition, when y'all wrote that book, y'all knew we were not Hamitic people or African people, period. So we're not African or Hamitic, we're Shemitic, specifically from the children of Israel. That's what we are. So we're not African at all. So you're right, I'm a 0% African.
You call yourself black, right? For racial.
Well, we call ourselves, if you was to ever see us teach, we would usually say like so-called black, because black is the byword. You know, black is just a color. Black, like even like, so the word Niger, I could say that word, Ralph, because that's a Spanish word. Niger just means black. So even when y'all call us the derogatory term, it's just a word that means black. So that's just a byword. Black is a color. You know, just like white. Technically, us using the term black and white is a misnomer because y'all are more Caucasian, or we would say Esau or Edomites. But white is a color, black is a color. Y'all not fully white. If I open up this Bible I got and I look at these white pages, that's not your complexion. So that's just a byword that, you know, you guys used. So
right, and I agree with you. I don't think race or ethnicity is skin color. For example, you can have albino Africans, but they're still African, even though their skin color is white. And so race is much deeper than that. And I would say it's on a continuum. It's not just based on the father and his seed. It's based on the mother too. And there's various, like if I should have a child with a Chinese woman, it's going to be a hapa, they call it. It's going to have characteristics of both white and Chinese.
Yeah, characteristics aside, though, like, and just so for the record, I'm not saying that like how you just said, if you was to marry a Chinese woman, have a child with a Chinese woman, your child would have Chinese features. But
yes.
Seed-wise, or the chromosomes, like North Carolina University did a study on this, and they said, although you get the same amount of chromosomes, 23 from the man and the woman, the part of the DNA that you get that make up your identity comes from the father. That's what we're saying. So when it comes to your race, it would always come from the father. That avoids confusion because, like you said, a lot of people mix, like how you use the term mulatto. A lot of races mix with each other. So to avoid the confusion, you're the seed of your father. So you can mix with whoever you want to mix with. You're still the seed of your father. But we don't, and just for the record, we don't condone mixing. Like no black person should be sleeping with a white person, Asian, African, Arab. You should only sleep with your own people. That's what God said.
All right, let me read some of these super chats. Sweatpants Boner says, chosen plus a certain word. What rough beast slouches towards Bethlehem? Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom died horribly unavenged. And then he says some other things I won't read. Thank you, Sweatpants Boner. Let's see. Lead Farmer says, Captain T is yoked. Look at those guns. That's right. They're trying to say, that's right.
That's
I got a better one.
That's kind of funny, man.
Lord Zeno, WT Laws says, welcome back, Captain. Hillstream,
Hey, to the
love you.
audience, man. Y'all got to tell Ralph to put me in the Hall of Fame. I'm supposed to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. We are going to have some inductions in 2021, so we'll see. Now, you know how the Hall of Fame show works, though. We have a bunch of people on, and they make fun of you for the whole entire show, and then at the end, you get to make fun of them, right? That's how the Hall of Fame
that's how it
show
works?
I'm not sure.
Thick skin. I got thick skin.
I think you could handle it. That might be our final show. We might have to get the bleep button ready for your final act there. But all right, we'll figure it out though. I'm definitely not opposed to it necessarily.
And I'm a newbie, so maybe I could get Rookie of the Year. Maybe I'll go for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. Like, cause I'm a newbie too. Like, I just started coming on last year. I ain't get rookie. I ain't get nothing.
We'll invent the Rookie of the Year and retroactively place you as the inaugural winner.
There you
go. Fly Guy Player One says, Captain T, are the Hoteps legit? We need to unite.
That's a question?
Yeah, they're asking you that.
Okay, I would never disrespect black people on the white man show. But what I will say is Hoteps are not good.
I love how that guy said, right.
But
It's just like, what does he think about Diamond and Silk? I just love that routine. Do you like Diamond and Silk?
I don't know who Diamond. Oh, you talk about them black women that kissed Donald Trump.
That's right. That's right. One talks, and then in the background you hear,
Yeah.
I love that.
I can't stand them. I can't.
You don't like? No,
now I'll talk about them though. Now there's certain.
No, wait. No. What about the Hoteps? What about the Hoteps?
Okay. The Hoteps, they're just misguided black people. Like, black people suffer from identity crisis. That's why you find us in all these different religions. So some might be Muslims, some might be Hoteps, because they're just trying to find an identity. We were told we were African. Initially, we wasn't even told we was the great Africans. We was like gorillas in Africa. We wasn't even real black people in Africa. We was like gorillas. And, because they had Egyptians, you had Cleopatra putting like 10 pounds of black makeup on so she could be Cleopatra. What was it, Elizabeth Taylor?
What? Cleopatra is Greek.
No. Listen. I don't disagree with that she's Greek. But even in that part of history, but black people don't. So when they see Cleopatra played by Elizabeth Taylor, they believe, and even movies didn't portray her properly, because you're correct. Elizabeth Taylor should have played in her natural skin, because that's what Cleopatra was. But instead, she put all that makeup on and put some color on her. So we were taught that we wasn't great at all. And then they started looking at the walls in Kemet, and then they saw black color on there, and then believed they were black. So Hotep people are just misguided black people, but we wake them up too. That's about all I say about the Hotep.
And I heard you're going to be on one of my favorite blacks is Jesse Lee Peterson. You're going to be on his show?
I did that. I actually did it in a month ago. He just released the video.
Oh, I got to see it. I love him.
You got to check that out.
Did he call you beta? I bet he did.
He tried, but
you're not.
Listen,
because you keep the women in line, right? With your movement.
What you think, man? Look at me.
Yeah, you keep women in line.
I actually ended up calling Jesse A and B. I didn't call him an alpha or beta. I said he was like somewhere in the middle. So we call him A and B. But that was an excellent interview with Jesse Lee Peterson.
He's an interesting guy, and I really like him. And I think he's got a really good heart. I really do.
I don't know about. Well, of course you would say that, because Jesse Lee Peterson loves white people.
Yeah, you probably would call him an Uncle Tom, right?
Yeah, even though Uncle Tom is kind of a misnomer based on what I think the real history of Uncle Tom, but he would be commonly called an Uncle Tom or a beta, or what you would call a sellout. But when I interviewed with him, he had a doll. He had a Donald Trump doll on his desk. He called Donald Trump. Do you call Donald Trump the Great White Hype? Oh,
I do not. I do not really care for Donald Trump, what he ended up as, and so no, I don't.
But did you like him in the beginning? Like, did you think he was?
Yes, I did.
So here's my real question for you. What was it about Donald Trump? Because I just think he's a stupid white man. But what about Donald Trump made you believe that he would do something great for America in the beginning? I ain't talking about like what he became years later when he failed y'all. But what did you think he was going to become?
Well, I thought he really appealed to the populist notion, and that's why he won. Is, for example, a lot of our jobs are being outsourced to China and other countries, and he seemed to have a heart to really put America first, so our jobs would be here. And it's kind of interesting because you remember Donald Trump would never mention ever white people in a positive way. It was always, my black unemployment is so low under me. He was kissing black ass nonstop his whole administration.
Right.
And it didn't work. He got, like, instead of 8% of the black vote, he got 9%. So that was a silly strategy. But see, there's a thing, I think a lot of black people, they can make a lot of money, and you could too. You won't, because you have integrity. But if you became a conservative and went to like the RNC convention, you could charge like $20 for people taking a picture with you to show that they're not racist, and you would make a fortune. Wow. I'm not joking. That's how it is, because white people right now, especially now, that's why we're seeing things so differently. Right now, we are worshiping blacks. I mean, can you even see a television ad without a black on it? Now, you probably object to it because it's usually race mixing, but it's everywhere. I'm getting kind of black fatigue, to be honest, because it's 16% of the population. But if you're in Europe watching this, our TV, you would think it's like 90% of America is black based on what they show. And we have this worship of blackness in this country, and the whiteness is considered evil. If you're white, you're wicked, you're evil. You have all this white privilege. And most of that, by the way, is not coming from the black community. So I'm not blaming the black community.
So you saying Donald Trump failed by being black?
No, I was saying, you asked me why I supported him. Right. I supported him because he seemed to be like a populist, meaning, especially in economic terms, to keep the jobs here instead of sending it out. And he also had a sense, although he wasn't a full-blown nationalist, but he wanted to build the wall. What's the purpose of the wall? To keep Mexicans out, illegal Mexicans. Because part of what makes the nation, which I think you would agree, is a common customs, common blood, which you would call seed, but John Adams called it blood. He didn't call it sperm, but blood. Yeah, and you have all these things that have things in common. That tends to lead to more harmony. It's not perfect, but you get it. But when you balkanize, that's where you get all different types of people together in the same landmass. You're always going to have friction because we have different views of how things should run. And I don't like the idea there's one view superior to the other. It's just different. And people need to have their separate homelands. And I think that would make things very happy. By the way, the Jews, not you Jews, but the others, whatever you call them.
Right, I know what you mean.
The Jews, they have that. They have Israel. In fact, the United States, we're committed to keeping Israel majority Jewish. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's what we're doing.
No, you're right. Now, you're right about that. Now, I'll probably ask you a question about that. And so first I want to say the Mexicans are my brothers, and this is their land too. I want to say that first. So what did he fail at? Like, what did Trump fail at for you?
He failed at building the wall. That didn't happen. He failed at when the riots happened. He should have responded more forcefully. Instead, he just typed law and order, and he didn't do anything. That was a huge failure. I thought he handled COVID wrong. I could go on and on if you want, but there's a lot of failures that he did. Did some things good, but he had a lot of things, I think, that caused him to lose the election. And Donald Trump, a lot of blacks liked him because he's kind of gaudy. He's kind of loudmouth. He's got that swag type personality. It's not something I really care for, but I know a lot of people like that. And I overlooked that. I mean, he's not a good character. I mean, let's face it, he's cheated on his wife. He's had various mistresses and so forth. But people overlook that because they're hoping that here's someone that actually stands for us, that will help us, because white people are we're so gaslit, like we can't even stand for our interests. That's just wicked. And so many white people, they get their identity. Oh, we need to help blacks. Black fist power salute. By the way, you can do the black fist power salute, right? You're not going to get banned for that. If I did another salute that it was done 100 years ago, man, I could, Ethan here be freaking out because you can't do that. So we don't even have anything that we can do at all. Remember the OK sign? Yeah. The OK sign, they said, was some sort of white symbol, and that
But
was
you know,
a
that's not
4chan troll.
black people that did that to you. That's the so-called Jew did that to you.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I don't blame black people at all for that, because I agree with you. Hell, you don't even have that much power of Black Lives Matter. That one of the people that are running it is Rosenberg lady who did the Capitol Hill bombing in 1983. How in the hell does a Rosenberg get in charge of Black Lives Matter? How the hell does that happen? And so I agree with you on that.
Group. The Black Lives Matter is a lesbian group. And Jesse Lee Peeting would say, lesbians. That's
amazing.
That's a lesbian group. We don't support Black Lives Matter. Just for the record, I just want that to be told. And you're correct when you say America funds Israel. Israel is only funded because America pumps billions, trillions, millions of dollars into.
We do. It's the number one country. Yeah.
Right. And so Trump. So now where do we go from here with you guys? Because you guys feel like y'all losing the country. So
right. And I think that
now I'm gonna tell you what I did. Let me tell you what I did, right? I was watching, I was in the house with one of my wives, right? And so as I'm in the house with one of them, and we watching TV. As we watch a TV, my cell phone, my CNN pops off and say they storming the White House or something like that. I said, man, white folk going crazy like that. And so when I turned on CNN and I seen it, I stopped watching my TV and I got my bottle. I had a $150 bottle of Remy Martin and I poured me a cup and I just sat and watched the show. That was like one of the greatest days, I think, if black people really wanted to see the fall of America, that was the start. Right there. Like, do you think America is going to recover? Like, y'all became the ridicule. And the greatest part about that ridicule, you can't blame it on you can't blame it on black people. You can only blame it on white folk. So when you mention China, Russia, and all of them, how do you think they look at America, your America now, at what you guys have done last week?
I'm not a supporter of the United States government, so you're kind of preaching to the choir. I'm not. I don't really care. I mean, I'm beyond that. I'm kind of like you. I think we need to form our own communities and start to eventually lead to a homeland. Now, unlike you, it's not strictly racial, but we need to have our own homeland because we have different points of view. And actually, nations can be peaceful because you do your thing in your homeland, we do our thing in our homeland. Everyone's happy. And again, what's stopping that is not the black community at all.
Yeah. So now you ain't really answering my question, but when you say your own homeland, so you're saying in your homeland, I can come and live with you in your homeland?
Yeah, if Jesse Lee Peterson wanted to live with us, sure, why not?
No, he don't count. You can't use Jesse as the example. So let's say if I come in your homeland, can I rule your homeland?
No, you can't come in our homeland because you don't share our values. See, that's why that's part of a nation.
So I got to
just like you would you want me in your homeland and rule your homeland?
No, I wouldn't.
Hell no.
So
no,
Jesse,
well, see, same way.
Wait, but Jesse can come into your homeland though.
I'm not a strict racial nationalist because I think race is a little bit.
My point is, the Jesse type can come into your homeland. Can he rule in your homeland?
If he wants to. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we just have to have the good people. And I've had like Michelle Malkin. I'm friends with her. She's Filipino. I consider her a friend. So I don't look at this as a racial homeland, but there's certain characteristics that bind people together that, for example, you don't even want, you reject that all. And
what do I reject?
Trying to put you in our homeland would be a disaster, just like trying to put me in your homeland would be a disaster. So the answer is separation. And part of the reason you're going to get when you have your homeland, you're going to have some trickiness about how you do racial testing and all that. But I think these things tend to be a little. Excuse me?
It won't be as hard as you think.
No, I know. But you know, an example like Israel, they are majority Jewish, and you could always get into this question, what is a Jew, right? But they manage. You disagree with them on what they consider to be a Jew.
They manage more so by their military might, not by right. Like
no, but I mean, they manage to determine who is a Jew, who has a birthright. So like, I can't go to Israel and say, hey, I want to be a citizen here. They'll say, F off. Can I say the F word, Ralph?
Yes, definitely. You say
They'll say fuck off,
Yeah.
and then
But
fuck
even
off, Goyim.
they do it
But
ass backwards. They do it ass backwards because they base it off of your mother. And then they don't accept everybody because when the blacks tried to go over there and live into Israel, they wouldn't let them in.
They sterilized some of them, actually.
Yeah, or the only way they would let you in is if you sacrifice your children and let them fight in the Jewish military.
Yeah, I mean, Israel doesn't want blacks in there. I mean,
nobody wants blacks anywhere, which is why we always have to fight. Like even in this country, nobody. It's like America was not formed for one day for blacks to be equal with whites. That was not the intent. We was brought over here. We was brought over here as cargo. We was brought over here as cattle, and that was supposed to be our permanent place. And then lo and behold, the southern states was smart. They said, why do we got to join the North when we got more people? We have the slaves. And so that's, so their desire to fight in the Civil War was to break free from the North. And the North knew that the South would win because they had the slaves, and so they would win. So Abraham, good, I'm sorry.
The North won because they had the superior manufacturing than the South. So, but you're right.
But
I mean, part of it was the self-determination.
Right, but they did make a compromise by turning blacks into 3/5 of man to kind of balance out the numbers. Because the
South,
right,
they did that to get the representatives because the Southerners were thinking they were being represented in the Congress, and a lot of that came back to tariffs because the United States had high tariffs at the time to protect Northern industry, but it fucked over the Southerners who wanted to sell their cotton to Europe because Europe was like, yeah, we're getting fucked here by these tariffs, so we're going to put tariffs on you. That was really a lot of the tension there. And the South said, well, we don't have enough people to get our representation, so can't we count our Negroes as people? And the North says, well, we'll do a compromise. You can do 3/5. We'll count the Negroes so that you get your representatives.
Which is called a great compromise. So we have always been mistreated, misrepresented, can't get ahead. Even when we try to establish our own cities by not fighting y'all, our cities was burned down and destroyed. So can you really get angry when you see a set of black people that don't want to be joined to y'all? Because
you think I'm angry? You think I'm angry?
No.
I don't think. Do you think most white people are like, "Oh my God, blacks want to go"? Oh no! Oh my God! I don't.
Yeah, what's interesting? Like you may not be that white guy that feels that way, but majority of white people are. When we say we get so much flack for saying something is like we're saying we don't want to harm y'all, we just don't want to join y'all. We don't want
I hear that. I support it.
Like we don't want your white Jesus, we don't want your religion, we don't want your culture, we don't want your system of government. We want to be left to ourselves. We don't even want you in our neighborhood. And when now the heavy part about the neighborhood, because
I know it's just and then I got to read these super chats because there's a lot piled up, and I want to get some calls in. I figure we got 20, 30 more minutes here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got about 20. Yeah, I got about 21 minutes. So I'll just say this real fast. When we say we don't want y'all in our neighborhood, we not just talk about the police force or your body force, but as the CIA planted them drugs, we want that gone too. Like that shit should go too, because we didn't bring them in here. So if you think about life before, and part of this is, I'm gonna blame all this on y'all. And the reason why I was gonna try to take some away from y'all because I like to blame uppity rich Negroes, but uppity rich Negroes are also weak. So when we was segregated, y'all would fight us. And in our weakness, we decided to join y'all. But if you think about before integration, we didn't have the black on black crime that we have. We didn't have the drugs that we have. We didn't have the separation of families that we have. And then you had integration, feminist movement, the drugs, and every vice that you could think of that y'all would put in our community. So when I'm saying get rid of y'all, that's what I mean. When I say that's what we fight against. We don't fight against the individual as much as the principality.
All right, let me read these because the people, I let y'all go because it was such a good conversation.
No problem.
The Z-Blog over on Entry says, I'm deeply offended by the racisms on display here. K-Max McDonald says, for both, I've heard Marcus Garvey was actually better for both races, but the elites wanted MLK instead. Do you both agree the rich want us fighting each other over scraps instead of aligning against them? And I'll start with you, Ramsey Paul, and then the
Okay.
captain.
And I'll answer these briefly because I know you have a lot of questions, but quickly, yes. And I agree with the captain. In fact, the captain, I would say a lot of the dysfunction that we've seen in the black community since the end of segregation, we're now seeing in the white community. For example, illegitimacy, drug use, we're seeing that in the white community now. You guys led the way, but we're following
No,
close.
y'all started it. Y'all just didn't think it was going to trickle down into y'all community. And then opiate, y'all call it the opioid problem. But when it was the heroin problem, it was fine. And then now once it comes onto y'all, now we got to treat this pandemic. But when it was just us, it was fine. So you're right when you say it started with us, but excuse me, you're wrong when you say it started with us. It really started with y'all pumping it to us. It just so happens that white people got hooked on the drug too, and now it's become a pandemic. So
all right. Now, let me read another one. The Z blog asks Tazaryach, where would you put the black homeland? Israel, Florida, or Africa?
Israel.
Or anywhere else? Israel? Is that what you said? Okay.
I say Israel.
All right. Let's see. Rowhouse says SPLC has labeled Jared Taylor and Ramsey on their hate list. What hate or violence have they ever preached? Captain, how can you say Ramsey has hateful views? Jesse Lee Peterson says far worse than Rams, and he's not on the list. The difference is Ramsey Paul is white and Jesse is black. What would you say to that, Tazaryach?
I don't think Jesse has ever said anything. Just to repeat the question, is they saying Ramsey?
I guess he's saying that the
Ramsey
fact
is
that
on there and Jesse's not.
Yeah, I guess they're saying that that's an example of a double
Black
standard.
privilege or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, when is
kinda
Jesse? What has Jesse ever said that was controversial against white
I
people?
don't think either should be on the list. Is
Yeah,
my
but-
personal.
I didn't say anything against blacks. I actually support your position.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why Ramsey is on there, but Jesse for sure wouldn't say nothing to be on there. Jesse love white people, man. Right. He love white women, white people. I mean, I told you, y'all know he had a doll of Donald Trump on his desk. He's a friend to America. A friend. So I don't know. That was a dumb question.
K-Max McDonald says, can Captain agree with Ramsey Paul? Groups are happiest with their own nations. You have your territory, language, history, customs, and people. We have our own. We can trade or converse, but you don't force us all together in one space.
Absolutely. That would be the perfect existence. Like you said we could trade, do business and stuff like that.
Come on the kill stream and have a discussion. And
I agree 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's how it's supposed to be. Like in the Bible, Deuteronomy 7:6, to say we are a holy people. We were not supposed to give our daughters to their sons, nor take their daughters to us.
Or in the Tower of Babel. That's another example, trying to bring the globalism.
Yeah, we ain't supposed to have that, man. If it was meant for us to all be together, the Lord would have us together. There's a reason why we're separate.
Very good. K-Max McDonald says for both. I already read that. Okay, let's see. Z-Blog, I read that. Shawsby13 says, do Haitians eat mud because of the white man? Oh my God, we had that debate once on this show.
I think that's true. Mud pies? Yeah.
Is that true? Do they actually eat the mud?
Yeah. Probably ate worse than that. Ate they shoe, ate leather. Listen, white man, listen, I don't get offended. White man is the devil. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
What does that have to do with the Haitians? They made them eat that? Or maybe they did. I don't know.
They enslaved. Listen, the Haitians, they was enslaving them. The Haitians had to poison them with what they call voodoo to get them up out the land. They the only race. I mean, they're the only people you could say actually won against the nation, and then they still suffer for it. It's like the poorest people on the planet in Haiti.
Yeah, it's an all black nation. So
yeah, it's a small. Yeah, they're the ones that at one time they got Napoleon them up out of there.
Yeah. I mean, you get an all black area, it's going to look a certain way.
Rowhouse says, for the captain, why is immigration something you can agree with us on? You can't agree with us on. Blacks do worse compared to immigrant groups. Mass immigration hurts black people like whites. However, when someone like Ramsey Paul opposes immigration, it angers you. I'm asking you why.
I don't know if I get angry from immigration. It's only you single out Mexicans when it comes to immigration. Like you.
Oh, I don't. I'm opposed to all immigration. I'll take it. No one comes in.
Okay, no problem. Well, you saying that now, But initially, you say he would build the wall. The wall, you of course was talking about Mexico.
Right, because the wall's on Mexico,
and keeping the Mexicans out. But I didn't hear you at that time speak about the East Indians, which I think they are the number
No,
one.
I agree. I agree with East Asia, but obviously a wall's not going to help East Indians.
No,
right?
but the number one immigrants are illegal immigrants are them, not the Mexicans.
I agree with you. I agree with you. We're talking about the wall, though.
Right. It's because he was talking about the Mexicans that he said that. Now, if he was, I don't know if I was angry, because to me, the Mexicans should own America. Like Texas was Mexico, California was Mexico, New Mexico was Mexico.
It was Spain first, though. It was Spain first.
It couldn't have been Spain first if it belonged to the people was here first.
There was no one here. There's just Indians. Texas was like at 3,000 people in it during the Revolution.
So
it was
if
empty.
It was Indians here, then the land belonged to them.
Whoa. Did the land, when the Aztecs took land from other people, was that okay?
You would have to show me where they took land from other people.
How are my people different than the Indians? I don't understand that. We're just an Indian tribe that lived across the pond.
Y'all
Think
are
of it
not
that
an Indian tribe. How y'all Indians?
How are we not? How are we not? How are we not Indians? Aren't we all human?
Okay,
we're just a tribe that came across the ocean.
Does Indian mean savage? Am I correct in that? Okay,
no, it means someone they thought was part of near India. It doesn't mean savage.
India where? North America or India over there where East?
No, I'm saying you're saying you get focused on the white people. They came over and stole the Indian land, which is nonsense. There was all these different tribes. Well, they took land from each other. How are we different? We're just another tribe. Why do you consider us different? Is it because you think of us as superior? Is that it? I mean, what is it? I guess I could understand that. It's like, well, white man, you're obviously in a different category than Indians. Is that what you're trying to say, or are we the same category?
Well, I'll explain.
Okay.
When the Spaniards came over here, it's not because you're superior, even though you won. I'm not one of those blacks that believe in what you would call white supremacy or anything like that. I do believe that in your position of power, you have the ability to do things that I can't. But I don't believe in like white supremacy like black people do. But what I will say is when you Spaniards came over here, you enslaved, you took their language away, you damn near tried to rape them out of existence. You gave them a religion that was not theirs. You took away their identity. When the Aztecs, let's say, I'm gonna just name two tribes. Let's say the Aztecs and Navajos went to war with each other. They didn't take their culture away. They didn't take their language away. They didn't take none of them away. They had tribal beef.
They took the hearts out. And in some cases in the Caribbean, they ate them. There was cannibals. When Columbus came over here, they ran into cannibals. It was vicious.
I would never trust what Columbus said. Y'all have a whole holiday where y'all celebrate Columbus discovering America. How you can discover some shit that was already here? Right. This is why we say the white man is the devil. Like they give the story. They were savages and taking our hearts. We got to enslave them.
I'm just saying, how is that different than what Indians did? You have a different standard. Curiously, you have a different standard for the white man than you do the other Indian tribes. I don't understand that.
I don't think you're hearing me, Ramsey. Right, Rams?
What's the difference? What's the difference?
I just gave you the difference, which you
know. Oh, you're saying that the other Indians didn't take away their culture? They killed them. They wiped them out. Indians were cruel. In fact, in the French and Indian War, have you heard of the French and Indian War? That was actually a war between France and the
keyword French. Another set of white people. I thought we was just talking about the Spanish white people.
But listen, French and Indian War, that was based on the 7-year war in Europe. The French used the Indians on their side. And guess what? The French would use the Indians. This is how weird people are. Even white people, they're like, we can't torture another Christian, but we can use our Indian allies to torture the English because it's not us doing it technically. That's how they use Indians. Indians were very, very cruel. They would rape children. They would cut them up in front of their families. They were vicious. So none of this dancing with wolves.
I don't disagree with you, but you have never heard me say that other tribes didn't go to war with other tribes. That's not what I said. I said the difference was y'all have taken away identity, land, nationality, belief system. You call them Spanish, you call them Mexicans, you call them Puerto Ricans. They had names before that. You're not a rich port. You're not a dog.
I don't care. Who cares? Everything
Of
changes.
course
Indians
you
would wipe
don't.
out other
You know
Indians,
why you
take
don't
over their
care?
culture. So
You know
what? It happened for 10,000
You
years.
don't care because you're the victor. But the victims,
Well, good.
listen,
Good.
right. You listen. You're agreeing. Give them a hand. But the victim,
Damn right. Damn right.
But the victim,
I'm happy
right.
the Europeans took America.
I know.
We introduced a standard of living and freedom that I'm not going to apologize for.
I'm not.
The Indians are better
I'm
off.
not asking.
I mean,
you, the Indians are not better off, and I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm just showing you your crime, and the victims of that crime want to speak out. So how
about the crimes of one Indian tribe against the other? Or how about the crimes of one African tribe against the other? I mean, this is ridiculous. Once you go down that road of, whose ancestors did what, I can play that game. I can play that game.
Listen, you could play the game throughout history, and there'll never be a murderer or taker away of identity like you guys. Remember when we first started, I said that the white man is the perfect killer, is the best killer. And I said then, I'm not saying that black people don't kill, that other races don't kill, but nobody kills, murders, takes away identity, turns people to another people like you people. That's the difference. And it just so happens that your race of people is still on top of my people. Let's say if there came a time that we went to war, as you say. So let's say like when they so-called freed the slaves, and y'all actually freed us, and we was able to get liberated. I'll give you an example. When the Germans was doing that crap to the so-called Jew, which I don't care about that, they wanted to be black, put them in the oven, cook them to death.
No.
Oh, I can't say that either? I can't say that.
Well, we don't support that. We don't support that.
Okay, that's my opinion. The opinions of Captain Tazaryach, they're not the opinions of Killstream or Route. Okay, I'll retract.
You're just saying you don't care about the Holocaust. Of course, you don't want to see genocide or anything like that occur.
No problem.
You're just saying it doesn't resonate with you. You're not rooting for the Holocaust.
I'm not
correct.
Right, that's correct.
You don't want to see that happen. You're just saying you don't care that it doesn't.
That's correct.
Resonate with
it doesn't resonate with me, right?
Right.
But
right.
When the Holocaust happened, it sparked, you can say, World War II. And when World War II was over, they said we can't leave these people in Germany and in Poland. We got to put them somewhere else so that they can be liberated. So they divided Palestine in half and put these people in there and called them Israelis. We supported them so that they can be liberated and be free. But you didn't do that with the people that you actually enslaved. So you told us that we was free, and at every chance that we try to build ourselves up with Wall Street, Rosewood, cities in Detroit, cities in New York City, and Central Park, in Florida, all these different places that we try to build ourselves up, instead of allowing us to be liberated, you tore us down. So the reason why we keep speaking about you in the fashion that we do is because you have never allowed us the same freedoms that you allowed other people. That's the problem.
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, that the Holocaust started World War II. I don't even know where we're going with that, so I'll just skip that. The second thing is, how do you explain why Asians do so well? And they just recently came here. Shouldn't the evil white men keep the Asian man down? Why do Asians make more money than whites?
Okay, that's y'all fault for letting them. I can't talk. I can't talk derogatory about them either, right? But that's
no. But why don't we? I mean, we keep the black man down, or whatever your theory is. Because why haven't we kept the Asians down? Why? It seems logical we should, but why don't we?
Okay, Asians don't have Jim Crow. Asians don't.
But why?
I'm about to explain it to you. Asians don't have Jim Crow. Asians don't have crack corners, and Asians were never enslaved. When you enslave a people, I remember they did a study that says slavery passes down in your DNA. So
really? Well, then it's probably in my DNA, because a lot of Europeans were enslaved throughout history, right?
I'm not going to be sorry. We're not talking about your people right now. We talk about mine. So when the Asians who have never been enslaved, they don't know what captivity is coming over here. So they're allowed the freedoms, and they're not like blacks and whites. I remember there's a good book. I don't know if you ever read it or heard of it. Hey, can y'all see if that book is in the back? It's called The Black Image in the Minds of Whites. It was written from like 1817 to 1914 or something like that. And in that book, when you read that book, it'll tell you that America was a business that black people were never made to fit in. Because as I said in the beginning, this is the book. I don't know if y'all can see it on the screen, if y'all can see it on the camera. This book was written by The Debate of Afro-American Character and Destiny by George M. Frederickson, right? And it's a good book to read. And in this book, it say blacks were never made to be a part of America because it was never our role to be a part of the growth of America. That was never meant for Asians. Asians are free. Africans that come over here have more freedom than we do. East Indians that come over here have more freedom than we do because they were never a part of an agenda to keep that people oppressed. So they don't experience drugs. They don't experience separation of family and households and growing up in single parent homes and stuff like that. They don't experience the hell that we experience, which we would not have if in the 1800s when y'all freed us, if y'all would have left us alone. If we would have been left alone, we would have nothing to say. In 2020, 21, who knows what we would be talking about? But we for sure wouldn't be talking about this. But y'all said we were free and never allowed us to be free. Y'all used the 13th Amendment against us. Y'all put Jim Crow against us. Y'all had 100 years of lynches. Y'all hosed us down. Y'all did all of those things as we were just trying to survive. And that's all we've been doing since we've been in America, is a struggling house trying to survive. And now,
how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'll be 46 Monday.
Oh, you look younger. I thought you were a lot younger.
Listen,
but
man,
so you're of the
beauty,
age.
That's the beauty of being black.
Yeah, you look young. You've never been a slave in your whole life. The whole system here is dedicated to you, meaning you can get a lower score than, let's say, my children to get into college. If there's a job opening in a corporation, corporations have diversity targets to get you in. If you have the job, trying to fire a black person, good luck with that legally. They'll do everything they can not to fire you because they know lawsuits happening. So if you're going to do this historical memory bullshit, every race can do that. Romans took slave. Asians were in slavery with other Asians. Indians were enslaved. Slavery was a fact of the world. It started really from the beginning. Everyone had slaves. Guess who eliminated slavery? White man. We eliminated slavery.
This is so lack of mercy you have. As you make your counter argument, you say, how old are you? I say I'm 46. You say, well, you have never been a slave. So now guess what? You can do this. You can do that. You can do this, is what you said.
Exactly.
Y'all had a 300-year head start.
No, you weren't alive. You weren't alive. What are you talking about? You weren't around 300 years ago. What are you talking about?
Listen to what I'm saying. Now listen to what I'm saying.
All right.
Y'all had a 300-year head start. We were enslaved. So y'all had 300 years where you can do and set everything up for your generations to come. Of course, what I'm saying, you, not you literally. And so here we come, the descendants of those that have been in hell for 300 years. And you're saying you're mad because we had these simple ass, I can get a job provision in place. So because affirmative action comes, so now I can get a job, because for 350 years, I couldn't get that job. I can't even get that benefit. I can't get that benefit.
I'm saying I couldn't get a job 350 years ago because I wasn't alive, and neither were you.
No. But
you weren't alive either. So that's, if we're going to do this ancestor thing, it's endless.
Flourished. Y'all flourished. Y'all brought us over here. We didn't ask y'all to bring us over here. Y'all brought us over here. Y'all created this problem, and y'all so-called liberated us. So all we wanted to be was not oppressed. So to tell me, because they put something in place for us to get a job is a detriment. That's how merciless you guys are. That's why we call y'all the devil.
Yeah, it is unfair because I don't see it as a collectivism like you do.
Of course,
you weren't ever, you weren't, and you could say you're a people, but then I could say, oh, my people were one day were slaves in the past.
Of course, because you don't have that kind of compassion. But you know what? You know the compassion black people have as y'all building, getting terrorized last week. You know who was praying for y'all? A black woman. Who prayed for black people when they were getting enslaved and killed and lynched and robbed left and right? Nobody. But there's a black woman you can go.
You think the abolitionists were? They were mostly white.
There's a black woman that you can go to last week right now that was sitting there giving the greatest prayer on the face of the planet for y'all. But
and our ancestors, in fact, my ancestor. But let me tell you, my literal ancestor died. He was in Indiana. He fought in the Civil War for the North, and he died.
Right. He didn't fight for us.
Don't give me this.
He didn't
like,
fight
oh,
for us.
Some black women prayed for
he did not,
fucking deal.
He did
These
not
people,
fight for
white,
us.
bled.
He did not fight for
free
us.
slaves.
He did not fight for us. He fought for his country. He did not, in his brain, your father or ancestor's brain did not say, I'm fighting so black people could be free. He fought for his country. That black woman that was praying last week, she was praying for you. She was praying for your ancestors.
Oh, you're telepathic.
And let me tell you something.
You're telepathic.
That's the compassion that black people have over white people, and that's what
I see.
And let me tell you,
So
that's the
you can
one
go back
thing,
in history and read his
Yes,
mind.
I can. And that's the one thing that I hate.
It's amazing.
That's the one thing that I hate about black people, because they can give all the compassion in the world to yours, but we fight for them to give it to us.
Oh, compassion. Go take a walk in Detroit or East St. Louis and you'll find some fucking compassion.
And
let me
y'all
tell you.
give no compassion to us. And the Civil War was for economics.
All right.
The Civil War was not about no moral compass. Abraham Lincoln didn't give a damn about the slaves. You can read
he was a piece of shit. I'll give you that. But
no sweat. He did not free the slaves because he wanted to. He said, if I can resolve this and keep them enslaved, I would.
You're right. You're right. He did.
So
I don't
there
support
was no
Lincoln.
morality with the Civil War. There was none. It was all economics and business, because that's what we were, business.
To say that the abolition movement didn't exist back then is
Listen,
no.
as great as y'all say the North was for black people, they still had to come in through the back doors. Our great Cat Basie, our singers and all that, they didn't come through the front. They had to come through the back. They were treated like garbage. It was not about no moral ethnic cleansing that the North was doing for black people. It was all for what economic advantage the North could have over the South. If you want to call it today, you could say Democratic and Republican. They don't care about black people either. It's about what economic advantage they can have from the black people. So we don't gain by joining you guys at all. We have not gained one single thing. Even by your statement, even the job thing don't really benefit us like you think. But even the job thing you think is a detriment. Y'all don't want to give us nothing. That's why.
No, I don't want to give anyone. You got to earn it. Right. I don't want to give anyone. I would rather treat everyone on an equal playing field. You earn the position. You don't get a handout.
We fought in that Civil War. We fought in World War I, World War II, Vietnam. Every war, we join your police force. We fight and join your military to this day. We built this stinking country for y'all. There's nothing more that black people have to earn. We have earned it. This country is built on the blood, sweat, and tears of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians at y'all butchery. Right. There's nothing that we got to earn. You got to at least be an honest white guy.
No, America was built by white man families, pioneers, miners, the manufacturing.
Enslaving.
Picking cotton is not building the country.
Cotton ain't the only thing that black people did, and that's how cruel you are. Who designed your watch? Who designed your watch? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, and let me read these. I want to get at least a couple calls in, and I know you guys. Honestly, I don't have to say much tonight. Honestly, I just let it go. Which is the best kind of blood sports, in my opinion. Epstein's Ghost says, that's right. Sweatpants Boner says, let me wrap it down to you. We get all the Gibbs. Y'all racist if you complain. HR lady got my back. Sweatpants Boner says, getting the second largest pass, separate and equal. Godzilla 37 says, Ramsey has a strong heart. Let's see. Wasatch Man says, when do black people start having responsibility? If you want to answer that real quick, if you guys want to give real quick answers so we can get a couple callers in. Do you want to respond to that, Captain?
I probably got it. I can go to about 11:30, 11:40. So if
11:40. If you can get 11:40 in, I'll read through these and we'll still be able to get in a couple callers.
That's what I was going to. I didn't know if you wanted, if it's okay with Ramsey. I didn't know if you wanted to go to the calls directly or answer these questions.
Well, I'm gonna run through these, and if y'all want to jump in and say something, just stop me. How about that? And if
Okay.
it's like a big question, I'll stop it myself.
Okay, no problem.
But yeah, we will try to answer them real quick so we can get some calls in.
No problem.
Freeman Don't Ask 33. Some of them are just comments or whatever. Freeman Don't Ask 33 says, yeah, black people don't take things by force. Herbert Silvatici says, do Ramsey and Captain agree they have a common enemy? That's kind of a big question. We might get some question towards the end. Do we have any commonalities here, or like common enemies? Freeman Don't Ask 33 says, white people are killed by police way more. They kind of went over that talking point earlier. He's dead. Jim says, do you think BLM has controlled opposition? He did denounce BLM earlier as lesbians, basically, in the show. Lead Farmer says, Ashley Babbitt shot by David Bailey, BLM supporter. Sweatpants Boner says, Rosenberg leads BLM. The mark is being a mushmouth. And then he says, you don't deserve whites. Lord Zini, WC Law says, Captain is playing 40 underwater Hebrew checkers. Sexual Tyrannosaurus says, black selling property setting property on fire is not protesting. Gorzilla 37 says, the best government designed to do it. Wait, the best government designed to do it, quote. Then he says, black still here. Sweatpants Boner says, pick any STD. But what is that? I don't know where that's coming from. It's an STD conversation. I'm not going to get into that. Cooper says, Jesus Christ. Cooper with the Ninjagini says, the mark on your head is for knowledge of the beast, and the mark on the hand is how much you crank your meat, he says. That's rude. Sexual Tyrannosaurus says, Indians were far...
Some crazy shit, man.
That's what he said. Sexual Tyrannosaurus says, Indians were far from kind. Learn your history. Malcolm X is curious about Captain's take on COVID vaccines. Yeah, real quick. That could be a long discussion, but take on the COVID vaccine. Are you going to take it?
I'm not against anybody taking it. I mean, you got to do your own research. I know that a lot of conspiracy theorists make it seem like it's some type of detriment or anything like that. From what I've seen on the research, I don't know if I agree with that. So if you want to take it, by all means, you should take it. If you feel you're sick and, it's your decision. I'm not a conspiracy nut to think, the government is trying to put something in your body or kill you or nothing like that. I think they did the same thing with swine flu, with the H1N1. When that came out, they tried to make it seem like that was, I know there was black people that had people leaving America because they thought martial law was coming, and martial law never came. So I think when the vaccine comes and everybody takes it 6-7 months from now, we won't even be talking about this no more. So if you choose to take it, you do. If you don't, you don't. But don't be a conspiracy nut about it.
Yeah, that's my position. And I don't think it should be forced on by your employer or the government. It should be your choice.
Right. The only thing I would say with the jobs, maybe like if you're in medical field, they might make it mandatory only because of the profession. But outside of something like that, it definitely shouldn't be mandatory.
Yeah, I think.
All right, now it looks like they took us down. Okay, let's see.
No, I'm looking at it.
Let's see.
Oh, did it pause?
No, they took us down for a chat room violation. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I see it. It's froze.
Let's see.
Y'all can come on Cross the Line Radio. We live on my channel.
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe
it says the chat room is disabled due to violation to the kid. Hey man, you got to control your people, Ralph.
I think that's probably something that you said possibly on the show. I don't know. I tried to clean it up, but
me? It said the chat room.
Yeah.
So you saying
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know what it is yet. Yet. They haven't told me. It could still be the chat. We were trying to mod the chat, but I don't know. They did take it down. We're still up on YouTube on the restream, I think. So I don't have any. I don't have any specialized knowledge.
The black guy, Ralph. I understand. I'm just messing with
you.
I don't know.
I mean, it could be, honestly, it could be that. It could be the chat. I really just don't know. A lot of people have been getting banned on D-Lob, so, it's not a total shock.
Okay.
So it still sucks, though. But I guess I'll find out more probably, hopefully soon. Let me see.
Okay.
But, yeah, let me try to check my email. Obviously, this wasn't foreseen. But again, not a super shock.
Yeah, but it was a great show, though. It was excellent.
No, it was, Captain. You're really cool. Thank you for coming on.
No problem.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Anytime y'all want to do anything, of course, Ralph has my information. We can always.
Yeah, and I hope you get that Hall of Fame thing.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, you should. Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And Ethan said you bring in the good ratings too. So yeah.
So it looks like I got a 24-hour ban. So I don't know.
Will you be able to save the video at least or no?
Well, I mean, I have it recorded here, so I mean.
Oh, so you can load it on
So you can
BitChute or
load it
whatever.
up. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. I have it recorded here. But yeah, it does look like it's down there.
Man, that really sucks because it was a good debate. I think everyone was respectful, and I thought it was really good.
I thought it was pretty respectful, and I know there were a couple areas where maybe it got a little spicy, but it wasn't really that bad, honestly.
Nah, but when you have a debate, and you spirit in what you believe in.
Right.
I don't have
but
a
it was
problem
not
with it.
hateful or anything.
No,
Even the
no.
commentary
Just
that
tell
might
the
have been
truth.
spicy was not
Yeah,
hateful. So
yeah, that's all.
That's why I hate to see it. There's a lot of people who, and again, we're still recording, so people will be able to see this eventually. There's a lot of people who watch my show and do that. Actually, it looks like it's a month-long ban, not a day-long ban. So
Woo.
yeah, so I thought that might be what it was after I saw Owen Benjamin catch a month-long ban. I think they might be doing that. I don't know why. Maybe to just get out of this area. Maybe, I don't know, but it's kind of bullshit.
Hey, Ralph,
honestly.
just let me know if it was me, man, so I can apologize.
I mean, I'll let you know when I find out. Maybe there's a chance to get it lessened. I don't know, man. This is just what we're dealing with nowadays. So it is what it is. I could go through and read all these, but I mean, this kind of put a little.
Well, let's do a part two.
Damper on all that. I'll just give you guys your final take here, as if we're still live. We are still live on YouTube, so.
And it'll be reposted on BitChute, and now we're posting it on Telegram as well.
Excellent. Yeah, and I'll definitely retweet it once it's on BitChute or whatever.
Me too. Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. I forgot who started it off.
Well, Ramsey can go. He can go for it.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank the captain for showing up and Ethan for hosting this. It's really a lot of fun, and I think really we have a lot of commonality between us. I'm for everyone having their own homelands. I think it makes it better, and that reduces a lot of the conflict. And so, I mean, that's really my summary there. I think everyone, all groups of people are good. I kind of disagree. I don't think white men are the devil or black men or anyone. I don't think humans are the devil. All groups of people can be good. So I think that's my message. I think nationalism is a positive thing.
Oh, okay.
All right. Go ahead, Tazaryach. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it. Well, for me, it definitely was a good debate. Just for the record, when we say devil, we just mean deceiver. We don't mean it's some guy in the middle of the earth with a pitchfork or something like that. We just mean deceiver. So, and we agree, anybody can be a devil, but we consider the white man the quintessential devil on the face of the planet. But it was definitely a good. A good dialogue, guys.
It was a lot of fun. I think it's a shame.
Yeah, it got really good, especially when we started talking towards the end. And anytime y'all want to, have a round two about it, you guys let me know. I appreciate Ralph having me on, Killstream, the guy Gator, moderator, Ramsey, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. And I think that's all I got. Make sure y'all tune in. Anybody want to tune into my channel on YouTube? It's called Cross the Line Radio. Anybody can subscribe. We do a radio show every Thursday night, 2 p.m. Ramsey, you could even call. We have a number that we have.
That'd be fun.
Every
great.
night.
Nice support, guys.
Yeah, every night, every Thursday night from 10 p.m. to midnight, we do like a call-in show. So we just take calls all day. We do like an intro, and then the rest of the show we take calls. Anybody call in. If you're on the line and you want to get bumped up, you just text me, and then you can bump to the top. And that's Cross the Line Radio. Also, my leader, Commander Jenny Yohana, he does a show every Monday. It's on Black Watch. That's Commander Jenny Yohana every Monday from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So y'all can tune into that. And that's it.
Oh, guess who else just got banned from YouTube?
Who?
The Great White Hope.
Oh, Donald Trump.
Oh, Trump?
Oh, yeah.
They took down his whole channel?
Yeah,
like I said, it's happened to everybody. I wasn't even that surprised. I honestly thought we kept it, enough in the box there. There were a couple lines that were, a little spicy. I'm disappointed that it happened. not shocked. You know, this is the stock and trade I'm in. I thank both you gentlemen for coming on because I really do think it was a good show.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I appreciate it, and whatever happens with D Live, I'll just deal with it. Thank both you guys for your
Thanks,
time.
guys. Bye-bye.
Hey, no problem.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy. Later.
All right.
Don't clip the YouTube yet. Well, there you have it. There's a first. Captain Tazaryach shut down the white man's radio stream. Give me a round of applause. No, I'm joking. Can you put it on me now? Can they look at me? You know how to work that? Main man. Oh, okay, there I go right there. Okay, I appreciate it, man. So welcome to another edition of Crossing Line Radio. We hope y'all enjoyed this show. It was impromptu. I couldn't let y'all know because I got banned from Facebook over that video with when the black guy smacked that Hamite. They banned me for 3 days. So I got like 15 more hours on that. Look forward to a sale on Tazaryach and Lily's Creations, 20% off coming up. Excellent show tonight, as always. And we'll see y'all this Thursday. All right.
They think I'm playing on this track right here. No. It's a full-blown man right here.
No cowards, no excuse, you understand?
You understand? It's an event every time we come through. Commanding General, your honor, and it's heavy hitting crew. Real niggas with an attitude. How about you? I repeat, real niggas with an attitude. How about you? The crowd.
Just like my name. So this is in essence a empowering video for black women. This ain't a degradation. This is showing her how she could really be empowered back to being a woman, and how she don't have to listen to the lies. Just like my name. So this is in essence a empowering video for black women. This ain't a degradation. This is showing her how she could really be empowered back to being a woman, and how she don't have to listen to the lies no better.
It's an event every time we come through. Commanding General, your honor, and this heavy hitting crew. Real niggas with an attitude. How about you? I repeat, real niggas with an attitude. How about you?
And they don't even realize how they've been seduced into that way of thinking. So then in the 70s, that's when, like I said, when everybody could think about what attacked the black men. This is what attacked the black. But nobody ever thinks about why. And then why the black woman start being pushed to the forefront. Because no nation that had to come up ever used their woman to do the fighting for them, or to even be the mouthpiece or front piece for them. We're the only ones that you got to put the woman in the front. Got to put Big Mama got to get her. Big Mama got to get. We're the only nation. And even if you think about the feminist movement from a white woman perspective, all the white woman wanted was a job. She didn't want to replace the white man in the house. She just wanted. All she wanted to do was be a VP maybe, or stop being a maid. But once she got that job, she had no problem reporting to her man. What they did to the black woman is made it to where not only should she get a job, don't report to the man. You don't even need him. Dang, you don't even need him. So just like my name. So this is in essence a empowering video for black women. This ain't a degradation. This is showing her how she could really be empowered back to being a woman, and how she don't have to listen to the lies no better.
It's an event every time we come through. Commanding General, your honor, and this heavy hitting crew. Real niggas with an attitude. How about you? I repeat, real niggas with an attitude. How about you?
Give the lady a hand. Can y'all hear? Oh, y'all hear? All right. I'd like to thank y'all for coming out for this lecture called The Miseducation of the Black Woman. I came up with this lecture, or concept of this lecture, maybe about 3 or 4 months ago, when I started seeing all of the problems really that happens between black men and black women. Because the education that I'm talking about is not saying that everything that a black woman does is wrong, but more so what she's being taught
on how to treat a man, her children, her way of life. That's what's miseducating her. And some of it is unknown to her, and it's almost like how the brothers are seduced into doing what they do. Like we all know what black men do as far as drug dealing, murdering, killing, and that's something that they was taught as well, being miseducated. So I wanted to do this lecture so that women can actually hear men speaking about something other than you ain't nothing, like you're garbage, or anything like that, and really get into the root cause of what actually has caused her to be this way, what has broken the divide. Now, for us in Israelite School ISUPK, we're always going to point to the Bible. We're always going to point to God. We call him Yahweh. Some people may say God or Lord, but either way, if we're not serving him, that's why we're in this confusion state. That's how we got in the condition that we're in, because we forgot to follow the laws that he set forth. Like the education that I'm going to show today is thousands of years old. It's just been lost because we follow this new wave education. This new wave, I don't need a man. This new wave, I don't need a woman. I ain't got to be a father. I ain't got to be a mother. We chose to follow this new wave, and we're the only ones suffering. We're the only community, when you think about it, that even have to have this type of lecture. We're the only community. The white community doesn't have to, the Asian community, the Arab community. We're the only community, and we're also the only people that were given that instruction from God. That's why they don't suffer the way they were suffering. So we're going to go through a couple. Can you show me the slide? I'm going to stand up too, but I thought if y'all would feel more comfortable, I'm having a conversation with my family. So I figured I'd have a relaxing environment. My mama came out here, she ain't going to say nothing, but my mama came out here. But she's an inspiration to why I did this lecture as well, because she taught me how to forgive my father. She taught me a lot. You know what I mean? If she didn't have to, she could have been like everybody else that have been miseducated. So I'm dedicated to her as well. So now here, this is Genesis, and remember, I said I was going to give like a timeline of history. So some of this stuff I have to teach. Now everybody's not on the level that some are biblically. So this is Genesis, the 3rd chapter. And the reason why I'm showing y'all this is because this tactic, one subject matter of the lecture is the black woman God. Right? That's one of the things that I wanted to tackle. And I wanted to educate people to show that that concept of making a woman God is not a new concept. Now, some people may say it's an African culture. We call black women gods. But if you're going to accept the African culture of calling black women gods, then you would have to accept the culture where they would sew a woman's baby's clitoris up. That's what they do to young black girls. You would have to also consort with the way that they treat their women and so forth like that. So in Genesis 3:1, it says, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Most High God had made. Now a lot of Christians teach that this was a literal snake, but this was not a snake. If you know anything about black people, which is what the Bible was written by black people, you know that we put names on people. So if you run fast, we call you speed. We might call you big or tall or short. We give you an attribute. We call people that tell on you, what do we call them? We call them rats, or we call them pigs. Not that they're an actual rat or a pig, but it's just a characteristic that carries. So when it says he was more subtle than any beast of the field, meaning this man, which is what there was, he was more slick. He was more diverse. What did the Native Indians call the white man in America? It said he was pale-faced, speak with a forked tongue. Meaning he say one thing, but then he would do another. So that's what it's talking about when it talks about the serpent. So he says to the woman. Now, why does the white man today go to the woman first instead of the man? In Luke 3:38, I don't know if you put it in here or not. In Luke 3:38, no, not 3:38. Luke the 3rd chapter says, no man enter into a strong man's house unless he first bind up the strong man. So what has happened in America, what has happened since the garden, is that they strategically will go to the woman to seduce her first, or they'll strategically destroy the man to totally remove him out the house to make the woman more susceptible to whatever destruction he's going to bring to the people. So now, he says, unto the woman, have God said, you shall eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God said, you shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest ye die. When it's talking about the trees and the fruits in here, if we're reading a book, right? If you're reading a book today, what do you call that book when you're taking in the information? You call it food for thought, right? or I'd have to digest this, right? Because you're learning something. So when it talks about the fruit and the trees, it's talking about something that you're actually digesting and learning. So when she's saying we can eat of every fruit except the one in the midst of the garden, we can learn of these different things, but we can't learn this. We can't learn this information. It's all of that's talking about. So now, verse 3, it says, verse 4, and the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. Now, the reason why the serpent said that is because, like, if you're a parent and you have children, you can say, if you do this, this punishment gonna happen to you. Like, I know for me, my mama would say, if you sell drugs, you're gonna go to jail. Now, if I sold that drug and I didn't go to jail, what does that make my mother? To make her a liar. Now, if I get locked up 5 years or 2 years or 6 months later, now she's telling the truth, which is the point of what she's saying. So when the Most High is saying, you shall surely die, he wasn't saying in that instance that you die, but he's saying that death is coming around the corner because you're disobeying what I said. Right. It's the same exact thing, all right? So now, when the serpent said to her, ye shall not surely die, to that woman, it became attractive, the knowledge that she wanted to learn. Because what happens outside the laws of God? The scriptures say, wide is the gate to destruction, narrow is the right way. So when you go outside the laws of the God, there ain't no rules of what you can eat. There ain't no rules of who you can sleep with, who you can be with. There ain't no rules of what you can celebrate. You can do whatever it is that you want to do. And it becomes enticing when you see everybody having fun. Like that fun, we got to be careful when we accept what is called fun, because we die at the expense of fun. We die when we get high. We die having sex with anybody else that we want to sleep with the same sex and stuff like that. So we have to be careful of that. So he says unto the woman, you shall not surely die. But God will know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So what did the serpent tell that woman? That she would be a god. And that became enticing to her. So now why is that relevant today? Because all they push to black women is what? That you are a god. And what I find interesting about today's concept of the black woman as God, the minute they say a black woman is God, she is naked. Y'all notice that? Does anybody? Maybe I don't see the conscious community like y'all, but every time I hear them say the black woman is a god, her clothes got to immediately come off. And that's a learned behavior, which we're going to show. Can you give me the next slide? Now, them trees and gardens, in Isaiah 30:1, it says, woe to the rebellious children that saith to the Lord, take counsel, but not of me. The reason why we're in this condition is because the Lord gave us counsel since before the garden, since Adam. And we've been breaking those laws since Adam. And that's why it says they take counsel, but not of me. And they take a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. Why do you think we're number one in abortion? Why do you think we're number one in the divorce rates, single parent homes, drug use, alcohol use, AIDS counsel? Because we took a counseling, but not of the Lord's spirit. If you take abortion, which I'll speak about later, in 1973, before the white man legalized it, you couldn't get black women to abort their babies, not at an alarming rate. You can find stories from back in the 1900s and stuff when the white doctors would have to tell black women or try to convince black women to not have the baby. Even if a young black child got pregnant, they would send it down south somewhere, but they would not kill the baby. They would keep the baby alive. But today, you abort your baby. And that's why that's the number one killer of black people. Right. Because we took counsel, but not of the Most High. The Most High said the fruit of the womb is a gift from the Lord. You get that baby in your womb, the Lord wanted you to have that child. That's one thing. What is another thing? One of the major components is the black household, which is also why I did this lecture. The black household united is the strongest thing on the face of the planet. And as we dig into this lecture, I'm going to give you the statistics to show you just how strong the black household was before civil rights, before the 60s, before the 70s. And then we're going to see what was the cause of that problem. 1 Corinthians 11:3 is very important. It gives a set structure for that household. It says, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ. Christ is the king of all Israel, of all.
Captain Tazaryach,
Captain Tazaryach on here with us. I had prayed to the Most High and I said I wanted to do as much work as possible.